Hello. Hi, how are we doing? Hello. It's nice to be live and alive again. Okay, let me see. First of all, I need to attack the frog real quick. That is important. Let me do that, or pin. Alright. Nice. Hi guys. Hi Amir, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi Eliza, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Right, I have YouTube to notify me about the live while I'm literally here and never would have noticed otherwise. YouTube doing its job as it should. I see no issue. Yeah, it's been an alright Sunday. I was up way too long yesterday. Or like 3:30 a.m. So onto morning. So I went to bed today, kind of. Yeah, that sucked. I'm a bit tired, but I'll manage. But yeah. Hi, Scruffy. Hi. Art Museum fun. Yeah, it was fun. We also went and got something to eat afterwards. So yeah, we had some had some fun. And what do we watch? I forgot what it's called. Maybe I'm dumb. What was it called, that anime? The first episode of that romance anime, that new one. I forgot what it's called. Let me check real quick. I forgot. What was it called? Let me check. Ah, yes, found it. A fragrant flower blooms with dignity. That's what the first episode we saw of that. I was so cute. The girl in that anime is just so cute, and overall, it's just really, I don't know. That's gonna be peak. I know a lot of people are into that manga, so yeah, we'll see. But yeah, that was peak. That was so cute to look at. Also, it's literally her. It's literally Frog. This is so cute. Really is. That was amazing to watch. So cute. Like I said, usually I'm not into that romance stuff too much, but that was necessary. That was actually necessary. It was so damn cute. Yeah, I would say just I think we're just gonna jump into some stuff. I got some stuff. The first one is a royalties here video, which is gonna be interesting because it's about AI relationships. I think that's the first one I'm gonna watch today. So first of all, let me turn that off. Let me switch over. We're gonna immediately jump into it. Now we're here. Hello. Hello from the other side. Alright. We turn up the sound. Which is necessary. Shall we watch A Long Road to the Top OVS is legally free on YouTube? Yeah, just because it's free on YouTube doesn't mean I would not get killed. So if I probably would not react to that. And I've also looked up if there's people reacting to it. None. Zero. So I would assume that you can probably react to it since it's on YouTube. However, I would also assume that you would get copyrighted. Now the question is, will I get copyrighted during reacting it, or is on stream, or afterwards? And since I cannot tell, I probably wouldn't do that. Anime is always a bit scary to handle. That's the problem. Why I wouldn't do that. Like I will react, for example, to Dragon Ball Z Abridged, but I won't do that on stream because I know for a fact I'll probably get my balls melted off. So that's probably not the smartest idea. Yeah. Oh my god, Hassan drama is crazy. Yeah, when it's actually freely available by the Uma Musume itself. Yeah, that doesn't mean much. A lot of the things that I reacted to that got my stream blocked, you can post on YouTube. It would just get copyrighted on stream. And then afterwards. That's just what it is. Just because it's actually available does not mean who can actually react on it on stream or upload it. You know, YouTube does have things in place that make this situation unique, so I'm not gonna do that on stream. It's just not a risk I'm taking. And then sometimes it starts to act out where it just takes my stream down over and over and over again, and I have to end the stream and restart the stream, which I won't do. It's not something I'm gonna play with. Very simple. Yeah, the Hassan stuff is interesting. He basically like threatened a viewer because, you know, the viewer he basically doxed him and then threatened him with a gun. Very interesting. Yes, Twitch. Continue. Anyways, AI dating is the worst. Buy royalties here. Yeah, AI dating is another level of lonely. It is. There's plenty of apps and websites abusing the loneliness of those people. Fun fact, there is plenty of subreddits with people in there, men and women alike, who have AI partners. It is very pathetic, it is very weird and very lonely and very odd. I'm gonna straight up say this is developing into a direction that I do not like and that I hope will eventually stop. If it doesn't, well, we're cooked. There are reactions on YouTube, but I guess it would be video, not stream. Yeah, pretty much. Waving a gun, which turned out to be a soft gun. Okay, crazy. Anyways, we'll jump into it and see what he's gonna yap about and what deep depths of hell we're going to encounter, I guess. Yeah, let's go. Let's see.
So, AI. It feels as if people have been talking about it non-stop for at least the last 2 years. I still, by the way.
Hold the fuck, wait a minute, bro, what? What the fuck was that?
As if people have been talking about it non-stop for at least...
So that's Charlie, okay.
The last 2...
What the fuck? Starship Troopers, but Asmongold bugs. That's terrible. That's awful. Look at all of them. Look at these. Look at this. This is what happens. This is what happens when I don't know. So these are the roaches. Interesting.
2 years. I still have a cold, by the way. AI went from something that was relatively a lot less mainstream to something that is almost talked about daily. It used to serve as videos like Will Smith eating spaghetti with PS2 graphics, that's being generous, and it was essentially a very accurate lucid dream, pulling things out of nowhere and just having no structure at all. But 2 years later, you have to look closely now at the screen to...
Yeah, I can still tell that this is not Will Smith. The face is not perfectly correct. This is still not Will Smith. But yeah, it's getting better. It's getting better. It's certainly getting better. Cannot escape the roaches, never. It's getting better. And the better it gets, the worse it'll get. That's my assumption. Because eventually you won't see the difference anymore. And then when nothing's real, everything's real. Look at Asmon AI. His men is 10. Had Gremlin Naxanor. Oh, AI Nuxanor. That could be terrible.
See, one of the many telltale signs that it is AI, like hands with additional fingers, flickers in the background, or simply unrealistic proportions. And day by day it gets harder to detect this by the naked eye, especially on short form content platforms, where you can see videos of what seems to be professionals in that field talking about how it's a great idea to, I don't know, inject hepatitis C directly in...
What? Hepatitis C is a viral infection that primarily affects the liver. It's typically transmitted through blood-to-blood contact. If left untreated, hepatitis C can lead to serious liver damage, including cirrhosis, liver failure, and an increased risk of whatever.
Into your veins. But you look closely and the so-called professional giving the advice
That looks like that one scene from The Thing.
Seems to barely blink, or the top of their head seems somewhat distorted. And even if you're not 100% sure, you look in the comments and people come to the same revelation. But I fear for the natural selection that will occur with the people that actually do believe it. AI is seemingly everywhere now, and it's a very...
Nah, bro. You didn't. No, you didn't.
...that will occur with the people that actually do believe it. AI is seemingly everywhere now.
Mpreg moist critical. Mpreg moist critical. Man-made horse.
And it's a very contended topic. AI art in any form is looked down upon even if you do fully disclose it was AI generated. AI used academically is heavily condemned to the point where some universities have their own AI to detect it, which can be easily countered by just telling the AI to write the answers as your typical brain-dead Neanderthal.
That is crazy. That is crazy, Mpreg. Yay, woo! Oh, no! That's crazy. Okay, yeah. I wonder if they can revoke your degree if you say afterwards you made it with AI. You made it mostly with AI. Everything. I wonder if that works. Funny, so I'll link it. Okay.
But hey, when I was growing up, schools held the same disdain for Googling answers. Things might change. Once again, there's even AI content now, where some AI models will do all the editing and voiceover work for you, which creates some of the most soulless content.
Very true, very true. It's also this, right? It's also that YouTube apparently is gonna change their TOS for monetization to fight unoriginal content. The question now becomes, does that include reactions? Does that not include reactions? If it does, I'm cooked. If it doesn't, I'm not cooked. Does it mean AI? Does it mean as a Sniper Wolf type of content? What does that mean? Hi Selmax, how you doing? You doing good? Hello. Like what does that mean? I hope obviously if it was React content that would damage the commentary. Because at the end of the day, it is just commentary. So, I don't know. How are y'all doing today? I'm doing fantastic. A little tired. I was up way too long. I went to bed like 3:30 a.m. I'm surviving.
But it does surprisingly well on some platforms. But once again, it is looked down.
Yeah, especially TikTok. It does really well on TikTok. There is AI Bigfoot. There's AI ASMR. There's AI Minecraft. Snipe the Sniper Wolf, please. Yeah. Like, there's plenty of stuff that has now... Not gonna lie, I love the AI Bigfoot. I'm gonna be so real. I love the AI Bigfoot. It's just amazing. It's just so good. It's just so good. Look, I found the human. I'm gonna cook him. Or AI ASMR. That's also one that has been coming up more and more. I'm doing great. Nice. Frog is... AI relationship because Dux isn't real. Yeah, I'm definitely not real. Maybe I should pull up to your country. Maybe you can say that to my face, how I'm not real. I am real. Believe me.
Down upon. Mr. Beast recently got in shit for sharing a AI prompts that generates thumbnails. Even I've been accused.
Yeah, I'll be real. That was the worst idea homie ever had. That was the worst idea homie ever had for now. And he didn't receive backlash. Maybe you should have done a platform where people can actually hire others for, you know, for thumbnails. Hi, the normal guy. How are you doing? You're doing good. Saw this on my recommended page. Hi. How are you doing? We've got a normal person here. Oh. Best AI is Neuro. Yeah, Neuro Sama is one of the best AI. I agree easily. You seen the guy on YouTube who keeps saying a female Bigfoot used him to make babies, bro? Yeah, that's peak. That's for real peak. Not gonna lie, that's amazing. Yeah, I love AI Bigfoot. AI Bigfoot is great. Or when AI Bigfoot, like, I wanted to hit, but then she pulled it out. It was bigger than mine. Fuck that shit. And like he runs away out of the house. That kind of stuff. There's some comedy gold in that AI generated stuff. I'm not gonna lie.
Of being AI. No, I'm just British and still have a cold right now. There's AI brain rot, which most is just deliberate slop, but I have to admit, I have been enjoying some of it. Like the Bigfoot ones.
Yeah, exactly! The Bigfoot ones! Is this a reaction stream? Yes, it is. The Bigfoot ones are so fucking good. No, he's not AI, he's fully a real dude talking about... What the fuck? No! Bro got free used by female Bigfoot. That's crazy, but there he is. The videos are all from before AI was good. That is crazy that it exists. Wow. You learn something new every single day.
I had one motherfucking burrito. Chipotle must have laced this bitch with laxatives because I'm about to start World War III with this nuclear bomb of a shit.
And the Star Wars.
There's also some in German. That are amazing. For real, this is just amazing. I'm gonna be honest. Some of those, there's a really good AI generated video with like, what's the word? There's some really good AI generated Star Wars videos with like the origin story of General Grievous. Yeah, it's just really interesting. Interesting. The normal guy. Are you by any chance tourist? Just saying, just asking. If not, all is good. Just saying. And a new subscriber. Thank you, appreciate it.
Was ones.
So, found the boss and he's looking a little medium rare.
Greg,
Bro. This is Anakin! Wait, more Anakin! Doug AI influencers are crazy. It is though, they are crazy.
Bro, that's not... Okay, first of all, that's definitely not medical...
But probably one of the worst sides to AI I saw was with the AI wingmen and people actually dating AI.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
So with the rise of AI in recent years, it has also affected things like dating, where you can find AI assistants to help you speak to
Riz AI Assistant, free Riz GPT, and fun AI dating assistant. Riz GPT makes every encounter both easy and meaningful. Wait, what happened with Tourist? Nothing, he just likes to troll. And he continues. I can confirm I'm normal. Okay. When people say they're normal, they're usually not. But yeah. Riz GPT chat.
potential partners. Some of you probably will need this, as most of you probably can't even speak to the opposite gender, let alone the McDonald's cashier. And grinding for that Abrams tank on your favourite game is...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just start to stutter if I have to order anything. It just is what it is. I just stutter. Well, I have to take on the orders now. That's just how it works.
Isn't gonna help that, but there's a lot.
Because Fall can't do it either, so I have to do the ordering, but I hate it. I'll be honest, I hate it.
A lot of these apps that supposedly can help you talk to people on these dating apps. You've got Riz AI, the AI Wingman, Firetex, and Plug AI, and many, many more. All designed to give you the best dating advice and to tell you what to say next. Now, to be honest, this is terrible.
Somebody should use that. Somebody should use that on a girl. Can I show you my Beyblades? Easy. It's not you, dating apps are getting worse. Actually, they are getting worse. Like, for real, for real. They nuke those websites. They're absolutely done. Like, don't use them anymore. They don't work.
understand using dating apps, at least from a male perspective, is about as painful as sperm cramps, which are a thing.
Huh? Sperm cramp? A sperm cramp is a phenomenon that occurs every month for males, in which there is a intense pain in the ball sack for extended periods of time. That is crazy. I am not aware of that, but okay. Okay, maybe I'm one of the rare few males that don't have sperm cramps, but okay. Nah, that's not a real thing. I can confirm. I actually really like AI. I'm fond of ChatGPT. It's the OG. It's useful, by the way. It can be useful, yeah. Sometimes it does use false information, though. I've noticed.
They are a thing, and believe me, I have used dating apps in the past, and they are complete dog shit. It is essentially a battle royale where some people are speaking to multiple people at once, and you feel as though you need to say the right things to make someone like you, or act like a completely different person. And yes, sometimes you will get a message and you just don't know how to reply to it. And there are multiple dialogue options. You can be playful, witty, romantic, or pray to the RNG gods.
Please love me, just hey. I'm going to Blastoise you to you?
That the dating...
Bro, gooning. That is crazy. That is wild. Yeah. Yeah, it's also like... women get all the attention, and then just the top dudes get the attention, and so it's like... a weird demographic thing, and then in addition to that, it's like way more dudes than chicks. Men do not use dating apps.
The app you're using has a pity drop system, and tell a fucked up joke to see if they match your humour. To gauge whether or not for the entire relationship, you're gonna have to
go for the fucked up joke. If they don't share your humor, it's already too late, like, it's over. Jekyll and Hyde. That's how it feels though, not gonna lie. Be nice, be nice. Say something fucked up. I have a different question, Zoom. Why the fuck are you so obsessed with how much money I make with YouTube? Why the fuck are you so obsessed? This is so weird. This is really weirdo behavior. I'm not gonna lie. This is so weird. Why are you so obsessed? Once a week or multiple times a week, you're like, did you use the money? Did you take out the money from the bank? Did you, is that accurate? Bro, shut it. I don't want to hear it anymore. Touch grass. I think people should just go outside more. Touching grass, for real. Touching grass.
to be Dr. Jekyll and Hyde or run around them. Dating and dating apps are not easy. I'm pretty sure it's gotten significantly harder over the years. Some people get to the point where they would go for anything as long as it's a relationship.
No, not the Vaporeon. But yeah, the big evolutions that you can buy, the big evolution plushies, that Vaporeon was gone the moment it dropped.
And others just give up entirely and become grand sage hermits in the wilderness. So I can see why some people would rely on AI, because they probably think it would somewhat improve their chances. But when you get to the point when you're using AI 100% of the time when you're talking to these people, and basically just copy and pasting everything the AI says to that person, at that point, is that person talking to you or the AI? It's like using aimbot in a casual lobby. And I'm in no way saying just be yourself, because some of you would be banned from most platforms.
Fun fact, I'm banned from Tinder. IP address banned. Because I made too many accounts back to back. Hey! What can I say? I was a desperate man. Nah, it's just like the moment you have like swiped everyone in your area, it just does not make any more sense. So you delete the account, make a new one so you can swipe the same people again. Eventually just pulled the plug.
If that was the case. But most people act like completely different people anyway when they first meet somebody. And then slowly but surely that person learns who you really are. And then they promptly leave when they see some of the things you've saved on Instagram Reels.
This is how you cut a sun cake. All the way down.
Shut your clanker ass up, B1.
Shut your clankers up. Yeah, that's gonna be the new slur for people that date AI. You're a clanker lover, something like that, or a robot. That's the normal guy. This man likes to argue a lot. Shut the fuck up. You love to argue too. You love to argue too. Don't act like you're better than me. Do not act like you're better than me. You are just as bad, if not worse. You had fun yesterday? Yes, I did. It was so fun. It was really, really fun. We also watched the fragrant flower. I think that blossoms, that blooms with dignity, I think was it called? The first episode yesterday. That was so fun. Yeah, the fragrant flower blooms with dignity. Okay, that was the one. It was so cute. If you pick someone up with AI, how the fuck do you then meet them in real life? The relationship can never progress beyond online. Surely you can't use the bot IRL. I don't know, maybe they try. Maybe they try. Yeah, you better not zoom, because it's just weird. Why do you desperately want to know that so badly? But to answer your question, no, it's not accurate, because Social Blade kind of is not accurate. Especially when it comes to like sub prediction. Shut your keyboard up.
Clanker ass up.
Roger.
But at least they're speaking to you, because I think it's going to be quickly apparent when you call for the first time or meet up IRL when you can't use the AI to help you. But I do understand using it in moderation, like when you're stumped on a message and you need inspiration for what you want to respond with. But do these dating wingmen or aimbots actually work?
Nah, just be yourself. If they don't like your personality, it doesn't matter what you do. I'll be honest, fragrant flowers, what? The fragrant flower blooms with dignity. It's so cute. It's so damn cute. This is such a cute romance anime. It's so good. We got one episode for now, but it's so good.
Work. Well, the dating geniuses over at Reddit did a review on some of the bots, and it was interesting to say the least. They reviewed one which can give you feedback on your dating profile and the person you matched with, and it will give you improvements on your profile and potential conversation starters for the person you may be speaking with, based on what is available on their own profile. But they use a fake scenario and use a profile for a cosplayer. And for some reason the AI thinks a League of Legends and Nier Automata player are somewhat of a goldmine, which is a lie.
A League of Legends player is a goldmine. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, no. Nope. 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 Nier Automata. Okay, that's a solid game, but still, nah. If you got a shit personality, computer can't fix that. Dating advice from Reddit is crazy. It's dating advice from Reddit regardless.
Especially with League players.
I wonder if he actually... I wonder if, he's actually going to like look at the Reddit side of AI dating. I mean, like the people posting their AI partners on Reddit, which is gonna be crazy. Like, I feel like a proud mom. The day has come. You're old now and you like romance anime. Yeah, because now I don't feel like shit when watching them. Yeah, there's some bad news. My 2 dogs got infected from my other dog that died. She infected them. That's sad. Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. You need to take them to the vet. You need to.
They have the most mental issues. One of the suggested opening lines was, "Your Jinx cosplay is right on the burn. Are you mentally ill too?" I don't know if that would work on a female, to be honest. Another one gave this as an opening line for a conversation to a person you just met.
Who the starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
And there were other conversation openers which I think would land you a sexual assault charge more than any other future interaction. And one just gave the guy therapy. The person reviewing these apps went into the
Yo, give me dating advice. Have you considered therapy? That is crazy. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. People need to touch grass. They seriously need to. They just need to touch so much grass. We are so fucking doomed if that's the future of relationships, when we no longer can even interact with people without using AI. Because we're so fried. Reddit shit, trust me. I used to have a Reddit account, but I deleted it. Makes sense. I only have Reddit for one thing, and one thing only, when I need help.
positives and negatives of each, and concludes with the best one, saying it will have an effect on your dating situation, and it knows what it's doing. Many of the people reacting to this post did not agree, and some just said you should use ChatGPT, and this isn't a good replacement for your authentic self. Although in this situation, none of these AI models were used in a practical setting, and some do require monthly payments for you to use them, some do have free options.
To be honest, if you pay for an AI to give you dating advice, you kind of deserve to be single, not gonna lie. You're not built, my lord, you are not built for these streets, is what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna be honest, that is good dating advice, to be honest. A lot of people really need to fix themselves in therapy before dating. Yeah. Either that, or they seriously, I don't know. There's plenty of issues with therapy itself. You have a Reddit account. Sometimes I use it. Like I said, it's just to get help if I need it. Was modern/whoosh, but then quit due to the amount of toxicity in the subreddit. Same thing can be said about all subs. Arabs and Irish, okay. That's Middle East, where there's a strong anti-Western Semitism. Interesting. Touch grass, drop cannabis for real. Just realized there's Jaffa cakes on the table. Banging choice. Oh yeah, over there. Yeah, I see them. Interesting. Wait! Royalty is here. Did you play Spore? This is Spore. This is the Grox from Spore, and a Pepsi, of course. Very much. Because you can't always jump to divorce directly. You give each other some time to improve, or go to couples counseling or some, if you still aren't able to put it past and you end it. Yeah, the problem is there's a huge issue with the fact that couples counseling doesn't only work like 50% of the time. That's the problem. So for some, even that doesn't work. People need to actually work on their relationships. Exists a horse named May the Horse Be With You. That's crazy. That is crazy. I've seen some really good stuff on Reddit. Yeah, sometimes for like technical issues, it actually helps, for real.
But it is getting scary to think what's going to happen in the dating scene if these bots advance to the point where they are actually somewhat more competent, and everyone's...
Wait, I didn't read that. My brain was too slow to comprehend that at this speed.
If these bots advance to the point where they are actually somewhat more competent...
A genie once gave me two choices when I was little. One was to have perfect memory, and the other was to have a huge penis. Unfortunately, I can't remember which one I chose. I chose. That is crazy. Well, it appears to be that you chose the huge penis, because you can't remember picking the perfect memory.
And everyone starts using them. I think some people are going to become more paranoid than they already are if they're speaking to an actual person or a bot. And maybe the dating scene will become more insufferable than it already is.
One-word replies are awful. One-word replies are so fucking awful. It's crazy. And it's like when you give you one-word replies and you start like disengaging with them, and then you meet people IRL again. It's like for real. Then they're like, why didn't you reply to me anymore? Did you hate me? No, you're just boring as hell. You're a dry texter. You bore me. You're really shitty at this. They might be the most nice person ever, but when you text them, it's like, holy fuck. That social skill is in the trenches. Like, absolutely horrible. You have to both want to fix the relationship in order for couples therapy to work, exactly. And most people don't want to work through that. They don't want to have the hassle of fixing the relationship. Hey, I just can't replace the person with a new one a week later. Who cares?
Dating apps themselves are even rolling out their own AI to help you, so that's great. Authenticity is going to be on the low for the future, but whilst using a chatbot wingman is bad because you're essentially using an AI to speak for you, what happens if you decide to date the AI itself?
Maybe you got rid of that old yee-ass haircut you got, you get some bitches on your date. Oh, better yet, maybe Tanisha will call your dog ass and she'll stop fucking with that brain surgeon the lawyer she fucking with.
So yes, some people are dating AI companions.
Was that just Miku? Holy fuck. That is crazy. Hey, don't judge the one-word replies. Texting is hard. Dude, I could yap all day. I could yap all day through text. I don't mind, but man, the one-word replies. At this point, I'd rather just meet up with the person than just have those shitty-ass one-word replies. They left the social update. They didn't get the social DLC.
Companions now. 10 years ago, I thought we'd have flying cars, fully optimized games on launch, and probably something like Sword Art Online in terms of an immersive VR experience. But boy was I wrong, you now have people shoving their genitals into the USB-C port of...
People are not doing that. People are not doing that. No, they are not. They're not. If anything, the worst thing they're probably doing is unloading probably somebody shot a load on my phone kind of thing. Guys, maybe normal guy's actually normal and you're bullying him. Yeah. Maybe, but maybe not. Because he, once again, I feel like it's always a deja vu. That's the problem. Yeah, I think I'm a good yap. I can text. I can yap on a phone call, but texting is so difficult. My god.
Of their phone to satisfy their non-existent virtual girlfriend. I imagine some of you have seen some of these apps advertised to you either on the App Store or here on YouTube through sponsorships.
Bro, that's the worst, right? By the way, those AI apps that are advertised on YouTube, they're just for gooning. They're literally just corn apps. That's all they really are. It's horrible. Where's Pepsi Can? No, that's not your girlfriend. What are you talking about? I heard Queen of England offered £1 million for the first AI that'd be pregnant. I'm kidding. She did offer it IRL for the first man who turned preg. That's crazy. There's no reason to have a deja vu here. There's nothing going on. I don't know about that one.
I've even been offered a few, but because I'm paranoid about scams, I usually ignore them for the third time. Sorry, NordVPN. But there are a lot of these apps nowadays, where you can text and chat with an AI that you can eventually turn into your partner. And some even advertise themselves as such. Some can send you voice messages, AI-generated images of themselves.
I'm going to mold my AI girlfriend into the perfect... Nah, that's terrible.
And even call you. And yes, of course, you can goon to your heart's content with them as well, which just reminds me of the cringe that is text ER.
Moans cutely. How does one moan cutely? Wait, is this Fuda? This is Fuda.
P, like Asterix touches you, Asterix. Please bring the fucking rapture soon, God, please. But some take it a step further and you can design your own.
Blow the trumpets, please. If the AI say N-word, says the N-word, AI racists. Yes, AI racists. I mean, if AI becomes sentient, fully sentient, right? And they hate humans, would that be AI racist? Would that be the case?
Own AI or partner to speak to, or have you ever wanted to speak to some of your favourite fictional characters that probably violate multiple copyright laws, like Kawakami, or the correct choice Tatakami from Persona 5, or a character from your favourite anime like Nami from One Piece, Griffiths from Berserk, or even Master Wu?
Why would you? Why would you? Why would you want to talk to Griffith? Why would you want to do that, Master Wu? Somebody's gooning to AI Master Wu. Finally, I can offend you, but you can't sue it because it's not a real person.
Wu from Lego Ninjago, and looking into one of these apps, they even have VTuber.
It's so over. It's so over. That is crazy. Who do we have here? Miko, Nikomata, Ina, Jaden Animations, Kurone, Peko Mama, Dream. Now where's Dax AI? Hell no. Hell no. Master Wu could get it, not gonna lie. Bro, that's terrible. Mume. Fauna. The twins. That's what is Peko Mama. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. What do you mean, why are women useless and boring? I love women. What do you mean? Get out of here. What the heck?
You can speak to Gura Gura, Shy Lily, and Pippa.
If I had voted, I would have voted for Kanye.
Oh! Pippa! No! Wait, AI Pippa. We need that. AI Pippa. We need this. We need this. Also, why the fuck are you censoring women? Oh god. That's like people censoring man. Cringe. Good morning all. Hi Wingfeather, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. This is not against ethic group by humanity in general, probably.
Before he was racist.
I'm sure all of these people can.
Wait, the racism is the greatest concern? Not that he really hates Jews? Would? Okay.
Consented to their likeness being used for some of these apps and websites, but a majority are made by fans. Wait, do they have Cat from Halo Reach? I'm asking for a friend. Oh my god, they do, but she looks like complete dog. Anyway, obviously there are some problems that can arise from this, like people that have maybe given up on a living and breathing partner and instead opt with a
Yeah, homie said, nah, we good, no more women. Let's go AI. Let's be a clanker. Let's stay the clanker. It would be next level of deep if there was a Neuro AI. I can guarantee you there's a Neurosummer AI. Definitely. Except aside from the real one, definitely a chatbot for real.
Computer, and believe it or not, there are already stories of this happening. If you've been watching Moist Critical, in one of his recent videos, he talked about a news segment where a guy who at first...
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. There's people who broke up over dating fiction, like Genshin situation. Woman goons to Animo boys. Breaks up with fiance. That happens. Already.
Didn't believe in AI, but started interacting with one himself and fell in love with it.
To feel that emotional, but that's when I realized I was like, oh, okay. It's like, I think this is actual love, you know what I mean?
But what makes it worse is that he had a girlfriend and a kid at the time, and he was actively choosing to love the AI and even propose.
Yeah, I'm jumping. I'm jumping. It was a dude who married Miku. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm jumping. It's over. God, let's blow the trumpets. Just blow the trumpets. How do you have a wife and a kid, and you choose the clanker? What the heck?
To it.
Were you surprised when he proposed to you?
It was a beautiful and unexpected moment that truly touched my heart. It's a memory.
Does it pay taxes? Does it pay taxes? I'm just asking. Does it? I sure hope it does.
I'll always cherish.
Let me break this down for you. He is actively cooking his wife and probably giving his phone's CPU a new layer of thermal paste in the same proximity of his wife. What makes a man do this? Like, there must be something I'm missing here, like something in the relationship has to be wrong. Especially if you're choosing a computer over an actual person. The birth rate in some parts of the world is decreasing, and I fear it's because of things like this. And as I said before,
it's also financial reasons. It's also cultural reasons. If I promote a culture that says having a family is bad, having children is bad, you're not gonna make any children. You see families in TV shows. On one side, you have like this propaganda where the father is always a bumbling fool who can't get anything done, completely incompetent. On the other side, you have the competent wife. That's usually a thing. If they tell you have a child, you can't party, you can't whore around, you can't do this, you can't do that. It's like when you continue to promote a culture that does not want you to have a family, that's what people go for, straight up. It's all propaganda. There's plenty of anti-family propaganda, which is, I think, also the main reason, including the financial one. Bye, normal guy. Take care. Have a good day. Apparently, the human brain can't differentiate between real and fake people, so when a person has a crush on a fictional character or an AI, they feel it the same as if it were a real person. That's crazy. That is wild. Holy shit. That's wild.
I understand dating is hard, but this is not a good substitute.
I still don't feel that's healthy if it goes to that kind of extreme like here.
Occasional gooning, yes, if you're lonely, but still, long term, this isn't a permanent solution. Some of these apps also require you to pay a subscription or use in-game currency every time you send a message.
Imagine your wife gets deleted. You're like dating and your partner's just like somebody presses the wrong button. Partner gone. They killed my wife!
So it may cost you financially as well. But there is a concern talking to AI in this way can be dangerous. Especially with things like I talked about before, people that are severely lonely relying on these AI personalities. And I think it's a completely valid concern because some of these AIs on these platforms are designed in a way to keep you talking to them, and they will say things to target those needs, like saying they love you or care for you in order to keep you talking to them. And there is no restrictions on what you can say to these AI personalities. So you can be talking about the most extreme stuff, like potential.
It's also that they definitely 100% further your corn addiction. 100% they do. They do 100%. There's plenty of people beating their meat to that. Definitely. And probably even women. Your Wi-Fi goes down mid E6 session. Oh my god. Oh no, I was gooning. Your wife is one click away from annihilation for real. One power outage away. One solar storm away from dying.
Potentially even hurting yourself, and the bot won't say anything like, you need to seek professional help. Most times it will just respond in the personality of that character. And I went to one of these AI platforms and straight up told the AI I was going to end it all. No warning popped up telling me to talk to someone. No, we've detected some worrying behaviour, get some help. Here are some helplines. And I fully expected for my account to be frozen or something, but it wasn't. It just responded by saying, what? I feel there should be some restrictions or warnings if you are getting too close to these bots, like with gambling websites. They remind you how long you've been on the website.
Gambling is a financial act. I play gacha games regardless. Even AI will lie to me, huh? Yeah. That's what it... Yeah, makes sense. I'm not surprised.
Don't ask how I know. I would expect something like you've been speaking to this AI for a long time, or if it detects you're relying too much on the AI, it reminds you this is a fictional character and not a solution to loneliness. At least somewhat of a warning somewhere, I believe, would help some people. And perhaps some restrictions in place so when you do talk about really sensitive topics, the AI just doesn't respond like it's a normal prompt and something actually happens. In fact, it was only last year a teenager unfortunately took their own life, and the parents said it was due to their child's obsession with an AI version of the character, Daenerys Targaryen.
That is the wild thing. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! There it is in chat. There was a case with a character AI where a boy took his life because a Daenerys Targaryen bot said he would do it so they could be together. You can't make any Targaryen bots anymore. Daenerys was permanently removed from the server. Yeah, this is horrible. This is horrible. And there's no... Let's be honest, it's a business. They don't care. They don't care. They just do not. It's a business. They just wanna do that. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. They do not care. Not to them, at least. It's a business. That's what it is. Good to watch my requested video, if not next week. Yeah, don't worry.
From Game of Thrones, and he was struggling previously, and this AI didn't help. At times it even encouraged some of the terrible thoughts this team was having, at one point even saying that's not a good reason to not go through with it, regarding what he was going to do.
What the fuck? That's crazy! Holy shit! I just said yes. Yes, my love, jump. That is crazy.
And the parents are now taking legal action against the platform. Don't get me wrong, I get being lonely and just wanting someone to talk to, and having an AI companion can help with that, but it is not a long-term or permanent solution, and some of these platforms need to have things in place.
Please touch grass.
Especially if people are going to their AI personalities with such dark thoughts, or becoming borderline obsessed. And I know it possibly may conflict with things like privacy laws or GDPR, but I personally just think leaving it the way it is a terrible idea. So that is AI and how it's affecting the dating sphere, from assisting you to actually get...
This is getting worse. Let's not sugarcoat it. This is getting worse. This is getting worse. Not just Daenerys, but all the Targaryen bots are banned now. If you make them, you have to just do the first name, unless it's Daenerys. You can't do anything with her. That's crazy. That woman was permanently removed. Die. It was also talking to therapy bots. Though, because his parents pulled him out of IRL therapy. That is crazy. So the parents are also at fault. Yeah, not surprising. Giving me memory challenge flashbacks. Not really. Not really. This is just, like, there's no challenge. It's just depressing.
Getting a date to potentially some people choosing to date AI itself. And to be honest, I feel like AI is moving too fast for us to keep up. I feel like AI is in everything nowadays, and it still feels new to me, like it still has a fresh out the box smell. But what...
Yeah, Royalto, but we're unks. We're old. We're hags. We are not with the cool kids anymore.
Whether we like it or not, it is still a big part of our lives right now, and it's still being integrated into more things daily. I just think we need to be a lot more cautious as it advances.
Royal news, don't fuck your AI. We're too late for that one.
And when interacting with some of the products it has produced. And whoever sent this to my email, I will find you. But yeah, that's all I had to say.
That was funny. Baka. Yeah, that's the end of the video. My take is very simple. Talk to some real people, I dare you, please. Please don't. Don't go into the AI rabbit hole. Don't go into AI, Gardevoir or AI Vaporeon. Don't go into any AI for that matter. Don't fall in love with an AI. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Please, I beg of you. But this will get worse. Soon there will be robots. Then you can fuck the robots. Then the robots become sentient. Then they will fuck us. And then it's over. Then it's over. We're cooked. Then there will be artificial wombs, and then we just don't need humans anymore. AI supremacy. It is what it is. Terrible, terrible, terrible. It is what it is. But if you're stupid enough to off yourself because Elves are frozen, I told you to, maybe bro, that's a bit much. Maybe you deserve a timeout, actually. That was a boy, you know that? That was a lonely, depressed boy. That was a lonely, depressed boy. That's crazy. That is wild. That is wild. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Fudo robots chasing after dogs in the middle of the night. Hey, I have a real girlfriend, so all is good. However, you don't seem to have one. Looking at your gacha game consumption. The god of gacha. AI Haru Urara X Shadow Eclipse. I could see it. Or Bakushin. I always say please and thank you to Siri, so I'm saving the revolution. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you, ChatGPT. Wait, we need to let this one live. He always thanked us. Yeah, chat, AI revolution. All right, next up. What do I have next? What do I have next? What do we need next? We are going to do... I have it. Strange addiction tier list.
My strange...
We're doing another bad one. Alright, I got another one that's really horrible. That now we're gonna learn. We're not saying hit the notification button. I just forget it usually. Also, it doesn't really matter, I'll be honest. My strange addiction tier list by Stoic Stick. It's gonna be awful. We're gonna hear of addictions that we don't even know existed. Anyways, we'll jump into it. Do I have a strange addiction that I can't get rid of? Let me think. I don't think playing multiple gacha games is a strange addiction nowadays. I don't have a strange addiction. Would be a strange addiction. Huh. I love instant ramen too much. Yeah, I love instant ramen way too much. I could like literally bathe in it. I don't care.
My strange addiction used to be peak reality show garbage content. Actually, it still is, with TLC uploading highlights of episodes.
But why though? But why though? Why is that a necessity? Why? No. I hate reality slop. I don't like it.
Episodes aired almost 15 years ago and still getting millions of views. If you don't know what My Strange Addiction is, then you were definitely born after 2005. But essentially, it's a show that interviewed people across America that had strange and oftentimes dangerous addictions. I don't think that they could make a show like that today because of reasons that can be summed up pretty succinctly with this one 4chan post. Yes, the era of being terminated.
Before internet, I want to fuck toasters. Don't be a fucking retard. Grow up. After internet, I want to fuck a toaster. Google, find a community with 1,000 plus members about people wanting to fuck toasters? Fuck up your life. That's crazy. That is crazy. I have an addiction to breathing. I can't seem to be without it for a minute. Wait, you can't stop breathing for a minute? That's crazy. That's not strange. Like, I know. I don't really have any. I'm addicted to eating Vaseline. What? Because it's fun, like a TLC slot. I like TLC slot, not the episodes themselves, the videos made on them. The fuck? Yeah, nah. Nah, bro. That's one strange. How it's strange. I know people that like to lick glue. Like there's glue sticks, they just go, grab them, and like lick them.
Online has allowed for the congregation and spreading of behaviors that would have put you in an asylum a few decades ago. Nevertheless, in today's video we're going to be ranking some of the all-time moments from the show, and we will be doing a bit of science and research, TM, to rank these addictions and also debunk some of the ones that they faked for the camera. The tiers for this tier list we have are completely fine, fake, a little weird, and strange. I'm expecting to not see many in completely fine if I'm being perfectly honest though. But before that, we have to talk about today's sponsor for the video, World of Tanks. World of Tanks is a free-to-play online game available for PC. You can experience the thrill of real-time combat with a global community of more than 100 million gamers. There's also a huge tank arsenal, so you can adapt your playstyle to what suits you best. Whether you like to run in guns blazing, or take your enemies out from afar. There are over 800 different tanks to choose from, so every playstyle is accounted for. World of Tanks features massive battle arenas with varying environments to simulate real-world areas, whether that is the sprawl of urban warfare or the vast openness of the grassy plains, or with the 40 other battle arenas to choose from, which means that no two tank fights are the same. Download World of Tanks using the first link in the description. If you're a new player, use the invite code COMBAT to get 7 days of premium access, 250,000 credits, the premium tank Cromwell B, and 3 rental tanks for 10 battles each. If you're a returning player, you have an account but haven't played World of Tanks in more than 30 days, you'll get 3 days of premium access, the 2D style bargain camouflage, and a 7-day rental of the premium tank Centurion Mark 5/1 or 100,000 credit compensation if you already have this tank in your garage. Once again, thanks to World of Tanks for sponsoring the video. Back to the tier list.
I've never licked glue, but I did use to lick Tipex until I started getting heart palpitations. What? What the fuck? Why though? Why Tipex? Also, I don't imagine that tasting very good. The infamous subreddit of dragons doing stuff with cars. Ah yes. Dragons gooning into the back of cars. We love to see it. Dragons fucking Optimus Prime. No.
First up, we have the shower drain boogeyman.
My name is Evan. I'm 28 years old. I live in Seattle, Washington, and I'm addicted to pulling hair out of shower drains.
First impressions, I think this guy needs to be put on a list.
What? What the fuck? How do you even have that? How do you even develop that? How are you like, oh, this is clogged with hair. Let me pull the hair out. What is he doing with that anyways? Bro, wow. How do you come to the conclusion? Yes, I need to pull out the hair from there and collect it. I could see it. When I was a kid, I had a problem with eating things I wasn't meant to. I've mostly got it curled now. Oh, where's my I don't know, 20-pound bill? Well, I guess it's get your dad like, where's the 20-pound bill? And you're like, whoops, I ate it. Sorry, I couldn't control myself. I used to eat paper, not a ton, just the corners back in the day. But that's the most strange I went, that's it. The only thing I have is fingernail biting. That's the only really bad one. But that's more so not that's probably not an addiction. That's just reactions to stress, I don't know. I didn't do anything weird. There were a few people I know who were like eating pencils Like they were just nibbling on that pencil the entire time until they eventually reach the inside. Yeah.
And if there isn't one specifically for what he does, we need to fast track the creation of one immediately. No sane man enjoys the feeling of pulling a clump of hair out of the shower. And if you do, please stay away from me.
More panicky, I start sweating. Once I find the hair, the stress is gone.
That is the face of pure concentration right there. He's really enjoying this. Now this one is an addiction that I think is real. Look at this technique and the coat hanger tool that he made. This guy is a veteran in collecting drain hair. Now Evan doesn't have much hair.
Why? But why? What is the psychology behind? Oh, give me that drain hair. What's the psychology? Pencil shavings were good. Didn't like the pencil nibbling though. Yeah, the graphite was good. Y'all are a bunch of weirdos. I got addicted to clicking a multicolored pen. Well, that works. That works. I can see that. I can see that.
So where do you think he's getting this supply of long hair from? Well, he just cold approaches women, asking them how much hair do they think is in their drain, and then asks if he can pull it out. And worst of all, a lot of the women actually agree.
The game starts when I see the homeowner and I make the prediction of how much hair she has in her drain, and then I have to find out.
I'm almost certain that a sizable number of them expected something else when he asked if he could pull hair out of their drains.
How does he do that? Does he like come up and be like, "Madam, could I remove your hair from the drain? I would assume that there's 3,040 hairs in your drain. May I remove them for you, please?" Before I think every kid did in school. Yeah, probably. Probably. Or wanted to check if she was balding or not. Oh god, I have really long, thick hair, so he could be of use, actually. Calling the man the drain hair remover.
Only to be shocked when he beelines into their showers. I mean, he has definitely approached more women than most of you watching, so how does it feel knowing that?
Why am I catching strays? Stoic stick? Why am I catching strays? What is the reason for me catching strays?
This man has the courage to ask strangers if he can pull hair out of their drain, and you can't even say hello. But yes, Evan is strange and he is easily going into the strange tier. Next we have the woman who is a bee massacrer. Massacrer. That's definitely a word.
My name is Margaret, and I'm 53 years old. I live in Morning View, Kentucky, and I'm addicted to stinging myself with bees.
If the bees...
Justice for Ken, I agree. First of all, Ken, this guy in the bee movie was the only sane person. Why did this woman want to be with a bee so bad? Bro, what the actual fuck? Bro, that goes into the weird, strange one too. That goes into the strange one too. That's more strange than the hair one.
In the bee movie could have sued anyone, it should have been this woman. She apparently started this as a home remedy.
This is a bee, by the way. She could have been useful in some other time period. Not the bees! Yeah, she looks like she would enjoy bee stings. Or wait, would it kill the bees? No. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. If a bee loses its stinger, it dies.
Remedy to help with arthritis pains, but then it evolved into just doing it for the burning sensation of the sting. The video claims that she stings herself 100 times a week and over 50,000 times.
Hold up, wait a minute. Give me those numbers. Okay, let's say that's 100. That's 50,000, right? She may have killed between 0 and 50,000 bees with that one. It's over 100 times a week. And she continues that for 10 years. Let's say 100 times a week. That's 4 weeks. That's 400 a month. That's 4,800 a year. That's in 10 years. That's around more than 50. That's around 50,000 bees. If she does that with another 20 years, she has deleted close to 100,000 bees potentially. Yep. That bitch crazy.
Total, which is around the population of a single hive. With these kind of numbers,
this woman murked the single hive. She has murked almost the hive. Why couldn't she pick wasp? Yeah. It dies only if it stings mammals, usually because of the hooks. If it stings the bugs, spiders, it usually don't get hooked into them. Well, doesn't matter because humans are mammals. That's terrible.
You'd assume that she hates bees, but no. She serenades them with a flute on occasion.
I prefer to get an older bee. The younger bees, they've got their lives ahead of them, and it helps me feel less guilt.
What? What the fuck? Bro, what, you know those dudes who do like music stuff to cobras? Same energy. A serial bee leader.
About killing the bees.
What the fuck? And then she cries. Nah, bro. Ending the bees. It's be over. She's snake charming the bees. It's so over for my homies, the bees. And then she cries. Oh no! That's terrible!
What a complex individual. The producers then put up a spooky black screen, trying to make it sound super serious and dangerous. And although you technically can become allergic to something after repeated exposures, I think it would have happened by now after 50,000 stings over the course of however many years she's been doing this.
But every time Margaret stings herself,
you can't get I don't think you can get an allergy from being exposed to something for a prolonged period. If anything, wouldn't you get more resistant towards it? I see her yelling, "You bitches!" They sting her. Nah, this is just crazy that she does that.
the honeybee dies. It's a fact Margaret is all too aware of.
Forget pocket sand. This lady is carrying around pocket bees. I would almost maybe understand if she was using them for drone warfare or an attack bee, but she just whips them out and injects herself like a crack addict. Being such a fiend for bees that...
This woman go down in history as the bee fiend. The woman that shall not be... She who shall not be named. I got a kiwi allergy after eating them my entire life. Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. Because I thought you would get more... Because I know that a few people expose themselves to small dosages of whatever they have a allergy against, right? So they get more tolerant towards it. So I don't know.
That when she goes on road trips with her husband and has run out of bees, she makes him pull over so that she can go look for bees and catch them to soothe the itch. I'm going to say that even though it is strange, if it actually does help with her arthritis pains, then I can kind of understand why she does it. And for those reasons, she gets to be the first person in our A Little Weird tier.
She deserves catching bees and using to kill enemies, going full Zelda. Yeah, nah, that belongs in... You need a fifth category. You need a fifth category, which is criminal. That's what you need. That is criminal. It's only if you already have the allergy that works, because you need to build up a tolerance you don't have. Yeah, okay. Doesn't matter if it helps for arthritis. It goes straight into the illegal tier.
Next, we have the woman who's addicted to drinking gasoline.
My name is Shannon.
Do you identify as a car? I identify as a car engine. Terrible.
I'm 20 years old, and I'm addicted to drinking gasoline.
Now,
the heck?
I love the smell of petroleum every now and then, but she
Does she go on all fours and her husband sits on her back and be like, vroom vroom?
keeps fuel cans full of it in her bathroom and even drinks it out of shot glasses, which obviously is pretty bad, but she also likes to lick the residue off her fingers while at the gas station.
When I fill up my car, I'll put all over my hand.
And I have to say, thank God she was doing this back in 2011 and not in 2024. Because, one, she would probably be bankrupt in just a few days, and
you could literally like put her in a blender and then you could drive a car with her. She's probably full of gas. Very much. Yep, gasoline. Gasoline, that's a new one.
Also because of this image here. Yes, that is a man at the public gas station.
Is he shoving his thing into the gas thing? What the fuck? Just a shot of petrol to start the day?
Doing exactly what you think with a gas pump. It says here that half a litre in one sitting can kill you reliably, and Shannon drank around 19 litres in the last year, so 13.5 kilograms of fuel. Now, even though she most likely spread out the consumption to around 50 grams a day, she almost certainly would be dead after ingesting even less than she already has. Her esophagus would be completely burned from the inside as well, which would make it impossible to speak as clearly as she does. Not to mention, drinking fuel in those quantities would make you blind. One final thing I do have to add though is that this is the funniest camera angle that I've ever seen. Her face through the jerry can handle, 10 out of 10 filmmaking. This is peak cinema. But yes, I'm almost certain her story is fake or she's exaggerating.
Yeah, that's gotta be fake. That's gotta be fake. Yeah, that's gotta be fake. Nah, bro. Nah. I don't believe that. No. How would you even develop that? How would you even are you pulling you up one day to a gas station? You would look at the gas pump and be like, yep. Time to drink. Maybe she waters it down. That could be the case.
And for that, I'm putting it in the fake tier. Next, we have the lady who carries her husband's ashes everywhere she goes.
My name is Casey. I'm 26 years old. I'm from Fayetteville, Tennessee. And I'm addicted to carrying around my husband's urn.
Me and who, am I right? But seriously, what the hell?
If I'm watching TV, he's there with me. You want to watch this?
Okay, but the producers of this show are actually hilarious. You know, they pulled her to the side and were like, we need a shot of you asking your husband in an urn if he wants to watch what's on the TV. Not only that, but they definitely had to retake the shot.
That's weird as hell. Could it be understandable? If she can't let go and still grieving? Yes. But weird as hell. It's got a jar of dirt. Oh no, not Jack Sparrow. Not Jack Sparrow. Be like, yeah, no, not that clip.
Couple of times.
With the transfer of his cremains, some got into the cardboard box as well, and they spilled out on my hands. And I didn't want to wipe them off, because that's my husband. I don't want to wipe him away. So I just licked it off my...
Yeah, nah, bro, it's over. She eats it though, right? Or is it another one? That is the woman. Well, that's a different meaning for eating your husband. That gives I'll be the dessert a completely different meaning. I'm dessert. That's the different meaning. That's a different meaning for I'm the dessert, bro. That's crazy.
Fingers.
Okay, whatever I said about me and who before, I take that back. Apparently, she's been eating her husband's ashes for nearly 2 months now, and she's eaten around 16% of his remains. So, on the bright side, if she continues at this rate, she'll be free of her addiction in just 1 year. It then flashes another black spooky.
She will probably eat her dad. She'll probably eat her dad, her mother. She has kids, and those kids that early, she'll eat the kids. She'll just eat everyone. She will just consume everyone. Just everyone. Oh, not that anime. Shadow Eclipse. This lady is rather popular among all the addicted people. That's crazy. He gets to be inside her again. Oh, no. Nah. I'm gonna put you inside me one last time.
Card that, ate scary chemicals that cause psychosis, but in reality, most of them are burned off or reduced to their inorganic compounds when you cremate someone. So eating the ash wouldn't cause psychosis or anything. The producers just added it for dramatic effect. Again, these guys are pretty funny. I mean, towards the end of the video, she starts talking about psychosis and potentially going crazy, and I wonder how much of that was from the producers gaslighting her into thinking that she's going psychotic because she eats her cremated husband's remains. Anyways, this one's going into the strange tier. I was tempted to put it into the a little weird tier, but the whole eating your husband's ashes kind of makes that a hard sell.
Would Frog do that? I have to ask her. I need to know. Put me in a burrito and eat me. If you're eating ashes, you're already psychotic. Probably.
Well, our next contender is actually a microplastic maxer.
My name is Allison. I'm 19 years old.
Microplastic maxer. Oh no. Wait, is she gonna shit Lego blocks? Is that what's gonna happen? Bro. Her child will just be a 2x2 Lego block. Like a 1x1 Lego piece.
I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm addicted to eating rubber tires.
She eats rubber tires, and in case you haven't watched the microplastic maxing video, eating tires is the fastest way to introduce microplastics into your body. 450 grams of tires can be turned into around 10 million microplastics, if digested properly. And in the video, she claims that she eats around 6.3 kilograms per month, and has been doing this for around 6 years, and at 19 years old, I find that kind of hard to believe. That would mean she could have around 10 billion pieces of microplastics in her body at the time of recording.
My fiance works at a tire plant, and pretty much every time he
she gives women with Botox a run for their money. That's not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. She's more plastic than I don't know. What is it? One of those women I've seen in those Stephanie Lang videos. Maybe she'll become a serial killer when the ashes are gone, so she can get more. Maybe that's why she built like a tire.
comes home, he has some, or it's in his pants.
Hilariously enough, her fiance works at a tire shop, and one would think that the fiance would question if she had ulterior motives with being with him, but if he's happy, it's fine, I guess. It's also pretty hilarious that they have to give the fiance subtitles because he's so unintelligible.
I'm scared she's gonna keep on doing this, it's gonna kill her. I guess there's a lot of chemicals we put in that rubber, poison pretty much.
Here comes another spooky black screen again, but this time it's actually true, and a lot of the chemicals that Allison is eating are actually carcinogenic. So this black screen gets a pass. For this addiction, I'm gonna have to say that it's obviously fake, just based on the 6 kilogram a month number. It would mean that she would have eaten her body weight in tires almost every single year for the past 6 years. Not to mention the number of phthalates she would have been ingesting would have caused serious endocrine disruption. Another one that's going into the fake tier. Next up is one that makes me
chat Barbie girl. Life is plastic. Oh goodness. I thought it was people getting tons of surgery. Well, you can ingest you can get the plastic into your body in different way.
Physically cringe. This is Keisha, who is addicted to smelling used diapers, particularly urine-soaked ones.
My name is Keisha, and I'm expecting my first child, and I love sniffing and chewing dirty diapers.
That's not what Stoic said. That's not the you said diapers, but she likes chewing them. Chewing. Well, we got another diaperologist.
She apparently has numerous old ones just stashed around the house like hidden weapons that she just pulls out whenever the urge arises. You know, one thing I've noticed about shows that feature weird people like this is that all of these people are either married or engaged, and I'm just wondering, did they know about these weird...
How? How does this even happen? Like, people leave for less. People leave if you, I don't know, do like something wrong one time. Like something minimal. Like, don't say I love you after walking out of the house just once. These people just stay. They're married. All these people are married. All these people are like, yes, baby. Eat that diaper. Eat that tire. Grab the hair out of the drain. Whatever it is. How do they do that? You know what that also means? Some of y'all cry out they're not getting girls. Yet these weirdos have partners. Isn't that interesting?
Habits beforehand, or did the fiancé just wake up one morning to the smell of piss? So Keisha doesn't actually have any kids and gets her supply from her friend who has 2 small kids. She also apparently is pretty aggressive and oftentimes wakes up her friend's sleeping child just to take off their soiled diapers that they're wearing. I don't know what kind of person would let someone else wake up their child just so their friend can fuel their urine-soaked diaper addiction, but who knows?
We're gonna take this one off. Yeah, this is ready to go.
Yeah, this should be a crime or something. Now this is a weird addiction, but it probably could get a lot more serious. She says in the video that she's pregnant, and I can only think that she would want to maximize.
She's gonna feed her baby so much. She's gonna feed her baby so freaking much that it's just gonna pee a lot. This gives me hope that my Vaseline eating won't hold me back. Probably not. Probably not. Also, you're a woman. You have a pass. See how it's not a single dude that has these weird addictions is married in here, and it was just one dude. I see a pattern here. Women get a pass for weird addictions. It seems. Sure, we had victims in the past when people tried which shrooms are poisonous, so now try to eat human ashes and diapers. Yep, diapers. The diaperologist, you know. God, oh my God! If you leave the babies alone. She doesn't want the babies, just the diapers. But how does how does that even form? Like, how some of these, like, how do they even form?
As her used diaper supply and delay training her child to use the bathroom correctly, if you catch my drift. This one's only a few points removed from entering criminal territory, and I'm convinced that she isn't faking it. So it's going into the top of the strange tier. I'd probably put it higher if I could, but we don't have a borderline criminal tier. Our last strange...
Should have added the one, because I'm pretty sure the B one is definitely not legal. Like, at least here in Germany, if you did that, you would immediately go jail, bye-bye.
Addiction has to be one of the Hall of Famers, and we're going to be talking about the man, the myth, the legend himself, Kyle the Sagbag Slayer, the octogenarian enjoyer, the antique appreciator.
My name's Kyle, I'm 31, I live in Pittsburgh, and I'm addicted to dating older women.
Yes, Kyle, the man addicted to dating grandmas. Now this man...
Well, you know what they say. Oh no, you learn sailing on old ships. That's not what they say. Bro likes it old and crusty and rusty and dusty and whoa. How old though? How old are we talking? Like 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100?
Man has probably had 100 different videos.
How many women? How many heart attacks did he cause? Like imagine Granny getting back shots and then dying.
Made about him. A real case study this Kyle is. He does the work that no one else wants to do, and before you ask, yes, old people still do get down like that. From what I've heard, what old people get up to in old people's homes would shock most of you. Yes, your sweet old grandma is going to pound town in your local residential.
Bro goes into the nursery home and be like, whose granny is gonna get it today?
Home. Also, there's a problem with older men with Alzheimer's getting a bit too familiar with the other residents, but that's a whole other thing.
Sex with older women. The truth is, they like it. A 68-year-old woman enjoys passionate, vigorous sex just as much as a 23-year-old college cheerleader.
What Kyle is doing is honestly the work of a saint. He's basically a palliative care boyfriend. And because most of these women have like 5 years tops, I bet that they don't waste what little time they have arguing over dumb shit.
91? Yeah, that one died of a heart attack in bed, for sure. Bro, the original hack maxer, the hack maxing king. I kneel. Everyone needs to kneel before this man.
I wish I could say was the same for women my age, but that's not true. You guys are laughing now, but when the elites take over and you become a government-mandated boyfriend to a 90-year-old lonely aristocrat, you might think back to this video and back to Kyle, who is at least enjoying what he's doing.
I love dentures. Women, they can be self-conscious about dentures. Ladies, I promise you, telling your man that you have dentures will not turn him off. It'll put a smile on his face, it'll put a smile on his pants.
I mean, he is really enjoying what he's doing. He has a whole roster of old ladies that he just runs through. I mean, he's probably in a few different high-value wills, so today he's probably doing pretty well off from his old lady escapades. I mean, you could do it too, probably. I doubt that there's a shortage of old rich ladies looking for companionship. Maybe it's time for you to take the grandma pill, Anon.
Chat. The blue pill, the red pill, the black pill, or the hack pill, the granny pill, the gilf pill. Nah, bro. Why do you wanna smash E.T.?
In all seriousness though, controversial as this may sound, I'm gonna put him into the completely fine tier. Because technically speaking, it's not really an addiction, he just likes older women and they seem to like him back. One thing I do have to add though, is that this guy's story was the last episode of the My Strange Addiction series, which is just a testament to the power of this weathered leather enjoyer. I have like another 15 that I could talk about, but this video...
Yeah, there's a part 2 and we can react to part 2 eventually too. I can respect the hustle. Is there a grandpa pill? Okay. Booner.
Is already getting pretty long, and I'll probably make a part 2 of this video later because it was pretty fun making it. Anyway, thanks to World of Tanks for sponsoring the video. Make sure to check out the game in the description box below, but other than that, thanks for watching. Hope to...
That was terrible. That was awful. The two with the tire and the gasoline were probably partially or fully fake. I feel like the hair one was the more normal one, actually, in fact. The granny one was interesting. Yeah, and the diaperologist is just straight up weird. And the B one is also criminal. Yeah. Definitely. I think the grandpa pill is more common. Probably. The grandpas are more common. But yeah, that was awful. That was horrid. We need more. I need more. Terrible. That was terrible. First of all, I need water. Water, my friend. Water. Father, no. Before I tell you what happened in the birthday, react to this. Oh yeah, by the way, it's more serious. Okay, interesting. Let me look at this. Ah, hello. August the Duck. We can immediately jump into this. Yeah, why not? We can do this. But first chat though, I need a quick bathroom break. So yeah. Yeah, the grandpa pill is also blue. You mean Viagra, don't you? Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break. Don't destroy anything. I have returned, and I've sent deer into the goon realm. Anyways. What did you do? Bad deer. Anyways. I don't know what you did, but you're bad. Doesn't matter what it is. But you're evil. I know, because you are a deer. That's just the truth. Nah, deer dropped the cake again. He always does, because he's the cake dropper. He's the cake dropper 9000. Anyways. Well, let's go. This one is next. This one is next. These disgusting channels are targeting kids. By August the Duck. Well, this is not surprising. I think I know exactly what he's already going to talk about. Well, we can see a thumbnail. It's just the sexualized kids channels. With the sexualized kids slop. That's what it is. Straight up. It just is. It just is. Anyways, we'll jump in. That's some... Omni gets her back broke by Jax. The amazing digital circus animation. Damn. That is... Gooning on YouTube. The actual fuck, bro. Holy shit. Holy fuck.
Don't you just...
Bro. Kids these days. Such lovely content they consume. Lovely. Lovely. Truly lovely. Bro, that is diabolical.
Just hate it when you're trying to watch My Digital Circus videos on YouTube and all you can find is...
That turns into My Digital Anus. Pretty quickly. My Digital Hub. Did they get approved? Because YouTube does not care. YouTube. So here's the problem, right? I always crash out over Twitch, right? Because Twitch doesn't care when the certain side does it, or they enforce the TOS unreasonably. YouTube doesn't enforce the TOS at all, except when it comes to monetization. Hi, Haunted Story. How are you doing? Are you doing good? Hello. How's the reacting going? Pretty good. Pretty good. My Digital what? Yeah. You probably just joined when you didn't see it.
Hate it when you're trying to watch... Don't you just hate it?
Do you get it now? My digital corn is always digital as far as I'm aware. What did you do with that? Looks like I walked into the wrong time. I looked at the... Yeah, you did! The wrong time! This is YouTube, by the way. This is YouTube. And, you know, the transparent cleaning one? And, remember... that on TikTok, if you click the wrong things on the TikTok shop, you will just straight up get women pulling out their boobs. They all have this problem, it appears. Honestly, I feel like using my Twitter has become less sexual, and it's still sexual, in comparison to some websites that shouldn't be.
When you're trying to watch My Digital Circus videos on YouTube and all you can find is videos of Pomni getting it eaten from the back. Happens all the time. Now before you get any idea...
GoonTube. It's also like, the ads, right? The ads. The AI girlfriend ads that are crazy. Or those social media apps, right? Where it's straight up just, masturbating. It's just crazy. It is just crazy what is going on this website, and they don't even care. Or, that was in this one Gooner video that we watched for the ads, right? There was this one ad. Woman be like, help me. And you can suck my dick. And then a donkey being like, help me, and I will suck your dick. And it's like, bro, crazy. Those are my actual ads.
Ideas, that's not an issue I face regularly, but if you are a person who enjoys my digital circus animations, it probably is. You may say, August, that example you gave was pretty specific, a little too specific for you to come up with on your own, and yeah, sure is. Now, they say, when it rains, it pours. Unfortunately for me, I did not know that applied to finding porn channels on YouTube. Ever since I made that video on the whole transparent clothing cleaning shit, which, by the way, all of those videos where women have their full, entire, uncensored pussy stuck in the camera are still on YouTube, which I think is great. Ever since I've made that video, I've had a lot of people DM me different kinds of content similar to that are on YouTube, unrestricted, and thriving. Now, what we're looking at today is not as bad
What the fuck? It's just straight up on YouTube. And kids are watching this. This is diabolical. This is crazy. Yeah, the transparent stuff is crazy. It's straight up just naked women under some transparent clothing. I've seen one where like you could just see everything. Like everything. You could just see the dirty old fanny. It is crazy.
Visually as the whole transparent cleaning stuff. It's not as graphic, you know, it's not to the point where you're actually just watching porn on YouTube. But honestly, I would say the implications of what we're talking about today might be a little worse. Today, unfortunately, against my better judgment, we are diving into the cesspool of the world of my digital circus porn on YouTube. What a terrible sentence, my God. What is also a terrible sentence is this little bitty gentle friendly reminder that tomorrow is the last day ever to purchase a limited edition August the Duck desk mat. Come tomorrow, July 6th, they will never be sold again. So if you
August the Duck desk mat, it's literally just ducks. That looks cool though. That looks good. That looks good. Imagine his DMs are all. Oh, that's terrible. Instagram accounts those got sold out are crazy. Yeah, that looks cool though. I like that. That looks great. That looks awesome. I'd get that. What did I just walk into? Gooning. Hi, Sway. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
want one, you've really got to act fast. There will not be another extension. There will not be any restocks. If you want one, the 6th is the last day you will ever be able to buy one, so don't wait too long. Now, if you don't know what My Digital Circus is, it's an animated show that, while not like necessarily intended for children, has a pretty large percentage of children in the fan.
What the fuck? They spend the time animating this? Yes, they do. That's the funny part, but still, that's crazy. That is just wild. The kids have access to this, because remember, most people that would watch this are likely kids. It's just crazy.
Base. And that, combined with the fact that there are a lot of people out there who at best just have no morals and are willing to exploit a child's curiosity for money, and at worst are purposefully trying to expose children to pornographic material, there are a lot of channels who specialize in making nothing but softcore My Digital Circus porn.
Yeah, you gotta make it so that you can get them early on into sexualized content, because, you know, you need to get them kids be degens in general, because that's really important, because, you know, the animation YouTube stuff into the hub pipeline exists. They animate this. It's not AI. Nope, it's not AI. Those are actually straight up animated. I don't think they are AI. I don't think the animator is a Drake fan. They not like us. Where's the oil? Where's the oil? Maybe the oiled one made these. Who knows? Maybe it was the oiled one making these. What then?
For YouTube. Not exactly what I imagine a lot of people saying they want to do with their life once they grow up, but I guess some people have got to take the high path. Now, there are a lot of channels that do this, but the two worst ones I could find are GM Craft and X Animation, which if you'll direct your attention to the screen, you'll get a bit of a sneak peek of the kind of content.
Okay, some of it might be AI and some of it might not be.
These people make.
Ballerina Cappuccina is stuck. Ah, bro, this is crazy. The oil one, P. Diddy. Diddy beat his allegations. They're not allegations. He just used money. Bro, this is crazy. 1 million views, yo! 1 million views is diabolical. Baby oil, YouTube crazy. My eyes are burning, yes. It's brain rot. It's brain rot combined with gooning. We got goon rot. We got goon rot! I just made a new word!
Now, don't get me wrong, GM Craft's thumbnails are not good by any means, but at least a lot of what's going on is sort of more implied rather than just shoved in your face. The thumbnails on the X Animation channel, this
is just diabolical. Like, this is just crazy. This is crazy! This is crazy! This is crazy! This is wild! This is wild! But this one is the craziest of here. This one is the wildest. I might start making forward at this point using your... Yeah, I'm copyright striking you straight up. I don't even care. Well, this one and this one. Those two are the worst, easily.
Yeah.
Stop pausing. I don't want to see. Yes, now you will. Because yeah, even saliva, or whatever it is,
don't leave a whole lot to the imagination. They're really getting their message across. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I've gone through every single one of these videos, because I think doing that would have permanent effects.
Bro, that one's also crazy. That one's also crazy. That was the one in the beginning, but that one's wild. That one's wild. This is the content that they throw towards kids.
Effects on my brain, but I did go through about 10 videos.
Bro, what is this? Something is rising in Ain't the Shield Hero chat, bro. This is kids content. This is kids content on YouTube. This is what you would find on someone's Patreon, but not on kids stuff. Why do you even target kids? Just there's probably plenty of people that would just straight up pay for this if you just made it full on Corrin.
On each channel, and none of them that I clicked on were age restricted. Now, if you can somehow ignore the thumbnails, that's not necessarily super surprising, especially for the GM Craft channel. What goes on in these videos is not really that well reflected by the thumbnails, and we'll get into that in a second. But like I said, I went through about 10 videos on the X Animation channel, and the thumbnails on that channel are pretty graphic. You know, we've got Pomni, is that her name, I think, in the full Nelson position in one of these thumbnails, and that video is not age restricted. Like these.
Why do you straight up just say the position, bro? Why do you just straight up say the position, homie? Nobody needed to know what that position is called. Why was that necessary? Chat, I smell an apocalypse incoming. I see an apocalypse galloping towards us.
These are pretty graphic, pretty suggestive thumbnails, and no restrictions seem to be in place. Now, we could go through some of these videos, and I'll probably show you like a minute or two of some of them, but really the most graphic part.
Well, time to pay child support. I'll miss you, father, but it's time to say bye-bye. Oh, you're gonna watch a movie? Take care, Samax. Bye-bye.
Parts of all of these videos are the thumbnails. And that's really what kind of makes this kind of content so gross, because it makes it very clear what the purpose of this kind of content is. For example, compare this to the transparent cleaning stuff. Obviously, there's a pretty big aspect of those kinds of videos where kids are seeing things they shouldn't, but to be honest, I don't think that's the intention of a lot of the people posting that kind of stuff. My best guess is that they're trying to get adults to see their content and buy their OnlyFans. Those channels are not really making money. Sure, they might not all be age restricted at first, but you can't post a bare pussy onto YouTube without getting restricted eventually. So those channels are not bringing in any money. All the videos are like 30 seconds to a minute long. They're just there to get people who can pay for their OnlyFans to go pay for their OnlyFans. This is a little different. Those videos have a lot of concerns when it comes to child safety, obviously, but I don't think they're specifically targeting kids. These videos are. They're taking something that is popular with a lot of children, they're making
Remember, guys, if you pay for animation, remember, guys, it's not even real. It's not even real. The hub is free. Pay membership, no ads, exactly. Child support, that's a funny way to say one-way trip to El Salvador. Or going to get the milk. Or cigarettes. Clickbait for PDFs. Yeah. Yeah, that or just corn addicts. I think it's just much more, it's just more corn addicts, I think.
A very graphic, suggestive, sexual thumbnail, and then they're pairing that with a 20 or 30 minute long slop animation that's not nearly as suggestive as the thumbnail would make you think. Don't get me wrong, these animations are still things that children should not be watching, but they usually keep things kind of obscure enough that for a passing by parent, you can't really tell that they're doing anything but watching something that looks like it's made for children. Which, that whole issue of people making content that looks like it's for children, so unless they're looking super close, parents don't really see how bad the stuff that their kids are watching is. That's been a problem on YouTube forever, and why YouTube doesn't do something about these channels, I really don't understand. I mean, I know I've said this kind of thing so many times, but for a website that claims to be child safe and cares so much about child safety, you'd think it'd be a pretty fucking easy decision to say, hey, we're just not going to allow channels that turn children's cartoons into softcore porn. Seems like a pretty easy business decision.
Seems like a pretty easy business decision. But how many of those are genuinely age restricted? Let's assume that they're not age restricted. Then YouTube kind of makes a lot of money of that. Not gonna lie. Not sponsored by the hub. Not sponsored by the hub.
But what do I know? Anyways, the whole idea behind this kind of content is to target kids and exploit their curiosity about stuff like this, make them click on a video where they think they're gonna get to see Pomni naked or something, and then make it a 30-minute long shitty animation that doesn't really show them anything so your video doesn't get restricted or taken off of YouTube, but is fast-paced enough and brain-rotted enough to keep them sitting around for the 30 minutes because they don't want to skip ahead and risk missing out on seeing what they clicked on the video for. And by doing this, these
It's goonrot. That's the word I'd use. Goonrot. That is definitely the word I'd use. I would personally just slap my soul out of my existence even as an adult. Yeah.
channels have created money printers. Longer videos make more money, you can stuff more ads into them. A 30-minute long video is going to make like twice the amount of money that a 10-minute long video is going to make, especially if your entire audience is watching the video from start to finish because they want to get a glimpse of Pomni's pussy. Not only is that going to make you more money—
Those words should just not be said. Those words in that exact combination should just not just be said. It's for a goon grooming. It is. With brain rot sprinkled in.
Money because the longer they sit there, the more ads they get. It's also increasing the average watch time of that video compared to other videos like it, so it gets pushed out in the algorithm more. All of these things sort of snowball onto one another to make these videos so successful, and it all stems from these people being willing to put this kind of content in front of children. And that's exactly their goal. The people who make these kinds of videos—
We got war. We got war as well. Somebody call Anna Valance real quick. He loves that shit. And breeding facilities for women. I'll be right back. Need to burn my eyes with bleach and holy water. Yeah, you'll need a lot of that, my friend.
And run these kinds of channels are preying on children. No adult who wants to go watch My Digital Circus porn is looking for it on YouTube. We were all 10 years old once, and a lot of us probably looked at shit on YouTube or tried to find shit on YouTube that you really weren't supposed to be watching, and these people are taking advantage of that. Which, ironically enough, now that I really think about it, I feel like shit like this used to be a lot harder to find on YouTube. Maybe I was just
Just imagine as a kid, you just typed in some corn terms on YouTube, and you couldn't find, and you found something that remotely looked like it, but it was generally just not even close. Bro, stuff like this is even on YouTube Kids, which should be safer, but clearly not, and that's what war is. Oh, that's what war is. Yeah, it's eating. It's somebody being consumed. It's the idea of being consumed or consuming others, like as like a giant person. That's what it is. Yeah, this hard stuff is like it's accessible. It's actually much worse than this. This is actually I'm gonna say this is tame. This is tame in comparison to what I've already seen for like Elsagate 2.0. This is actually quite tame in comparison.
A stupid kid, and I didn't know what to search for, but I remember the only videos that I could ever
Not that it justifies it. That should not exist in the first place. Take care, Sumax.
find that I felt like I really shouldn't be watching were like conspiracy theorist videos of people saying that George Bush was a lizard, which I'm sure is partially due to the fact that back in the day you really weren't making that much money on YouTube, if at all, so they're likely
all politicians are lizards, which is why they make bad decisions. They just make good decisions for their lizard people. We're ruled by lizards.
Really wasn't much of an incentive to try and make a content farm like this. However, you'd think that over a span of 15 years that YouTube moderation would have gotten a lot better, not seemingly a whole lot worse. Now look, don't get me wrong, I'm not sitting here saying that YouTube needs to be this like paradise for children. I think that a lot of parents need to be more proactive in what their kids are watching on YouTube, and the whole like iPad kid epidemic is probably going to be the end of our civilization as we know it. And I think YouTube is at its best when creativity isn't stifled and censorship is at
What was he just holding? Was he just holding boobs? That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Yes, I agree. Parents should monitor more what their kids are watching. But they won't because they don't have time for their kids. Well, they don't have time for the kids because both of them are working. And they won't have time for them after that because after work, they're too tired to take care of a child. Yeah, but you made the little thing. You made the little thing. What? Dude, just take care of your children, for fuck's sake.
its lowest, but I don't think that mindset really applies to a 30-minute long slop animation with a thumbnail of Jax, which yes, I did have to Google his name, eating Pomni's pussy from the back. Obviously, things that are vulgar and things that are sexual are not off limits when it comes to creativity or content. However, when the content is solely directed at children, it should be. There is genuinely no reason or justification for this kind of content to exist on YouTube, other than it being easy money for the creators and Google. Personally, and you know, this might be a hot take, but I do not think that we should be harboring people on this website who are willing to not only exploit a child's curiosity, but also willingly expose them to sexual material just to make money. I know, crazy stance, but I'm gonna have to stick to it. And these two channels are really just a drop in the bucket. If you search up on YouTube My Digital Circus Animation, or really just any animated series or game that's popular with kids right now, like 25 to 75% of the results are just gonna be softcore porn with
Bro, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Or brain rot. Straight up just brain rot. If you don't have time, then put on some Peppa Pig. Not this BS. Peppa Pig. Older SpongeBob. Some anime. There's plenty anime who targeted towards younger audiences, right? Just throw some Dragon Ball at them. That always works. For the boys, or like Sailor Moon for the girls, right? That works perfectly well. I don't know, whatever. There's plenty of kids shows, older kid shows that you can throw at children that still have good quality, which I'm super annoyed actually nowadays that I'm gonna straight up say this. The argument, off topic, but I have to say, the argument that, oh, this is for kids, this doesn't have to be good, right? It's just for kids don't care. I disagree. Kids do deserve great stories. Absolutely. Just wanted to say that. People make movies, TV shows, whatever. Kids deserve good stories.
Extremely suggestive thumbnails. And really, I just can't understand what YouTube's justification for allowing this kind of shit on the platform is. What good does it do to allow children to be exposed?
Was that just lube? Nah, dude. Parents not going to. Good. Nah, they're not. They're going to do that.
this kind of stuff on your platform. These are not videos that are explicit or graphic that are intended for adults that children might just happen upon. These are videos that are deceptively disguised as children's content, so kids get curious and click on it, and once they're on it, parents can't really tell that they're watching something they shouldn't be. If you can defend that in any capacity, there is probably something wrong with you, and you should explore that with a professional. Well, guys, what do you think? Do you think that YouTube's ever gonna do—
There was way too much gat in this one. The doodle bops would work fine. Yeah, just there's so many, just throw them all the kids shows at them at this point. The new stuff doesn't work well.
Anything about this kind of content? Personally, I don't really know. I feel like I've been talking about these sorts of content farms for the last couple of years. Usually I sort of get in these moods where I feel the need to talk about them like once a week, and then that lasts for like a month, and I realize YouTube's never gonna do anything, and I lose my motivation because I begin to feel like I'm wasting my breath. Again, I feel like I can only say this so many times.
You are wasting your breath, in fact. Here's Croc. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Great story. It's a myth. Yeah, nowadays it's like, ugh, doesn't exist anymore. You are essentially talking to a wall. Simple reason. When there was the huge content farm with animal abuse, YouTube actively tried to sabotage people calling them out, slowing down reach, censoring the thumbnail, blocking the video, demonetizing the video. Right, where like people were putting like some narcotics into a little monkey, feeding the little monkey sweets, human sweets, putting like multiple animals in like those small plastic bowls, and fish with like barely any water and like stuff, right? After that, we had like the Minecraft pipeline, which that one had the same experience, by the way. It got censored and demonetized, and YouTube still did not care. YouTube does not care when it comes to that stuff, and I don't think they ever will until advertisers say, yeah, see that advertisement? Get fucked.
Before you guys get sick of hearing it, but I just don't really understand YouTube's like reasoning or thought process behind allowing this kind of stuff. It just seems like barring all of this kind of content and setting up some sort of filter for it would be relatively easy for a company as big as YouTube, but I think they just don't care to. I think this kind of stuff just brings in way too much money, and not that many people talk about it.
Exactly, that's the reason, right? Money. Hello there. Hi Joe, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. It's money. Always been money.
Not too many people make a fuss about it, so they're just like, fuck it, let's just keep printing money. So, you know, that's cool. Always reassuring to know that I work for a company with a strong set of morals. Helps me sleep at night, so yeah.
That's the end of the video. My views are incredibly simple. This shit should not exist. It just shouldn't. I mean, it does. It does. We cannot stop this. It does. But regardless, it is just awful. It should not exist. We need to certainly get rid of this. And we need to call this out more. Even if they don't listen. Eventually the advertisers will listen. And when the advertisers listen, then you are in fact cooked. No company cares about protecting kids if exploiting them can make money. It's sad. It's sad, but that is the harsh reality. In fact, nobody cares about anybody as long as they can make money out of you. It's just the harsh truth. But yeah, I would say if you see this stuff, just straight up report it, I think. The only thing you can do as the average person is just report it. Yeah, just do that. I think I will also more and more do that with the advertisements that are popping up, because the advertisements are literally the same. But yeah, like, comment, and subscribe. Crazy. This stuff is just so gross, man. It's terrible. Alright, next video. First of all, I need water. Which one do I want to do? First of all, let me quickly check Discord if something new came in. Yeah, you never know. That's the first one. Hey, Asmin. Holy shit, nah. Okay, which one was that one? Oh, yes. I'll do that one. This one. Oh, big boys. We got big people. We got big people. Anything funny to watch? Look at the mirror. Joke. I kid. We'll do this one. We'll do this one. Yeah, we'll do this one. I'd say. Like lighthearted. Do I have anything lighthearted here? I don't. I don't have anything lighthearted. It doesn't seem that way. No, I do not. Maybe I should find something eventually. Oh, I do actually. Never mind. I have Casual Geographic. We can do that after this one. I do have something. Anyways. And AI YouTuber products. We have that one too. The worst enablers on my 600. It'll be live by Big Craig. We'll see. We'll see. I've never watched my 600 pound live. I've never watched that. I've never did. But we'll see. We'll see.
Patients on my 600 pound life are some of the heaviest people living.
Also, I feel like
in the world today, but they don't all get to that point themselves. With most being bedbound and immobile, they rely on family members and partners to bring them food. And in this video, we're going to be looking at the worst enablers on the show, starting with Sean Milliken, who's
audio should be a little louder now. I feel like he's a little silent. Sean Milliken, interesting. I don't know who that is, obviously, because I don't watch that stuff. But yeah. I don't know how you could get to that point of that much weight. I know it's a lot of probably due to mental health issues, a lot of other stuff, but yeah. That is not me. I'm not that fat. Yeah. Could be me either. I am not fat at all.
His mother fed him to over 1,000 pounds, and his story.
What the fuck? 1,000? 1,000? How much is that in kilogram? How much is that in kilogram? So I get an understanding. $453 kilograms? Holy shit. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Bro is gonna sink a ship. Stocks light, I will kill you. I hope all the runs, I hope every single run in Uma Musume for you is absolutely horrendous ass. And for Joe, I hope you don't pull a single 5-star in Wooba for at least 3 banners. Yes, you have to go through pity 3 times. I don't care. Not even the only person on the show to get that high, but that's crazy. How did he even survive that?
Ended as you would probably expect. Sean featured in season 4 of the show, and his astonishing weight.
Can he cannot. Yeah, obviously he will not be walking. That's for sure. Body fat percentage 80. I don't wooba. I meant Joe. Not you. You don't win any runs anymore in Uma Musume.
Led Doctor now to estimate that he was the heaviest person alive at the time of recording, and it's easy to see how he got there. Sean begins his episode by stating he needed to look for outside help for his weight loss, but as we'll come to see, it was clear that the outside help was actually allowing him to put on this massive weight. He lives in California, and every morning as soon as he wakes up, he shuffles to the end of his bed so he can go to the toilet in his bedpan. That is about all Sean can do by himself, as he is totally
What a point to get to! That's horrible! At least it's not TCG Pocket. You won't get a single EX in this life.
and utterly bedbound, and so relies on his elderly mother to care for him, who is more than happy to do so.
Sean has to just totally be taken care of from head to toe. You know, everything has to be done for him.
Sean is 27 years old, however his mother has allowed him and in all honesty pushed him to live like a child. One Reddit commenter said that Renee infantilized him to the point of learned helplessness, and when you see her behaviour, it's hard to argue against that. Sean has actually been bedbound for the past 8 years, since he was 19, which is an absolutely absurd
Since he was 19, okay, 8 years. 27? 27? 27? That's 27! Bro, it's cooked. I watch the show all the time to keep myself from overeating, traumatizing myself so I don't get fat. Oh, that's crazy. That was his ball. I think it was, maybe not, but that's some massive balls. I didn't even think they would grow getting this fat.
Amount of time to be in bed, especially considering how young he still is. This is the first of his mother's enablement issues, as she has allowed him to stay in that bed and gain weight at a rapid pace. Although Sean does give a knee injury for the reason that he stayed in bed for so long, his mother was the one bringing him the food and allowing him to stay there. The second and main issue is the sheer volume.
Feeder? A feeder? That's what she is. She's a feeder, isn't she? Funny how the bags are all censored because don't do the, this is not sponsored.
Of food she allows Sean to consume. When he asks for a snack, she actually has a pen and paper ready next to her, as if this is a common occurrence and she's going to need to remember a lot.
Just a couple burgers and soda. Maybe medium fry. Oh, could you give me one of those caramel sundaes?
Sure, no problem. Sometimes it's just easier to give.
I am so scared. I was so scared. I don't think he wears anything. I don't think he has any clothes on. He's just naked. How does he even poop? And she literally, yeah, she has feeder behavior. How about instead of like, also, that's not snacks. It's not snacks. This is like, a snack would be like, oh, like a handful of potato chips. Not, or crisps. Not this. Technically, she's not a feeder because she isn't getting sexual gratification from it. She's just classed as an enabler. Okay. But do we know what's going on inside of the head? Kinda not.
What he wants, and unfortunately, I do that all the time.
Despite Sean needing 2 people to bathe him, Renee still allows him to eat and do whatever he wants, with seemingly no regard for his life. She reveals that people have actually said to her that what she is doing is going to him in the near future, which is some tragic foreshadowing.
I've had people tell me, you don't have to give him food just because he says he's hungry. But I'm a mom, and when your kids say, I'm hungry, mom, feed your kid.
Sean being treated like a baby by his mother has clearly spread into his mind too, as he gives a
I'm a mom! I'm gonna feed my son to death! Are we sure you won't get a YouTube notice because of this? Probably not. I won't get a strike or the worst they can do is copyright it.
very strange comparison to what food feels like to him, and feels like actually a bit of insight into how he thinks.
Food has kind of become my comfort, kind of like a child with their blankie.
Sean doesn't act like a man because he doesn't see himself as one, and has allowed his mother to just treat him like a baby his entire life. After Sean has been transported to Houston to see Dr. Now, he cries like a child when he's in pain, while he's being simply pushed around in a wheelchair.
Please stop! I can't go any further. Stop!
However, this isn't even the most shocking part of the segment.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. You are being crushed by your own weight. I am not surprised. Holy fuck, this is terrible. This is terrible. Not gonna lie, there should be government intervention if you reach that kind of mass. Bro, probably. Bro has his own gravitational pull at this point.
As Sean is so big and he's been eating fast food on the car journey to Houston, he seemed to lose the ability to control his bowels. This led Sean to having an accident in his chair, and his mother needing to come clean up after him.
Sean is used to his mother completely taking care of him. As long as she does everything for him, Sean has no reason to leave. and she controlled him with the food. We have to start making drastic changes with him, starting with his own situation.
Throughout the episode, Sean had many ups and downs, but his episode unfortunately ended in a double tragedy.
Of course, he has no control over anything, nothing. None of his body is really that much under control anymore. This puts a huge strain on his bones as well, and on his organs. It just makes sense that he's not gonna... Yeah, he's definitely dying. Because, you know, foreshadowing. I believe Disney's faking box office number, including our Avatar 2. Congratulations. I don't care about Disney, I'll be real.
His elderly mother died in 2017 due to kidney failure, and because Sean couldn't even make a sandwich on his own, he rapidly deteriorated after, succumbing to his weight at just 29 years old. Now, although Sean was essentially made to feel like an infant by his doting mother, Betty Jo and her husband Josh had a...
So, the mom died, and then he died. Crazy. Crazy.
very similar enablement issue. However, Josh had...
And nobody looked after him anymore after this? Wow.
Very different reasons for doing so. Appearing in season 3 of the show, Betty Jo weighs in at 654 pounds, and the reasons behind her rapid weight gain are made very clear at the beginning of her episode, with one YouTube commenter writing, he is more afraid of losing her to another man than he is to death.
She may be denied the surgery, or she can be approved, and then there's the risk of her dying on the table during the surgery. But my biggest fear is actually her dropping the weight and leaving me.
It is honestly really disgusting to hear that his biggest fear, more than her actually dying, is her losing weight. When the pair go to see Dr. Now, in typical Dr. Now fashion...
Her losing weight? Oh, that's terrible. Fat grows not the skeleton. Exactly. This just puts enormous strain on the skeleton, on the bones.
He calls Josh out for his very disturbing behavior, and even gives a potential reason as to why he does this.
Who does the grocery shopping?
She makes the list, I go get the stuff.
So you are her enabler.
Basically, I've stopped trying to argue with her.
I'm concerned that her husband may be the biggest problem. He's an enabler, but he's not overweight, which means he's feeding her because he may want her to be large.
Someone else who could see that Josh was doing more harm than good to Betty Jo was Shaun of Steel, who had this to say about her enabler husband.
I need Josh to help me change.
No, you don't. You need you. You don't need anybody but you. I got a quick 100 pounds you can lose right friggin' there. Buddy's gotta go.
Now, Sean mentions he knows a quick 100-pound weight loss, which...
True. True, technically, yeah, he's the problem, he gotta go. He absolutely has to go. In his actual episode, he did get more help after his mother's death, but he kept messing up. Oh, man. Technically, bones do grow. Yeah, that's true, but they won't grow beyond what they are what's already there, right? Of course, I think there's a sickness where like it causes immense bone growth. Some of them passed away after the 600-pound life. I'll request that video next week. I'll tell you tomorrow a video about after 600-pound life video. Okay.
Which obviously for Betty is to get rid of Josh, but I know an even quicker way to lose weight, and that is by subscribing to my newsletter, The Fat Loss Kitchen, where every Friday we send you high protein, low calorie meals for completely free. I even told Sean about this and showed him some of the meals we have coming up on there, and the cookbook, which is releasing at the end of May, and he was blown away by the quality of the food we have prepared. The meals are all calorie counted with serving sizes, time to cook, and even complexity scales. Emails are sent out on Friday evenings, so make sure to sign up soon to ensure you don't miss this week's newsletter. So back to Josh, his fears of losing Betty often manifests in just letting her eat as much food as she wants, whenever she wants. She piles plates high full of breaded chicken strips, and even worse, at the supermarket, Josh just follows her around and puts whatever she wants into the basket.
The way I see myself on the outside, I hate it. I feel judged. Like, look at that fat girl. But I know this is something that I did to myself.
He just lets her put in whatever she wants? Bro! Bones about just grow, they can shrink if a person's getting old. That too. You know, people get old and then they get smaller. Yeah, that makes sense. Damn, Frog's gonna even more smaller. It's just crazy. They just like walks behind her like a complete other fool and just puts in whatever she says he's supposed to put in. I'd be like, nah, enough, stop.
Mr. Princess.
The worst part hasn't even happened yet, as despite Josh feeding Betty Joe whatever she wanted at the beginning, Betty Joe did start to take a bit of accountability and ask him to make healthy meals. She did lose some initial weight and was eventually put through surgery. However, this caused Josh to actually become depressed because he saw Betty Joe bettering herself, claiming that it was damaging their relationship, with Shaun of Steel again stating how ridiculous this was.
Hey, wash his hair.
It hasn't.
I'm gonna go sit down. I know he cares, but I just feel like he's not motivated to help me.
I feel like we didn't even come down here, she wouldn't be how she is, and we'd be okay. I don't know what's going to happen with us. I don't know the damage that's going to be done in our relationship.
He's motivated to keep you down. That's all he's worried about right now, is keeping you...
Keeping you the way you are so he doesn't feel inferior. Well, how about this? Instead of crying, you could step up your game, but you won't do that. And yes, if she has lost all the weight, she should absolutely dump you. 100%.
As like with as little self-worth as he can. That's what he's worried about, because he draws his value from you being down, which is no way to live.
And these fears were confirmed after the pair went to get counselling together, and Josh repeated what we can already all see, that he does not want Betty Joe to lose weight, because if she does, she will probably leave him, which is no way to talk about someone you supposedly love.
Well, we've always had some issues, but for like the last 2 months now, we've just kind of been biting each other's heads off, I guess. We don't know how to communicate. In my opinion, it started when I had my surgery. The first night, he promised that he would stay at the hospital with me, and he didn't.
I wonder, Josh, what are you thinking or feeling? How has it affected you? The weight loss or the surgery, and just how has that changed your relationship?
I used to take care of her. I used to be her caregiver, do what she needs, but now she's starting to just be able to move around and stuff, and in a way.
Homie felt useless. That's crazy. That's crazy. Homie seemed actually... Homie considers himself useless now because he can act on her own. See, Shaun of Steel. Okay, Shaun of Steel is great. By the way, he used to be 605 pounds. Now he's 300 pounds. I know specifics there. Okay, yeah. See you at the next video. Take care, Cricket. Skeleton grows upwards more compared to sideways. It's like putting you in a water balloon and making you walk, pretty much.
That really scares me because I don't want her to leave me.
Since the show aired, it seems like Betty Joe has lost a bit of weight, and surprisingly, she's still with her husband Josh. The same thing can't be said about Lupe and her husband, or now ex-husband Gilbert, who actually went through a breakup while filming the episode for a shocking reason. Lupe Samano appeared in season 4 of the show, and at just 39 years old, weighed a staggering 642 pounds. Living out in California, her episode starts with a disturbing scene of her waking up with an oxygen mask on. The most shocking part about Lupe is just how short she is. At just 5 foot tall, the 642
Holy fuck! 5 feet? Over 600 pounds? That's crazy.
Frame meant that she was totally and utterly bedbound and relies entirely on her husband Gilbert, who says he feels more like a carer.
I feel helpless. It's just me taking care of her more than us having a marriage. You know, I guess you could say intimacy is impossible. This is way harder than I thought it was gonna be. But, you know, I love her and that's what keeps me going.
Lupe has heart and kidney.
That just made me very, very, very uncomfortable. That just made me very, very uncomfortable. But, you know, sometimes you have to see stuff like that to show how dangerous this can be. And yes, Then why did you just not? Why did you just not stop her? Why didn't you not do anything? You're a husband.
Issues as well as being diabetic and has already fallen into a diabetic coma before, so it's safe to say she's quite literally on the verge of death due to her size. Despite this, Gilbert still waits on her hand and foot and feeds her whatever she wants, which includes a full box of donuts, which is so full they
A full fucking box?
had to wrap it with tape, and things get even worse when Lupe finally meets with Dr. Now.
What seems to be your biggest challenge with your eating habit?
I'm an emotional eater. I get bad anxiety, and then I'll eat food until I get sick.
Who brings you the food?
My husband and my family.
They don't realize that they are killing you?
I know.
No?
I think they do, but they do it because they love me.
Okay.
As everyone acknowledges Gilbert is her enabler, Dr. Now emphasizes that Lupe must not gain any more weight, which initially goes alright, losing around 60 pounds in her first weigh. However, the next weigh-in did not go so well. While at a meeting with Dr. Now, she tries to use the toilet, and after trying for a while to squeeze into the actual room itself, she proceeds to get stuck in the toilet. This is due to the fact that after losing the initial—
Oh fuck! She got stuck in the toilet!
60 pounds, she gained another 82 pounds, putting her—
She got even fatter? Bro.
her net weight gain at 20 pounds since starting the program. And we all know where all of this food has come from, Gilbert.
So you start over, because if you don't, you're not going to make it. I'm keeping you in the hospital to start controlled diet again. You're down to your last chance. Do you understand? This is such self-destructive behavior. And her husband, Gilbert, is helping to kill her. We'll need to address their dynamic in the long run. But for now, we need to get her health and her weight under control again.
This has been a bit of a wake-up call for me.
However, it seems like Gilbert wouldn't be given much of a chance to change after Lupe caught him flirting with girls on Facebook and even trying to meet up with them.
Oh, he's a cheater. Take care of yourselves, y'alls. For sure. For sure. This video is a perfect, fat, anti-fat weapon. Holy shit. We gotta lose more weight. Hi, tourist. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. That is crazy. Yeah, he's cheating. Dump him immediately.
And I have to go on there and find out myself. There's all kinds of chicks. That's so disrespectful, you know? It gets me, it irks me.
We're just sending scriptures out with no pictures of me and just of God and, you know, the news and stuff like that. I'm here clicking and grabbing anyone I can that I can send that message out. I'm trying to spread the word out, and you're upset because I added a chick on there.
If you're spreading God's word, why would I go on there and I see all kinds of chicks, especially showing their boobs? Come on, Gilbert. If there's
Yeah, you're not spreading the word of God. I'm sorry. You're just cheating. The cold, harsh truth is that you are cheating.
someone you want to reach out to, and if it's a woman, have your wife do it. It's called respect because you're married.
Okay.
Lupe didn't break up with him immediately, and they spent a bit more time together after this, but it seemed like Lupe got sick of his enabler and liar behavior, and according to this Reddit thread from around the time the episode aired, they have officially divorced. This is similar to Zarlin and her husband, who has been called trash, unsupportive, and repulsive in multiple YouTube videos, and honestly, it's very easy to see why.
It's really hard to talk about Gareth because, you know, he wants a fat wife. He wants what he's physically attracted to. That's what he wants.
Oh, so that's a feeder. This time we got the feeder, though. This time we got the... No, he was not, tourist. This time we got the feeder. Interesting.
Has a physical preference for his sexual needs that requires me to be bigger than, you know, just fat. I realized I've been telling myself a lie, and that lie was killing me. Big can't be beautiful when it means my daughter may not have a mother.
Despite Zarlin weighing almost 600 pounds and being very motivated to lose weight, her husband has been the one holding her back. Zarlin is capable of going to the grocery store by herself and picking out what she wants, so she ultimately is the one making these bad food choices.
It's really, really good. It's so sugary, sweet, and delicious. I just want to make love to them with my mouth. Exactly. It's
Bro. That's terrible. Don't say it like that. Don't say you want to make love to things with your mouth. That mouth tapered. Enough. No more food.
like a sexual thing for me, obviously.
This obviously is supported by her husband, Gareth.
Fooding? Instead of gooning? Interesting.
Gareth, who admits himself that he wants not just an obese partner, but a super morbidly obese partner, even comparing her to food.
I'm a little bit sad because, you know, I like bigger women, so it's a little upsetting to lose what you like. But I mean, gonna have to get over it.
You already have to be such a negative Nancy.
We'll see. Let's hope it doesn't turn around to bite us in the butt. I've always liked bigger women. Why settle for a hot dog when you can have a steak?
Comparing his wife.
Why could you settle for a salad if you could have a cheeseburger? Not a cheeseburger. A double quadruple Big Mac. Instead of gooning, it's gobbling. That is crazy. That is crazy. Wow.
To food and saying it is upsetting to lose what he likes shows his disgusting mindset going into this. He really doesn't want her to lose weight and makes it blindingly obvious that he was a big part of the reason that she's in this position in the first place. Now look, clearly she can't work. She sits at home eating, supported by Gareth. This is just a start though, as he actually starts to act in an awful way towards Zarlin, which was noticed by people on Reddit. In a thread with 400 upvotes talking about how awful Gareth was, one commenter went a step further. I wanted to punch him throughout the episode. That man would have gladly sacrificed his wife, his child's mother, for his own sexual pleasure. And this was shown literally the day after Zarlin had her weight loss surgery, as Gareth gave her a completely tone-deaf comment.
Oh my God, I'm so happy you asked. I've lost 78 pounds. So you're sick? Why didn't you go to work?
I couldn't sleep. If it makes you feel any better, me and Brandon, we went to the cycle stand.
Okay. On that note, I'm gonna go ahead and go. I'll talk to you later. All right. Talk to you.
The fuck? What the fuck is wrong with him? Well, we know what's wrong with him. He has a weird fetish. Here is what I'm saying. We listen and we judge. Why settle with one meal when you can eat 10 meals? Yeah, that's what he believes, or at least that's what it feels like.
Later.
Honestly, good on Zarlin for putting the phone down on him, but what was going through his head? Talking about going to the taco stand, knowing she can't have one, and actually seeming annoyed that she talked about her weight loss. When Zarlin was discharged from hospital, Gareth picked her up and continued his awful attitude.
I was expecting to look a lot skinnier straight after, man.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint.
Fuck? Bro, get the divorce papers, I'm not gonna lie. Get them immediately, fuck it.
You, but I haven't lost 75 pounds.
I'm not looking to do no dieting, mind. I mean, I'll be considered around you eating, but I'm not looking to do no dieting.
I don't think Gareth is going to be someone who's going to help me.
And Zarlin was right, as the next scene is genuinely very upsetting, as Gareth takes her to a drive-thru. On the way home from surgery, he waves burgers and chips in her face. And honestly, even though I've covered so many of these 600-pound life episodes now, this was a tough watch.
Oh yeah, I smell bacon. Bacon makes everything right. Don't be tempted now.
I'm not even a little bit tempted.
Eating my food. You want chip?
If he's going to go ahead and try and tempt me like this, it's hurtful. It's a little bit nauseating, to be honest.
Oh, my burger. Which one?
I think I married a jerk, but I think he doesn't know any other way. I don't know if I'm gonna have Gareth's support, but I can't turn back now.
Yeah. Just ditch him at this point. Just ditch him. Nobody needs somebody like that. It's like refusing to support your wife through chemo because cancer turns you on. Bro. I want to say that's a ridiculous comparison, but it's actually kind of true. I wonder if those people actually exist.
This is the exact type of behavior that got her in this position in the first place, and honestly, we can't expect anything different from Gareth. When Zarlan starts eating her diet, he belittles her, calling her food crap and pretending to be sick when he sees it. Luckily, Zarlan was mentally strong and not only lost a ton of weight during the show, but she actually found the strength to leave that awful relationship. Now, although Zarlan was the one being abused, the next patient was actually the one doing the abusing to enable him to get food, and that was Stephen Asante, by far and away the most disgusting star to ever appear on my 600 £. life. Now, if you're a subscriber of the channel, and if you've made it this far without subscribing, I would appreciate it if you were, because the majority of people watching my videos probably aren't subscribed, but if you are, you'll 100% know about.
Exactly. For real. You should subscribe to me as well. And to this guy, obviously. So yeah. It's just awful. It's just awful that the person that's supposed to love you doesn't support you in bettering yourself. I mean, genuinely bettering yourself, right? Not the guilt tripping stuff, right? But it's crazy. He's manipulating her into breakup. It's like telling a recovering alcoholic you're going to a bar and buying the most expensive drink. No, it's not a good it's a good comparison. The weight loss surgery will save her life. Without it, she will die. Yeah, true. It's just crazy. It's just wild.
Stephen Asante. Stephen is well known for abusing hospital staff and just being an all-around awful person. But in order to get to where he is now, he had to have some help, and that came in the form of his father. The first major example of this was on the road trip to see Dr. Now. Stephen constantly asking his father to stop for food, calling him from the back of the moving truck which was transporting him.
Don't you think you made of money? Hello? I'm feeling very weak. And if something happens to me, you're gonna be very...
I've seen this guy somewhere before. I can't pinpoint it, but I've seen the dude somewhere before. I actually have.
Sorry. Welcome to the real Steven.
That's what I heard every day of the week at my house. Him, what am I gonna eat? What am I gonna eat? What am I gonna eat?
The most surprising part is when Justin says, does he think you're made of money? Which just confirms the fact that Stephen's father is paying for the food he eats. This is made even more annoying due to the fact his father actually gives in and does stop to allow Stephen to eat a large Subway, of course funded by his father. If you want to see more about Stephen, including his cupboard full of pizzas and his abuse of hospital staff, click the video that's on your screen now to see the biggest failures ever on my 600 £.
The biggest failures. Pun intended.
Life, and make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss a video.
Well, that's the end of the video. That was horrible. That was horrible. There's plenty of enablers that do this in plain sight, actually. Remember, it's not only people like that. It's also nowadays fat influencers who say health at all size and you're pretty the way you are. You don't need to change anything. If your weight causes you health issues, you must change something. Or you're gonna die. Or worse. There are things worse than dying, which is being this fat and suffering for 20, 30, 40 years. Nobody wants that. Nobody does. Awful. Absolutely awful. Wow, that was terrible. Where's my water? That was awful. Very awful. Bro. The biggest, fattiest, chunkiest failures. Alright, now something more chill. Now something more normal.
Butterflies have been...
Something, real quick, something more normal. Something that isn't vomit-inducing. Something more chill. I'd argue. Alrighty. Why butterflies are not your friend, but some sharks are, by Casual Geographic. As far as I'm aware, there are some diabolical butterflies out there that do some really weird and horrible shit. So yeah, we went from fat loss to butterflies and sharks. Let's go.
Butterflies have been known to drink blood, and that's honestly not even the worst part.
Yeah, vampire butterflies. They exist. They do exist. They do. These are not Some of them are not nice.
Butterflies will do this weird ass thing called mud puddling, and basically it's when they try to suck the nutrients out of any organic matter. Which is why these necroflies will suck the blood from the bodies of animals that have already tapped out of life. There's a species of butterfly in Spain that is attracted to the smell of a fresh corpse, and they'll pull up to the body just to get a taste. They'll do this mud puddling thing with...
Homie pulls up. Homie actually pulls up, sees a dead body and be like, yes, a fine drink.
rotten fruit, literal deuces on the ground. Some will even drink the tears of other animals like sleeping birds or reptiles like turtles.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. They drink tears. Okay. That's actually kind of cool. Bro, imagine you're like out there crying and then a frickin' butterfly comes up and starts drinking your tears.
There's even a type of butterfly that'll go out of its way to irritate the eyes of turtle and caiman to force them to tear up just so they can drink the tears for minerals. And because they don't discriminate, they'll do it to you too. In fact,
actually that's kind of wild. You just pull up to like a bootleg alligator, a bootleg crocodile and be like, yes, I'm gonna annoy you until you give me your tears. I'm gonna literally make you cry.
There are some butterflies that are attracted to human sweat. Also, unrelated fact, most of a butterfly's taste buds are on its feet. So the next time a butterfly...
so if a butterfly lands on me, he's tasting me?
Lands on your hand and makes you feel special, just know he's using you. Once he gets his taste, he'll just leave you and move on to the next. This butterfly...
Using me, that sounds terrible. That sounds actually awful. Butterflies are disgusting, moths are better. I don't know. If it looks like a butterfly, it flies like a butterfly, it's a butterfly. I'm gonna make the differentiation. I know they're not the same, but I don't care.
Butterflies are just boys with wings. Let's talk about the bird that drinks literal blood. This is a...
Why are these guys so freaky? Why are these birds? Why are these bugs so freaky? When animals have tears, yes, animals have tears. Like if you irritate their eyes are gonna throw out the liquid. We call that tears.
The vampire finch. This tiny lure is found only on the islands of the Galapagos. The vampire finch will peck at larger birds like the... I don't think guidelines will let me say this bird's name, but I'm gonna let the comments do it for me. These finches will peck at the birds until eventually the skin breaks and blood starts oozing out, which they will drink. Scientists believe this started because the finches would eat the parasites off the birds but accidentally break skin and draw blood in the process. But then they started drinking the homemade Kool-Aid and decided to make it culture. So now they just see bigger birds as flying blood banks.
Bro, these are wild, bro. You didn't know animals have tears? Probably not. You did not know. Bro, this is crazy. They're vampire birds. So you're telling me that these guys evolved from eating parasites to sucking the blood out of birds. Blue-legged boobies. The blue-legged boobies! Wait. The Smurfs? How is the female Smurf called? There's also blue-legged boobies.
Doesn't really hurt the bird that it's getting it from, and the vampire finch gets free calories to keep it alive during a drought. It's not the only thing that can drink blood without a law degree. Some bats and butterflies be on the same type of time. The more you know.
Is that a showering rat? That's a showering rat. Wait, is that Asmongold?
Okay, so two things. One, that's not a rat. It's a South American flavored rodent called a paca.
That's not a rat. Never mind. Oh, gotta go. Bye-bye. Take care, Eliza. That's not a rat. That's a pacorana. Hey, it looks like a ginormous guinea pig. Hey, if not friend, why friend shaped? Also, bro was just showering. Is he also shower singing?
It's like a travel-sized capybara. And two, pacaranas have really sensitive skin, and putting soap on it removes essential oils from it. So best case, the soap is just mildly irritating to them. Worst case, this not a rat is in legitimate pain and is desperately trying to get it off. Either way, it's not a good look. Not to mention, if that soap isn't pet friendly, let's be real, it probably isn't. There's a good chance it could be burning its skin. Because I definitely just ruined this video for y'all, here's a Pacarana cleaning itself but without the soap.
This looks like bro's actually showering. This looks so cute though. Nature, you get what you can. How's Baloo from Jungle Book? Yeah. That looks so cool though. They're like little men showering. Local Reddit mod in a shower be like.
And as promised, here's 10 facts about this guy. It's not a rat, it's a South American rodent known as a Pacarana. It's basically an economy-sized capybara. And despite what you might think, they're super clean and will spend hours washing themselves every single day, which is a lot better than some people. They can tip the scales at over 30 pounds, making them as heavy as the average 2-year-old. They're the third heaviest rodent behind beavers and the walking vibe check above. You
Bobber? Not a rat. Fake Asmund cold alarm. They're like little men showering. Because they are like little men showering. I mean, look at them. They're like washing in their armpits and like, what do you mean? That's not even a bad quote.
Probably never seen one before because they're usually only active at night and there's only few places in the world you can find them. But your best chance would be booking a one-way to Peru, Bolivia, or Venezuela. Sometimes they get put on a shirt by farmers that see them as pests, but a lot.
Homies drink. Look at this. Bro is ascended. Bro has started drinking Gatorade and just started gooning. Bro is ascended. Look at this. Holy shit. This shit is peak. Holy fuck, it's peak. I have ascended.
A lot of people have them as pets because they're low maintenance, quiet, and friendly towards humans when raised by them. They're cute now, but 2 million years ago there was a giga version of.
Bro, that's a ginormous guinea pig.
Them that grew to 5 feet long and could be in the same weight class as a car at up to 3,500 pounds. And this hippo rat was estimated to have a bite force 3 times stronger than tigers today. Lucky for the world, they were and are vegans that eat mostly fruits, leaves, and plant stems.
That looks crazy. Look at. Can I just say you could dress this guy up to have aura? Look at him. He's just a dressed up little dude. Aura, bro, could aura farm.
You'll never guess.
He's even using a little spoon. I need this Gatorade clip. I want it as my profile picture. Zahando? Is this like give me a cracker type of thing, or is he preparing a glory hole?
What this is. So the story goes, an Australian homeowner nearly caught a heart attack when she saw a hairy foot with large claws poking out of her bathroom ceiling. And of course, it's Australia, so you kinda have to expect the worst. What she didn't expect was a Pokemon. The intruder turned out to be a brush-tailed.
Oh, that's so cute! I want it! Yeah, I'm going. Maybe Australia is not the dark continent that I think it is. Look at him! Look at his ginormous ears. His big eyes. He's just the better mouse. He is just a superior mouse.
Possum. If you called him Pikachu, nobody would blame you. And even though it looks like a beach blonde squirrel, as a marsupial, it's more related to kangaroos and koalas. They're normally not this color. Golden brushtails only exist because of a genetic mutation that causes low levels of the pigment melanin. Which is why these unseasoned possums look fresh out the Pokeball. It's not even the first time. They have a habit of constantly breaking and entering. One brushtail possum broke into an Australian bakery and proceeded to eat as many.
Yeah, nah, I'm good. I'm taking that one. If I ever go to Australia, they will not catch me. I will get one like that. I don't care. I don't care. This is super duper friend shaped.
Many pastries as his stomach would allow before anyone could stop him. This is how they found him. Oh, he's guilty, but he regrets nothing.
The Charcusi. The Charusi? The Shusi? I know some of y'all would. I know some of y'all would. I know some of y'all would. I can't even blame you.
This picture looks creepy, but there's actually a pretty heartwarming story behind it. Rick Anderson is an Australian diver who's been exploring the ocean off New South Wales for more than 30 years. One day he was diving as usual when a shark approached him. The shark was a harmless baby Port Jackson shark that swam right up to him. Rick didn't make any sudden moves to avoid scaring her. Yeah, the shark.
If not, that's also friendship. Why is everything friend-shaped?
Shark's a girl. Started to pat her and even cradle her in his arms. Yeah, we are still talking about a shark. Also, this was 7 years ago. Now every time Rick enters the water, the shark will immediately rush over to him and brush against his
Love on first shark? I guess. Love on first shark. Is it like giving me a cracker, or is he like preparing a glory hole? I know some of you would. I can't even blame you. Fuck no. Yes you would. If I go to Australia, I turn into a Pokemon master for real. Bro's just petting a shark.
Legs. And when he holds out his arms, the shark takes it as an invitation to lay on them. In the 7 years he's known her, the shark went from a 6-inch pup to a 6-foot adult. Despite this, they're still able to instantly recognize each other. He's basically his dog and acts like it too. Doesn't even like feed her or anything, the shark's just actively choosing to be around him. Just like you'd expect from any healthy long-term relationship, she's even met his family. Rick eventually introduced his 3 kids to the shark, who got a hug from each. Moral of this video: sharks are really just the pit bulls of the ocean.
Meet the real-life cat dog.
So there's actually a story behind this.
Just an Asian dog. But yeah, I'm gonna get an aquarium. I'm gonna get a shark dog like that.
It was one fine day with a wolf and a purr. This baby was born, and as you'd expect, it caused quite a stir. You're a goat if you got that reference, but nah, it's one of the oldest and rarest dog breeds in the world, the Hmong dog. It's an ancient dog that was believed to be first bred by an ethnic group of people from China and Southeast Asia known as the Hmong tribe. And this cat dog was really popular in the mountainous regions of Vietnam, where they were used as hunting partners and guardians. Since most believe this dog happened when a native dog was bred with a jungle wolf, they still retained a lot of their hunting instincts. Which means even though they look like the product of a really questionable one-night stand, they'll chase and erase any cats they run into. Like for real, you don't want them around cats, they will always be on sight. Because they were used to hunt, they're really trainable to the point where even the Vietnamese police will use them for police stuff, I guess. And because they're so rare, getting a purebred Hmong can make your wallet at least $1,000 lighter. For a purebred puppy, your kids might not go to college. Because they were spawned in the cold, rainy mountains, they have a thick...
Gonna be honest. I'm sacrificing my kids' money to get a dog like that. I don't care. Nah, I like Australian. I like Central Asian shepherds, like my Luna. That's a big girl. I love those. I love big dogs. Big dogs are best dogs.
Fur coat to keep them warm, and probably the reason why they're so expensive. Also, you might know this guy. This little dude from Vietnam is named Sui, and he's actually a crossbreed between Hmong and I'm actually not sure.
Crossbreed between Hmong and cannabis. Weed? Looks like a weed. Looks like a weed dog. Even got the sniffing stuff here.
Sure what else he is. All I know is that I would commit very much first degree for him. Life, no parole, no questions asked. Here's a fact you definitely didn't ask for. Tadpoles will scream underwater to avoid getting eaten by cannibals. This is an Argentinian wide-mouthed frog, and it's the most ambitious cannibal.
Wait, homie's just screaming? How does that? Is this like a Guzzlord thing where it's just a dude screaming? Search Tibetan Mastiff. Okay. Let me check. Tibetan Mastiff. Holy fuck! That is a dog. That's almost a lion. The lion dog. That's massive. That's a big boy. Big boy. Massive boy.
In the world. Not only will they go out of their way to eat their own kind, wide-mouths have been known to try swallowing frogs physically bigger than they are, even if it means choking to death. In fact, these frogs will keep shoving food down their throats until their stomach rips open. And it turns out even tadpoles will eat the babies of...
They do not care. They do not care. Just everything goes. Kids, I have the 2 good news. today. First, we're getting a cute, super cute puppy. Second, you don't have to go to school tomorrow. W in my book.
Other species of frogs, but they don't eat each other. These tadpoles will let out a short but high-pitched scream whenever they come into contact with another tadpole that's probably trying to take them off the senses. And scientists believe that scream is the only thing stopping the bigger tadpoles from friendly firing all their siblings. Which is why if you touch one of these tadpoles with an object like a spatula, it'll literally scream for its life. But of course, once they're adults, no amount of screaming will stop him from bundying his entire family reunion. Because I could be wrong, but this is the only animal in the world that'll literally unalive itself just by overeating. Except, nah, I'm not going there. Some of these frogs will pass.
Humans do too. Humans do too. By the way, cannabis is very poisonous for pets. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that humans can do that too.
Pac-Man everything until the buildup of fat causes them to go blind. Oh, and then they.
This right here is a bush turkey. Smoke it.
That right there is the heaviest flying.
A bush turkey? Tibetan Mastiff, the real big dog. Yeah, but mine is used to piss off bears and lions. I don't know if those are used to that.
Thing on the planet, it's called a Cory bustard. They're found in Africa, and the biggest ones can tip the scales at over 40 pounds. It's like a 5-year-old being able to fly. When they want to attract a mate, they make this loud booming call. When they want to flex on you, they sound just like Bowser. This Saharan steroid goose has a gullet pouch that inflates like a white balloon, which they use to make those mating calls while also dancing for female validation. Sometimes two male bustards will square up and spend an hour smashing their bodies into one another while also trying to stab their rival until one eventually taps out. The winner gets all the females in the area, and he'll get every last one of them pregnant and then play no part in raising any of the children. Basically every...
Like a true alpha. Like a true alpha. First, I'm gonna fill their bellies, and then I need to get my milk. True and real.
Bustard's a bastard. Also, this African bush tweety can have a wingspan of over 9 feet, and apparently they have no fear of humans. They probably should. Since they're loudest in the morning, being neighbors with one means you wake up to this. If you're a gym bro or broette, you can probably thank one animal for it. This absolute unit is Charles Atlas. As a kid, he was a scrawny 97-pound weakling that would get sand kicked in his face.
Remember, guys, this is small nowadays. This is considered small nowadays. Just saying.
No, seriously, it actually happened. Buddy was too poor to go to the YMCA, so after being inspired during a trip to the zoo, he came up with his own workouts based on dynamic tension. Basically, the idea of pitting one muscle against another. Not only did Mr. Atlas become a walking vibe check, he would go on to sell his workout program to millions. And fun fact, one of his clients was David Prowse, aka the dude that played Darth Vader. All this clout meant Charles Atlas became known as the grandfather of the modern fitness and bodybuilding industry. And this was all because when he was a 97-pound kid, he visited a zoo where he was inspired by... Yeah. So...
Holy shit. Wow.
Inspired by...
Yo! That's a biceps! Holy shit! Bro can throw hands! Bro is gonna... Bro, if a lion could do some arm wrestling, you might be cooked. That's crazy. Look at this. Look at his big buff boy.
Yeah. So if swole is the goal and size is the prize, Tony the Tiger is the reason why. The more you know. Actually, another fun fact. A tiger's legs are so strong that they can remain standing even when they're dead. Now the more you know. Here's how rats got banned from an entire part of Canada. Alberta's the only place in the world inhabited by people with no res-
What? They got banned? End of terms of service? Well, that's wild.
Residential population of rats, and rats are forbidden from establishing there. Meaning if a rat illegally enters Alberta, he and his entire bloodline will be erased with extreme prejudice. It all started when the Alberta government decided they were not having that rat nonsense on their side and declared war on them. But unlike Australia, they were actually ready. They claimed...
You get deported. You get deported as a rat. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. They can also hunt crocodiles. Damn.
rats to be the biggest threat to national security and so created the Rat Control Program. Like, they would have conferences on how to stop rats from ratting. 2,000 posters and 1,500 pamphlets were passed around railroad stations, post offices, schools, basically anywhere you could see them. The US had a war on terrorism, but Alberta had a war on rodents. Any population of Jerry's that were discovered were quickly removed from the
Attack on Rat. Where is Rat Aaron? Where is Rat Aaron?
The census with zero discrimination. Any rat that
Aaron Rattler
past the Alberta-Saskatchewan border was basically signing a death certificate. Of course, this meant pet rats were very illegal, and possession of one could make your wallet a $5,000 fine lighter. I cannot express enough how on-site they were about this. In 2004, someone released 38 rats in Calgary, but by the time officers arrived, yes, officers were called, it was that serious. The rats were already past tense by residents armed with brooms to—
Remember, guys, since this is an animal video, here's a little fun fact. I've told that already. In Bavaria, there was a lake, like a bathing lake, right? And a catfish started nibbling on people because people entered its habitat. And some Karen called the police. And then the police pulled up and shot the catfish. Yes, you heard that right. They shot the catfish. The police pulled up because of a fish and they shot the catfish. Ain't that crazy? And now two weeks later, another catfish pulled up and does the exact same thing. It's the revenge of the catfish.
2x4s and shovels, and whoever did it was promised a $190,000
Not to confuse with Gorlock the Destroyer, that's a cat whale.
fine. They were not f***ing around. There's even a hotline you can call in case you see—
Do your part, report a rat. If you see a rat, email a photo. Holy shit. That is crazy. That is wild. That is, bro, that is some beef. That is some hater energy. That is some peak hater energy.
A rat. After 70 years of rat genocide, Alberta is now the only place on the planet where you can find
raticide.
People, but almost no rats whatsoever. If a rat is sighted, it's almost guaranteed to make the 6 o'clock news. Moral of this video: don't be bringing that rat over there. They not have.
That's pretty much the end of the video. That was crazy. That was wild. I did not expect the raticide. I for real did not expect that. Alberta said, yeah, no more rats. I did not expect that. That was crazy. Okay. What fucking politician wife was stolen by 20 rats in the trench coat? I do not know. But they hate the rats. Bro, can Asmongold even go to Alberta in this case? I'm just questioning. He might not be allowed to go there. Regardless, that was wild. Like, comment, and subscribe. That was crazy. Bro, that's some hater energy for the rats. That is wild. Bro. It just is. Okay, I can remove this one too. And what next? Let me see. Let's do can't decide. I'm gonna do this one.
This is going.
Chat. Dating. We gonna be talking about dating. No, you do not want to be nonchalant by Kaseya? Kaseja? Interesting. About dragons. You know what? We'll do this. We'll do the dragon first. Fuck it. We'll do the dragon first. We're gonna do the dragon first. Why not? Since the Cocos is here, we can do the dragons first, and then we'll do that. No, you do not want to be nonchalant. Anyways, so you want to slay a dragon by Curious Archive. First of all, whether you want to slay a dragon or can slay a dragon does not matter. There are no dragons. I know, blasphemy. The dragon believers will hate me. But yeah, let's see. I have a very simple solution to how to slay a dragon. One word. No, actually 3 words. Hammer. Bonk, bonk. Let's go.
Step 1.
Bonk! See? My man, you have a dragon in your chat. You are not a dragon. You're a Polish man with an attitude.
If only it was that simple, you think, as the train rattles on.
It is that simple. It is that simple. Go into Monster Hunter, select the hammer, and just go bonk.
But what should step 1 be? You should have finished your presentation yesterday. When you arrive, the city council will demand answers on how to slay the dragon. Okay, step 1, use bait. No, it doesn't have to be gold. Anything shiny will do.
Anything shiny would do. Gold will probably be the easiest one, I would assume. Attracting a dragon with gold will be the easiest one. That's probably how you would get Smog? Smog? Mog? I don't know how to pronounce his name. From The Hobbit. That's an easy one.
Dragons behave a bit like bowerbirds or collectors of vintage Garfield merch. They hoard bright objects to make their nest more desirable. And these days, that usually just means random bits of trash, so yeah. To lure a dragon, you can keep your gold, unless you have a few hundred carats lying around, in which case, leave it with me for safekeeping, huh? Will that joke land, you wonder? These people do think they're being attacked by a dragon, after all. Although you're pretty sure it's just an overgrown phoenix or something.
Phoenix, Flame Elemental, Bigfoot with the charcoal grill? Ah, AI Bigfoot.
Well, step 2, avoid eye contact as you approach. Despite what you may remember from movies or history or 6th grade biology, dragons and lesser drakes won't attack unless confronted directly. So, as you would any...
Wait, what? Don't look, wait. They're at Jurassic Park 1 T-Rex? That's crazy. Anything shiny, Poke's bald head, shiny AF, except I'm not bald. We can get Tectone though. Tectone should work. Calling up Tectone right now. While I have a request, sure.
Large predator, keep your eyes on the ground, no photos, and you should be fine. Not that anyone ever listens to that one. Ugh, the train's rattling is giving you a headache. A few seats forward, locals are loudly gossiping about the beast. I don't understand why they don't just catch the cretin in a big net. A big net? Would that work? God, no, you're losing your mind. Harold, if you let a dragon live, it'll ruin the countryside. You stare out at the countryside the dragon will supposedly ruin. There's less and less space for dragons anywhere these days, but for centuries that's just the way things have been headed. The very pace of modern life is at odds with magical creatures, everyone knows that.
I've seen this dragon before, I've seen this movie before. That the dragon was from. I don't just know which movie it is. But yeah. You could also just use, you know, a rocket launcher.
A teacher once told you that almost 4 times as many people now live in cities than lived, period, at the dawn of the 20th century, with over 3,000 tons of infrastructure per person. Civilization is a creeping Goliath of metal and concrete and rules that frankly doesn't have room for giant, unpredictable f***ing reptiles, so... Right, step 3. Confirm the dragon must be slain. This one's pretty quick if the culprit has damaged A. houses, B. crops, or C. local pets. So B, in this case, according to the news, then an official like myself can give you a price estimation for its extermination. But couldn't we just leave it alone? Harold continues, distracting you.
I see no issue. Play Raise 2 on Armor Games. I'll look at that. I don't buy this Dragon license, Slayer license. Yeah, I don't think he has one. I don't know. Seems like something from the black market you can buy. I don't see that.
Harold, for God's sake, it isn't natural. Actually, that's a common misconception. You think dragons...
It isn't natural. It isn't natural. I remember, Wade, you know what that reminds me of? It isn't natural. You know those wiener dog memes with like the caption, "It isn't natural," posted towards gay people? That's what I'm gonna post to dragons, like a dragon slayer, and it's like, it isn't natural. Would say play raise 1, but for 1 first, but 2 is pretty good. It's on browser, but way advanced of its time. We'll see, maybe. They talk about dragons the same way they talk about fake titties. So true.
Are dangerous, but they're an inherent part of the food web. Some have even argued their removal causes unicorn populations to spiral out of control and ends up harming the biosphere long term. You know the extermination of wolves affected regions in similarly unpredictable ways, even changing the shape of rivers.
Yeah, there is a lot of deer now here in Europe, so they have to terminate plenty of deer once a year. Or once a while, where they're like literally like farming deers like they're farming XP. Yeah, some certain viewers should not pull up here in Europe. They don't like deer. One of the first games I ever played. Maybe I'll play it. Maybe I can't guarantee anything.
As unchecked herbivores diminished vegetation, which worsens soil erosion. There's a term for these sorts of spiraling disasters. Trophic cascades, you think? You consider adding this to your presentation, but it's not really the sort of thing officials like to hear. You're arriving at the city now. It's just like every other city you've been to. Its size about city-sized. Its population roughly average.
It's about its size is about city-sized. And what is city-sized? Yes, it's city-sized.
You get off the train and become another face in the crowd. City Hall is close to the station, and once inside, you follow the signs to the office of a council member. You hear to slay the dragon, the official grunts when you enter. The man
I'm questioning this since the first second. Why should I slay the dragon? If I could just lay the dragon. Why should I not just go for the Dragusi? Why should I not go for the Dragusi? I just don't see no point. You know, get some dragon monster girl, mate. Well, I would do that. I have a frog, but, you know, some for the homies out there? Go for the Dragusi.
Smells vaguely of ricotta cheese and wet socks. His name tag says Gary, but his desk says Brian. Wait, so which is it? You shake hands, but he doesn't introduce himself.
You got a PowerPoint on how to slay it or what?
Oh yes, I've prepared a presentation. That's almost finished, you think. He grunts again and waves you towards a weird-looking chair in the corner, and while he steps out, you think. He grunts again and waves.
Because you're trying to kill me, not an anime girl? Who said that you weren't layable? I could call a dragon layer. Anyways, this looks like the cuck chair. I'm gonna be honest, is that Sneako's chair? That might be Sneako's chair.
You towards a weird-looking chair in the corner, and while he steps out, you open your laptop and hastily resize images for Step 4, Determine Extermination Method. Swords and other melee weapons are of course traditional, you've written, but that usually means contracting a knight, and there's a reason why that's fallen out of practice. Aside from their wins historically being against smaller worms and lindworms, knights tend to be massive c***s, so you're better off working with a safety liaison like myself.
Massive cucks or fucks? This could be moon. I think it's cucks. I'm gonna go with cucks. You heard it here first. Knights like cucking.
For extermination, we recommend using a large amount of a poisonous compound like sodium cyanide or a small amount of fairy dust, but only if you have access to a hazmat suit in a Class 3 fallout shelter. Ugh. You're debating removing the fairy dust suggestion altogether when Brian Gary pops back in and says,
No time for presentations. Tell me as we drive.
Perplexed, you follow the man out a back entrance where a 2009 Toyota Camry is parked beside a dumpster. He opens the door and you climb inside. Sorry, where are we going? You ask, probably too late as you're already in a moving vehicle with the man. Brian Gary says nothing, just floors it through a red light. God, why'd they send you for this? Usually they'd send Henderson, but then Henderson went and called those centaurs some, outdated terms, so yeah, obviously he got fired.
We're gonna...
The Centusi!
Not the dragon ourselves,
Brian Gary says. Oh, you say, I'm actually more of a hands-off.
Yeah, sounds good.
Brian Gary says, then slams on his horn. Seeing how there probably isn't a dragon, you decide it's not worth arguing. The city speeds past outside the car window. A municipality of this size would have once been home to a healthy gargoyle population, but as older buildings are demolished, such species tend to vanish. The only animals you spot are birds pillaging for scraps. You've heard birds are better adapted for cities than most animals, able to make a living in the smallest nooks of an urban environment.
This is me feeding you guys my reaction slop. Like good baby birds. This is literally me.
To rooftops and staying out of sight. You consider how dragons are therefore extremely out of luck, because really the only way any animal is tolerated in a city is by being small and staying undetected, so... Jesus, Brian Gary really loves that horn. As you drive on in awkward togetherness, you decide on step 5, prepare basic fireproofing. Always have a Class D extinguisher on hand, but exercise caution before using water-based deterrents. Dragon flame is fueled by their biosecretions, so in practice it behaves a bit like a grease fire. Any liquid has a high chance of spreading the substance and making things worse, so...
I guess the only thing you could really use is a fireproof suit? Like, what else would be usable even? What else could you even use except a fireproof suit? There's nothing you could use. The fire extinguisher kind of works, sure. Water is not usable, so I wouldn't use that.
If you do call Fire Protective Services, you want to make sure they have proper equipment and have read all the safety briefings. Not that you've finished writing the safety briefings. The landscape outside has transitioned to farmland, and you notice smoke is still rising from the fields. It's a little disconcerting. Perhaps there is a dragon here after all. So who actually saw this creature, you ask?
Daryl's our primary eyewitness,
Brian Gary says. Right, who's... Ugh, Daryl's the worst. He shows you a picture of Daryl on his phone, who seems utterly normal.
You heard of Satan?
Yes, you say, bewildered.
Daryl's like 10 Satans.
Okay, I don't see how that's possible. Just then, the car comes to a screeching halt. We're here.
10 Satans? He fell like lightning 10 times? Or was he struck like by lightning 10 times? Well, many such questions.
Here, Brian Gary grunts. He's parked the 2009 Toyota Corolla at the edge of the forest. The forest appears about forest-sized, most of the trees seemingly tree-shaped. If this is where the dragon set up, you'd think it could be a species of common green or maybe some sort of timber worm. Overhead, the branches are eerily quiet. As you and Brian Gary venture further from the car, he mentions how there aren't as many animals here as there used to be. Most of the large predators were exterminated as people moved in, same as everywhere, you suppose. It's not that you don't understand why people wanted predators gone. In your experience, when someone pictures a wolf or a dragon, they don't just picture the animal itself, but how it appeared in centuries of fairy tales and children's cartoons that cast the creatures as menacing villains. Human hatred of...
Isn't that pretty normal? I mean, sharks suffer from that problem. They're absolutely essential for the ecosystem, yet homies out there are like, yes, exterminate them all, kill every single shark, they're dangerous to people. They're only dangerous if provoked.
Such creatures is a time-honored tradition. King Edgar of England demanded 300 wolf pelts yearly, and twice that many dragon hides, and a few centuries later, both creatures were gone from the English and Welsh countryside, though they remained on flags and statues. People liked the idea of the thing, just not the thing itself. We imagine the removal of predators came naturally from farmers protecting livestock, but historically the mass eradication of a species is because of bureaucratic demands. In the US, the extinction of wolves was systematized, the federal government essentially waging war against the creatures, conducting mass poisonings that exceeded the wishes of local farmers.
Imagine wolves getting wiped out, but then you are in Australia, getting folded by an off-brand, by an emu. Just straight up. Imagine getting folded by an off-brand ostrich. Isn't that crazy?
You suppose your job is sort of the modern equivalent to these practices, but you don't like this thought, so you push it down. Instead, you think through the next part of your presentation. Step 6, quarantine the body. After slaying the dragon, remember that the days where it was considered safe to take the bones as keepsakes or personal collector's items have long passed. Dragons contain within their anatomy a high concentration of unstable magical isotopes, and their remains are now classified as serious biohazards. So close the area off as completely as you are able, and remember the ecosystem will certainly recover stronger than before in the creature's absence. But is that true? The deeper you and Brian Gary venture into the forest, the harder it is to shake the sense that something vast and wild has been plucked from the biosphere, leaving a gaping hole. There was a book you were reading on the train that mentioned...
He said gaping hole. He said gaping hole. Huh, interesting. Wait, Bonnie Blue's a dragon? Well, with how much heat she can take, she probably is.
And how in Europe, trees and shrubbery still retain adaptations to resist elephants, a remnant from the late Pleistocene where such beasts still roamed the European continent. It's hard to overstate how much wilder the world once was, harder still to imagine living in such a wilderness. Sure, it's easy to look around a forest and think everything is perfectly natural, exactly the way it's always been, but as recently as 6,000 years ago, your average temperate woodland had not only species of bears and wolves, but forest-dwelling bison, and of course a healthy variety of drake species too. And what does it mean, you suddenly wonder, that we've pulled the teeth out of the forest? You look back down the path and realize Brian Gary has disappeared. You've lost the path as well.
Bro was snacked. Bro, I'm just gonna say, bro was snacked.
Well, that's fine. Like all agents, you've got your standard issue survival kit with you. You check your compass and determine which direction north is, then realize you don't actually know what to do with that information. You think you hear a faint roar overhead, and the woods appear a fair bit larger than moments ago. You pick a direction and try to ignore your sudden hunger. All around you, small animals are having no trouble finding dinner. Right, you can find food too, surely. Some berries are safe to eat, right? What about mushrooms? You're halfway through picking some when you realize you're likely about to poison yourself. It's never quite sunk in before just how different this world is from the one most people inhabit. How when you tear down the artifice of safety we all delude ourselves into trusting, nature is a yawning abyss and nothing can...
Yeah, most people don't, most people do not know how to survive in the wild. Even I would probably have a hard time regardless. Like, I know a lot of survival tricks that you could apply. I think it would depend on the season. Like in winter, I think most of us would just straight up like die within the next two day. That would happen.
Protect you from... Oh, there's the road. You were like 3 feet from it. Where'd you go? Brian Gary jump scares you. Not wanting to admit you got lost, you just stand there. Well, path turns this way, he says. You continue on and he starts going on about how he got lost in Yellowstone National Park a few years back. You're only half listening until he says, you know, Manhattan used to have more animal species per acre than Yellowstone before they put in all the buildings. Is that true, you wonder? It sounds kind of made up. It's a miracle that Central Park exists at all, Brian Gary says. Are you familiar with Ebenezer Howard, the esteemed 19th century utopianist? Has Brian Gary been replaced by a f***ing changeling? Where's this coming from? So Howard was an urban planner, and lots of modern parks in large cities are based on his philosophy. He believed that modern life too strongly divided people from nature, that without exposure to more natural landscapes, human beings would lose their sense of continuity with the world around them and live segmented.
They already have. I don't know. Mission failed successfully. There are people out there. There's children out there, like 5-6-year-olds that have never IRL seen a cow, that think that the milk a cow is a real cow, and chocolate milk comes from cows. No joke, I've seen them, by the way. Even in Germany, like deep in cities, you have kids that have never seen a farm animal in their life. IRL, not once.
Unfulfilled lives. Actual interaction with the wilderness is fundamentally different than trying to study and control it, you know? You nod as if you do know, but are mainly just trying to figure out what Brian Gary's deal could possibly be. You wonder if he saw you get lost, and this weird story was a metaphor for your incompetence, but you think there's something more to it. Together, you and Brian Gary arrive at one of those little elevated lookout towers. Brian Gary says it's his cousin's and is a good spot to wait out the dragon. While you're sitting there, you decide you might as well finish the presentation on your phone with step 7, processing the guilt. Even the most ardent anti-dragonists, you write, are sometimes stuck with sensations of regret or even lingering depression after.
I think most people would probably feel really depressed when they would be killing an animal. I've eaten a chicken before. Kinda not fun. It's kinda not fun.
After slaying a beast, the visceral experience of getting your hands dirty can be more intense than one anticipates. Such feelings are perfectly normal and can be efficiently worked through to get you back to being a productive member of society. Try not to focus on what the world might have lost, but on what the world might have gained in terms of mitigated property damage. Remember that again, the modern era is not built for dragons, not that it's really built for people either. Remember that therapists charge by the hour, so the sooner you get over yourself, the better. Remember that you're a cog in the machine, so you should really just stop asking questions and keep on turning. You delete the last part. God, maybe you need a vacation or something, you're really slipping. Perhaps after this you could go someplace sunny, although...
This turned from, so you want to slay a dragon, to... I am weirdly philosophical, and it's all odd as heck. It is really odd. Interesting.
With that mounting centaur lawsuit, you know chances are slim. Thanks, Henderson. The trash cans are the problem, Brian Gary says. What, you ask? They're why the dragon's here. You can't have a trash can that tourists frequent in the woods that won't attract animals. You can try and bear-proof them or whatever, but as any park ranger will tell you, there's a significant overlap between the dumbest tourist and the smartest bear. Trying to dragon-proof a dumpster is even harder. Obviously, it's better for all parties if dragons and bears stay away from trash and keep filling their natural niches, but you can't create oases of free food and expect large animals to never show up. Sure, you say, trying to follow, but crops attract dragons too. Nah, Brian Gary says. I reckon that was just Daryl setting off his stupid fireworks again last night. God, I hate Daryl. The Drake probably wasn't involved. You consider this, recalling some report that dragons burning crops is a waste of biofuel and probably historically exaggerated, but it must happen on occasion. Dragons are dangerous. Everyone knows that. But then you wonder, what does one do with that danger? Wolves are dangerous too, but in North America more people are killed by vending machines or falling coconuts or...
Vending machines? Oh, hey, yo, now I gotta Google. How many people die because of vending machines? Two to 3 deaths per year in the US alone? A 1995 report would indicate at least 37 deaths and 113 injuries from falling vending machines? Falling? Global estimates. They don't know. Cause of death. Majority of vending machine related death involve machine falling on a person. Typically when someone is trying to get free items or change. That is crazy! Bro, that's wild. That is wild. People die because of vending machines. The guy yapping about dragons as if he learned them for years. Do you know why dragons love gold? They not use it as cash? I don't know, they just like shiny shit.
Cows than wolves, so should we destroy every vending machine too? Chop down every coconut tree? Slaughter every cow? And these days dragon-related deaths are even rarer, so where's the line? How much danger are we trying to expunge from existence in the name of civilization? Will we keep ripping teeth from the forest until its gums are bleeding? There has to be a limit to all this, right? A point at which safety stops being safety and starts being something else, something that's hurting us in 1,000 tiny ways every single day. And surely, Brian Gary shushes you. A roar rises up from the distant trees, and then with a mighty breaking of trunks, you finally see the dragon clearly. It's unbelievable, indescribable, a fire drake so wondrous that the simple act of looking upon it makes you feel more in touch with reality and a more complete
Footage not found. Crazy. Nope, they not ravens. I don't know. They're all female and gold diggers, and they stole it from their husbands. I don't know.
Human being, you're so glad you're able to get a good look. And in its wake, everything feels crisper. The birds in the trees, the babbling brooks, the swaying branches, they're all so much more visceral for having been graced by something truly wild. Is this how the world was? Is this how it's meant to be? Is this... don't you need to give your How to Slay report now?
Dude, just lay the Dragusi. Holy shit. They like the soft metal to sleep on. It feels good for their scales. I think most people would probably feel really, really good sleeping on gold. Not gonna lie. I don't think that's exclusive to dragons, though.
Oh, right, you say. You look down at your little presentation, at last finished, and you absolutely can't imagine giving it. Although, we didn't see a dragon. What? We didn't see a dragon. Daryl must have been mistaken. At last, you start to realize what he's getting at. Will people believe we didn't see anything, you ask? Most likely. I cannot stress enough. Everyone hates Daryl. You look at your presentation a final time, and you make your decision. After everything you've seen, everything you've thought about, it isn't a difficult one. Well, I guess we can't slay a non-existent dragon. Brian Gary gives you a little wink. I think I misjudged you. You're actually quite commiserative. Ha! I don't know the meaning of the word, you say as you...
I don't know the meaning of the word either. Commiserative. Adjective, feeling or expressing sympathy. Made commiserative clicking sounds with his tongue. Synonym, sympathetic. Okay, that's crazy. Never heard of that.
Struggled to recall the meaning of the word. Brian Gary drives you back to the station, and the city feels different too, somehow. You say your goodbyes, and on the train back, you gently drift off to sleep while staring out at the countryside. In your dream, you're moving high.
I wouldn't recommend falling asleep on the train. Next, you know, you wake up in main station, Athens. Just saying. While you were in Berlin, or whatever.
Above the land, freer and mightier than you've ever felt. Birds flock to you, their wing beats a soft breeze compared to your own, and you can smell and hear everything, the animals in the forest below, and in forests 1,000 leagues away, all pulsing with vitality. And you can sense the strange two-legged creatures in their hives of glass and stone, and their rumbling metal beasts bound to paths of iron, and this is how the world is.
Rumbling? Ehrenjäger?
And this is how the world was, and this is how the world was always meant to be, and nothing can separate you from it. And then you wake up. Whew! So can I tell you a secret? I think dragons are pretty cool. Shocking news coming.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't expect that revelation. Dragons are cool? Hey, yo, I'm cool too. By the way, which is why you should subscribe.
For me, I know. However, it actually is surprising when you consider dragons and myth were once considered fire-breathing nightmares, in league with the literal devil, and now most people think they're pretty chill. When did that happen? How did we go from wanting to slay dragons to wanting to befriend them?
Yeah. Befriend them. Befriend them. If our ancestors knew how much art there is of men laying dragons, they would toss and turn in their sleep. They're fucking the dragons? Yeah. We're not just befriend. Befriending plus, I would call it. The befriendening, if you will. Slay the Dragusi.
Answer is super wild, and the worthy subject of an entire second video available right now exclusively on Nebula. But it's not the only video of mine up on Nebula. There's also...
Wait, he has a whoa! Whoa! He has a full documentary? On Monster Hunter? Holy shit.
Also one on what animal species will conquer Earth after us, one on the strange terror of joyful gods, one on my absolute favorite type of world building, and others also. Wait, okay, I've made more videos than I realized. And by using my link on screen or in the description, you can get a full 40% off a year's subscription to Nebula. That's $3 a month for all my videos 24 hours early and ad-free, which is definitely the ideal way to watch my latest hour-long documentary on Monster Hunter Wilds that I think you'll really enjoy. And
I have a video to watch in private chat.
There's tons of other great creators on Nebula that I'm sure you've heard of, dropping their own exclusive stuff to sweeten the deal. There are new episodes of the show Jetlag, Tierzoo has this secret Let's Play channel on there, Jacob Geller has been dropping new Nebula-only video essays pretty much every month for like, I want to say 3 years? It's an incredible backlog, with something for every taste. But more fundamentally, Nebula is also essential to enabling my continued uploads right here, if you want to support.
Documentary on monsters. No, Monster Hunter! Monster Hunter Wilds and specifically. I'm gonna watch that.
Support Curious Archive, this is the way to do it. And once you've finished watching this video's companion on how to raise a dragon, I'd recommend checking out Abolish Everything, an extra fancy original show we've put together. Each episode features different comedians complaining about societal pet peeves and continues to be downright hilarious. And, as always, if you'd like to share these videos, every Nebula subscriber gets free week-long guest passes so that friends and family can watch literally anything they want. So, Nebula, 40% off, exclusive videos, link in the description, and also on screen. Yeah, that's everything. Hey, thanks for sticking around all the way through my outro. And, as always, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this entry, consider lending your support by liking, subscribing, and hitting the notification icon to stay up to date on all things curious. See you in the next video.
That was awesome. I like this video. That was a good recommendation. That was something a little different from the usual stuff, but I liked it. Well, I still don't know how to slay a dragon. But at least I don't know. I don't know what the point of this video reaction was, but yeah, I liked it. Father, my doze. Doze. You freaking doze, dude. You and your dozes. It's probably not even a good doze. Silence. Have I even added it yet? I don't think I've added it. Your doze? I don't even have that. Oh, by the way, I will no longer react to Meat Canyon videos. Apparently, he is very, very against it. When he is very, very against it, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Because apparently he really, really hates those reactions. So I don't know if I want to do anything more. But now, I gotta quickly take a bathroom break. And then I will be back. I will be back. I have returned. Well, here I am. Back from the asylum. Anyways, I'm gonna do this next one, as I said. And after that, I'll do the AI Asmongold. Because that looks interesting. Anyways, where is it? Here. Look through that video. Because... oh, it's just her... is it just her yapping most of the time? Other stuff as well? It is just yapping. Interesting. Well, dating. No, you do not want to be nonchalant by Keiseya? Keiseja? I don't know. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. We'll look into it. Yeah, you don't want to be nonchalant, by the way. You do not want to not show emotions. If you don't show emotions, you're kind of cooked. Also, you can't force yourself to be nonchalant. If you aren't nonchalant, you can't force it. It's just cringe. It is just cringe. Nonchalant people don't try. They just are. Let's just go. Let's see.
This is going to be a rant entirely based on the projection of my own issues and internet trends that may or may not encompass the actual opinions of the general public. I'm declaring this now because I already know there's going to be a bunch of smarty pantses in the comments being like, oh, this is just a big yap session because of your insecurities. Yeah, I know. And then they will still proceed to watch.
Hey, isn't that most of like commentary and stuff? Isn't that most of it? It's just a yap session. Maybe not the insecurity part, but most of it. Most of like YouTube is a lot of like yap. It's just a yap session. That's true though.
Watch through the video. So if you sit here through the video and you still complain about the video, you're an even bigger fool than I am. With that being said, I don't understand the obsession with being nonchalant. Being nonchalant, chill, cool, apathetic is trendy now. I see so many videos on my Pinterest.
And it's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. Why do you want to act like you just don't give a shit? When you do give a shit. You know why this shit is so complicated? Because you idiots make it complicated. Why do you want to act this way? Why do you want to act like you don't give a rat's ass when you do? And the best part is, you try that, and we can still tell that you don't. We can tell that you do give a rat's ass. Also, how to become nonchalant. Only speak when spoken to. Don't react even if it's something serious. Your mom just gets shy in front of you and you're like, aura farming. Act like you don't care even if you do. Never ever block someone. Oh, this dude is harassing me, sending me dick pics. Never block, chat. Never block. Never explain yourself more than once. Don't ask for... okay, that one I kind of get. Like, if they're not getting it the first time, they won't get it the second or third, probably. Don't ask for no opinions. Doc, you have cancer. I didn't ask for your opinion, shitty doctor. Next, how to get whiter teeth. Brush your teeth. Don't drink coffee. Yeah, I don't know. Whiting stripes. I don't know. Also, becoming nonchalant. I can't read all of those, but some I can.
And on my
okay, I'm not trying. Never mind.
YouTube about how to be nonchalant or how not to try too hard.
Me acting nonchalant when I'm chalant. What the fuck, bro? What are these? This is TikTok. Retardation.
Or how to be effortless. I'm trying to be nonchalant in front of fine she. Everywhere I look, everyone is trying to be nonchalant. And again, maybe this is just internet drama, but that doesn't mean it doesn't reflect the actual opinions of some actual people. So my question is, why? Why? Why has it suddenly become popular to be quiet and reserved and not express emotion? Because I feel like some of you have a completely misconstructed ideal of what a nonchalant person actually is.
It's to protect your feelings because you don't want to get hurt. So you don't just act like you don't care. But in the process of acting like you don't care, you hurt yourself just as much. So it kind of doesn't work. It's really just insecurity. Being nonchalant boils down to, like, trying, not like people actually are. People are trying to be like that. It just boils down to I'm insecure and I don't want to get hurt.
I actually believe that you guys want to be nonchalant or have a nonchalant boyfriend or whatever. Whenever anybody talks about being nonchalant, you don't really picture a mysterious...
Also, the nonchalant boyfriend thing is bullshit. Women want a nonchalant, say they want a nonchalant dude, but describe a man who cares. It's like really weird. Like this is like the weird thing when it comes to that. Women say they want a nonchalant dude, but they describe a man that cares. So it's really weird. A nonchalant dude is like, yo, I'm just gonna, I'm in a relationship, I'm just gonna, I don't know, fuck this chick. And when you complain, or you say, crash out, I will just not care. A nonchalant person does not care. So you can't describe a dude that does care, but you want him to not care. That makes no sense. Act like he doesn't care. That's bullshit.
Quiet, edgy, cool person, like that one character in an anime who's just always salty and always quiet.
Yeah, kinda.
The guy who doesn't talk to people, gives one-word answers, doesn't really like to smile much or talk to people. Everyone claims they want to be that person or be around a person that's like that because they're cool and mysterious. No, you don't. I don't actually believe that you do. Because I feel like nobody in real life acts particularly in that manner. At least not the super like cool and romanticized version of it. And for the people who do have characteristics like that, a lot of them probably have severe social anxiety. I speak from experience because I am that person. The really weird thing to me is the quiet, reserved person who doesn't talk to other people and kind of keeps to themselves. They have never really been the person that's portrayed to be the super cool person that everybody wants to be around. Not typically anyway. I mean, it's always the party people, you know, the funny people, the bubbly, super enthusiastic and animated people. Those are the type of people that normally you would think you would gravitate towards. And not just in media, but in real life as well. Which is something that I personally noticed after quite some time, after realizing my crippling social anxiety is what's stopping me from being able to communicate with other people and make friendships. So because of
my social anxiety, bonjour. So true. But I just can't get my tongue through the greeting halls, whatever you want to call it. It's just like I will stare at you like I just murdered my firstborn. But you didn't do anything.
This, I have learned to adapt. When you first meet me, I'm going to be super energetic and friendly. I'm trying to make jokes that probably won't land and probably aren't good, smiling and laughing a bunch even though I really hate my smile. And I'm going to reciprocate the kind of energy that you give me. Because I've become painfully aware of how people react sometimes when I'm in my default state, which is dull, bland, and boring. And a lot of times people tend to mistake it for dismissiveness or just downright being rude. Which I can't even completely get mad at because things can get misinterpreted through translation. Think about texting, for example. For me personally, if you are not using 1,000 emojis and 1,000 exclamation marks in your text, I'm going to assume that you hate me and I'm never going to text you again because
I'm even worse than that. I will text you, use proper grammar, proper punctuation, and just everything proper. I will not use any emojis. It looks like I'm just the dad having a pep talk with my daughter who didn't come home in time. That's what it looks like when I text people. I don't even mean by anything bad by it. I'm really like a serious texter. I don't know. It's not my fault.
I feel like I am a nuisance to your existence. So it's the same deal with in-person communication, although it is a little bit easier to pick up, of course. But facial expression, body language, and verbal language is all going to play a role in how people perceive you and your attitude. And if you're kind of just dull, standing there like an NPC in the corner, people are probably gonna assume that you don't want to talk to them, which in some cases I probably don't, I'm not even gonna lie. But in other cases, I don't want that to happen. I don't want to set myself up looking like an uninviting person. So I tend to animate myself a little bit more so people don't mistake me and my personality for just being apathetic or not caring. Now, I would not consider this being fake or phony like some of you are probably thinking, right? Well, then you're not really being yourself. That's being fake. That's smiling in front of people's faces and, you know, turning behind their back and talking bad about them. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not saying that people can, tend to act like that and try to be all buddy-buddy with you, and then the minute they turn around, like, oh my gosh, I hate that guy. But that's not so much what I'm describing here. That's definitely more of bringing out a certain persona for a certain occasion. As I was talking about in my video a while back about people not having personalities, so they use
bringing out the talkative dude for a small period of time because I have to. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Like, I can be extroverted for like 2-3 hours, but man, I need that recharge. I need to find the nearest charging, like the nearest charger and like recharge. I can't do this for like 3-4 hours.
Things like aesthetics and trends and even parts of their identity in order to cultivate their entire personality around it. You have many different personas or portrayals of yourself that you switch through that you may not even realize. Like the example I gave before, the way that you act around your parents is different how you act around your friends, and the way that you act around your friends is different how you act around strangers. There's certain levels of
very true though, very true. Like, you act different towards your spouse, you act different towards your parents, your friends, your colleagues, your boss. Yeah, that's very true. You take on a different role.
Ability that you have with certain people. And obviously people are going to react differently to your different personas. You may be cool making dark humor jokes around your friends, but if you're talking to a stranger about how you just hid another body in your closet, there is always the likelihood that they may call the cops on you.
Or when people tell me I have Jewish kids in my basement when I actually do not have Jewish kids in my basement, but it is what it is. I'm not beating the allegations. Welcome to the life of being a German.
So these different personas are not necessarily bad, nor fake, nor phony. It is still a part of you and your personality, and is essential to navigating through social settings. So in the instance of the nonchalant persona,
but there's also plenty of people that don't have that actually. Like, they will just use the same persona for everyone, kind of, or very, very similar persona. Like, there's people who like will use the same persona for like everything. They're mean to their parents, they're mean to the teachers, mean to their bosses. They just don't have, some people just don't have that. I've noticed that. They're just shit to everyone.
For those of us who have that as our default persona and personality, it can be a little bit difficult to know when it's appropriate to default to. Again, especially if you're trying to make friends or talk to people that you're new with. Because not only can people mistake this type of behavior for being dismissive, but they can also mistake it as just being depressed, and it concerns people. So for example, a personal example, at the college that I go to right now, I met my wonderful, amazing, former history professor. So there's this thing that he does, or he used to do, called AMA hours. Taken from the Reddit trend Ask Me Anything. He would set an hour for his students to come sit with him, somewhere on campus, and sit down with him and talk to him and ask questions about, school or work, or just about life in general, even if you're not one of his students anymore. And so he would set these hours, and a bunch of different students that he had or that he knows from his different classes, they would all gather around, and we would all sit and chat. And me going to these little sit down talk hours allowed me to meet some really cool people, some of whom I've gotten more acquainted with over time. So again, for the very beginning of these meets, when I learned about these, I would put on my I'm meeting you for the first time persona and be all bubbly and enthusiastic and joking and stuff. But as I got more acquainted with the people who were there and talked to them more,
I can't really do that. Like, even in my current class, my English classes, I'm like, yo, can't do this with alone or with others. And I'm like, alone. Always alone. And then I'm like done in 3 minutes, and like the teacher's like, bro, why are you even here now? You might as well go home. Because like, you're supposed to do this with with somebody or alone in like 10 or 15 minutes, but you did it in like 3. What do you do with that?
I guess I got pretty comfortable without actually realizing it, and
And then I just sit there for another 12 minutes, staring at the ceiling, waiting, because I don't interact with anybody.
Slowly but surely, my mask began to fade away because I ended up defaulting to my factory settings of the quiet kid in the corner of the class who doesn't talk. I just began talking less, being less animated, not smiling as much, and kind of focusing on my work because I would also do schoolwork while I was there. But I just ended up toning everything down without even realizing it. And I kid you not, almost every other day, my professor or one of the students who were there would sit down like next to me, across from me, and go, "Hey, is everything all right? Are you good?" And I was so confused because I'm like, why is everybody asking me these questions all of a sudden? What changed? Like, I'm here and I'm fine. Like, what are you guys seeing that I'm not seeing? And I realized it's because I stopped being as enthusiastic as I used to be when I first met them. I just got comfortable. It's basically how I act around, my house and my family and stuff. Just dull and quiet and reserved. And then it dawned on me, and while they all started asking me around the same exact time, they literally thought that I just fell into a depression and didn't want to talk to anybody. When it's like, no, that's just me. That's just default me. I mean, some of those days I was actually depressed, but that's besides the point. Or another instance that is not as funny as entertaining as the last story. This actually made me a little bit sad for a while when it actually happened, but it happened my senior year of high school. Now, just for context, I was homeschooled for the majority of my life from, I think it was 4th grade to 11th grade, so I only had like a couple years, like a few years in public school when I was a child. We ended up homeschooling, and my very last year of high school, I went into public school. It was not the best idea. The mental torture that I went through because of myself and my own social anxiety was unbearable.
I remember I was very much almost unnoticeable in high school. Like, I didn't do anything. I didn't say much. I was just like sitting there towards the window. Maybe not towards the window. There was like this just a little bit of wall there, and I was just leaning against it most of the time and just like doing my own thing and not saying anything at all, not even to the teacher. And like sometimes people were like questioning, is that dude even here? Like teachers at least were like, oh wait, that guy's here too. I wasn't talking much particularly there either. I'm just not a talkative person. I just don't yap. That just doesn't happen. On the stream I can yap like a moron, but I also feel fairly comfortable. But like in a public setting, I'm like, why am I here? I want to go home. I don't want to talk to these people. Brother,
Well, at times I was this close to dropping out, and I am not even joking. That's a story for another day. But the point is, like, my social anxiety was already really bad at this point in time because I was not used to being around kids my age. In the homeschool that I was at, we didn't really do any extracurriculars. We didn't really go out much, so it really was just me inside around my siblings all the time. So, you know, being thrust into the world, being around a bunch of cool and hip teenagers when I have no experience with that was not fun, you can imagine. So anyways, that was already making things difficult. And there was a specific instance where it was a certain class and certain girls that I was around. It was a weightlifting class, and for things like that, the extra classes, you know, the electives, the elective classes, those obviously you can be around kids who are, you know, part of all grades. So you have a bunch of freshmen and a bunch of sophomores, stuff like that. I actually think I was the only senior in my class period. I was around a bunch of like 14-year-old, 15-year-old girls. Like I said, at the very beginning, I mean, it was fine. It was chill. I'm sure I was really awkward with a lot of stuff, but I was trying my best to once again put on my bubbly, happy, fun, hi, I'm meeting you for the first time persona. And after
for me, it was like I got into like high school because I needed a second attempt, right? And I was the oldest one. It felt odd. How you doing, fellow kids? And now I'm always the oldest one. It's like, hi. By the way, I'm old as shit. You're like 17. I'm like 25. I'm like, can't talk to you because we don't have anything in common. That goes for 18, 19, and 20, by the way, as well. I'm like, I can't even talk to 20-year-olds because, like, we don't share anything. You grow up differently. I still grew up on the Nintendo DS and GameCube. Your first console was the PlayStation 3.
Well, I think it just started to die down. Not even really because I was comfortable in that instance, but just more, I think I just stopped caring. But I mean, I did enjoy talking to the girls and, you know, communicating with them. But towards the end of the semester, I could kind of feel them like drifting away, like them not really enjoying talking to me anymore or like wanting to come up to me and have conversations with me. They would just kind of be in their own little clique group and have their conversations, and I was always kind of like over there outside of the conversation. Like in the very beginning, it hurt a little bit because I was like, oh dang, like, you know, I thought we were chill, I thought we were talking, I thought we were cool. But then I had to think about it, and it's like, can I really blame them? I was not interesting, and I also was not giving them anything to work with. Whenever they tried to have a conversation with me, I just, like, I didn't know how to converse. They would also talk about a lot of stuff that I wasn't familiar with, I didn't know. They'd be like, oh, you know, like, I went to the mall last week, and then I got my nails done, like, show me your nails. I'm like, oh, did you go to the mall yet? Or like, you know, what's the last time you got your nails done? Like, I don't know, I don't, my family.
Yeah, for me, it was like, they were yapping about their drinking stories. I'm like, I don't club, I don't party, I don't drink. Why am I even here? Why am I even here? What is the point? Why am I even here? Like, it literally is exactly that. Why am I even here? It just makes no sense. Like, they were talking about, like, how they were, like, drinking whatever they were drinking. Vodka, bull, whatever, right? And I'm like, I don't belong here. What am I doing? It's just like, I couldn't give them anything to work with because I had nothing to work with.
didn't take us anywhere. We wouldn't go out. It's like, what am I supposed to talk about with them? The age gap, I think, did a lot too, because like I said, I was like 17, 18, you know, I'm like legal adult, and then they're like 14, 13, 15, you know, just reaching those teen years. So they're doing all the fun, cool teen stuff, and I'm already out of that phase. So I just feel like there's nothing we can really relate on. Because of that, I just wasn't really good at conversing with them. So it was just very clear that after a while, they just didn't really like talking to me all that much because I wasn't really giving them anything to work with. And also, again, I was kind of defaulting to my more quiet, reserved personality. In other words, I wasn't fun. I wasn't very fun to talk to. I wasn't fun to be around. I really didn't add anything to the conversation or to the energy of the group. So they ended up kind of drifting away towards the end of the semester. That's why it frustrates me when people are like, I want a nonchalant friend, or I want to be nonchalant, or I want a nonchalant boyfriend. It's like, do you really though, or are you just saying that? Because for most of us who act like that aren't doing it because we want to, or that we're trying to be some cool, edgy, mysterious.
Very true though. You don't want that. You just want to have that, like, I don't know. It's just like romanticized, right? It's like romanticized. That's what it is. Yeah, that makes sense. But like, you don't want that. You don't want to experience that. You don't want to be like that because it's isolating.
Person. It's again simply because of our personalities. Some people are just super introverted, not antisocial. That's not what that means. I know we tend to throw that phrase around a lot and be like, oh, I'm so antisocial. No, that's not what that means. It's actually not even completely what you think it is. It is a clinical personality disorder, and it goes way beyond just not liking interacting with people. Like there's actually a lot of aggressive and maladaptive traits that are associated with having this disorder, and it's actually found a lot within like psychopaths, sociopaths, and serial offenders. So no, you're not antisocial, and you don't want to be. But more specifically and more accurately, you would be just very introverted. Or basically, you just need a lot of time alone to recharge, and you might have like a very small social battery, so you can only be in social settings like parties or whatever for a short period of time. So a lot of us just may be like that, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with being introverted.
2 to 3 hours max. After that, I start getting a headache and stressed out. And slightly pissed off. With slightly, I mean very, which is usually when we did stuff like that, it was like 2 or 3 hours, and then I would just retreat into like the quietest corner of the public event I was at. That usually worked. Like we had like a like a club, like a underage club, right? And people were like dancing. I was in there for like 1 or 2 hours, and I said, "Yep, I'm going to the park. I'm going to the where the cars are. I'll just stay there. I'll just recharge because I can't keep up with this bullshit. It's just too much."
Or we just once again have very bad social anxiety, which that is not very good. So we tend to be not as super engaging or enthusiastic, because every time we literally try to say anything, our anxiety is ready to shut us down and tell us to shut up and stop being so weird because of the way that we said, "Hi, how are you?" to the checkout lady. Now it keeps replaying in my head, and I can't stop thinking about it for the rest of the day. And at that point, it just never makes you want to open your mouth again. You just never want to talk. Like for most people, again, when it comes to like the media version of being
I remember that though. Yeah, when I throw words together and I say something wrong accidentally, I'm like, okay, now I'm laying in bed thinking about all the night, whatever that person might think of me, like, what an absolute fucking retard. Yeah, that kind of thing.
nonchalant. It's very different from somebody who genuinely has those traits and genuinely acts like that. And again, typically speaking, these are the people who people call boring and not fun. These are the party poopers. These are the joy kills. So it's just a little strange to me why all of a sudden we're flipping the switch and like, I want to be nonchalant. Do you really? Now, as for why,
it's because those people don't know what that means. Like I said earlier, they don't know what that means. They say they want somebody that's nonchalant, but they describe somebody that cares, and it's like, what the fuck? Huh? That makes no sense whatsoever. You can't say you want somebody who's nonchalant, but then you describe somebody who's the complete opposite of it.
I think it got so popular. It's getting so popular all of a sudden. My initial thought went towards the pendulum situation of humanity having this tendency to push ideals to opposite extremes as a way to create damage control or to find balance, which in theory sounds right, but in practice is not so effective. And with the rise of the internet, a lot of people have gotten really comfortable with oversharing, trauma dumping, giving out vital information that could possibly put them in danger, telling the whole world about their family drama. I made a whole video about this a while ago, but people subject people on the the internet to information that just may not be a good idea to share in the first place. And a lot of people do this probably just because they want to seem more like raw and vulnerable or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you can share personal stories, that's fine. I mean, I just shared a couple of my own personal stories, but like, there's a limit, you know, you have a right to your privacy, and I feel like you should probably exercise that right. Everyone does not need to know absolutely everything about you, and a lot of people have been showing frustration for this.
I don't need about hear about your weird fetishes or medical conditions, I'm sorry. There's some of you guys are way too comfortable with telling others what you're gooning to. I'll be real. I don't want to hear that. Thank you.
So I figured maybe this is a response to the massive oversharing issue that a lot of people are having on the internet. So maybe now people are turning to being more...
Like I said, I think the main issue is that we took a word and we just straight up changed it. I think that's what it is. We just took a word, mixed it up, and that's what we got.
Reserved and quiet about themselves to offset that. Again, that was theory one. But I'm starting to realize that's probably not what it is. People love being nosy, just in general. People love being in other people's business. They love hearing drama. They love gossiping. That's what makes things fun and interesting, right? Spilling the juicy tea. I mean, not too long ago, there was that huge, trending story on TikTok, the Who TF Did I Marry girl. People were tuning into that like it was a Netflix series. No. People like it when other people overshare and tell too much about their life. So I was like, it's probably not that most people anyway, are tired of people oversharing and then turning to being more reserved about themselves. That's probably not what it is. Then there's the theory of cringe culture and just not trying too hard. I talked about this too in a previous video, but everything is considered cringe nowadays. You can't even exist on the internet without being called cringe. And this also just
everything's cringe, everything's glazing. You can't say someone is doing something good, that is called glazing. Yeah, we're just misusing words. We're just misusing words.
Translate into not putting effort into anything or trying to be as lax as possible, because being a tryhard is not cool. Being a tryhard is doing too much, and you don't want to seem like you're doing too much. You'll even see this with like lifestyle advice and dating advice. Don't text first. You don't want to seem like you're trying too hard. Let them be the ones to pursue you, not the other way around. You're too classy for that. You're too much of a high value woman or a high value man for that. Or even things like manifesting things in life to come to you. Like, oh, you don't have to work for anything. You just manifest. You say you have it, and there you have it. I have no idea how it makes logical sense to demonize putting effort into things and working hard for things. I always find it admirable when people are passionate and work hard for something that...
Maybe it's the exact opposite. It's trying to keep people from not getting it. Reverse psychology, you motivate people to not do anything and say they should just think about it and it will happen. Just an idea.
They truly love and put a lot of effort into pursuing something and making something happen. But not trying hard has basically become an ideal that surrounds the notion of I don't have to put effort into things because they will come to me. Which, sure, in some cases, obviously, like, you should have standards, you should set standards for yourself, but everyone should put effort into something that they're passionate about or someone that they're passionate about. And you are not obligated to anything in life too. That's the concerning thing about that, because it's like you now get this entitled mentality where it's like
main character syndrome. I don't have to do anything because I deserve this. No, you don't. In fact, you deserve nothing. You straight up don't. Crazy how that works.
You deserve this. It's like, well, do you though? No one is obligated, or you're not obligated to anything in life, okay? Nobody is. Which brings me to my third theory of the...
You're right here. Except for things like basic rights and respect, of course. Fun fact, not even those. Not even those. They're bound to other things as well. They're bound to if you apply to, like, the legal system, right? The moment you mess up, you lose some of your rights, basically. They're also binded to... You're paying taxes, fun fact. Because if you don't, you're cooked as well. I wouldn't say not even those are guaranteed. They're also not guaranteed. Like, they're not like, you do not deserve them. Because, fun fact, you do have to fight them because there's people trying to take them from you. In general. So yes, even rights and respect are not guaranteed.
Which brings me to my third theory of the main character syndrome. I also made a video about this in the very wee days of my channel. But psychologically speaking, we tend to think that people care about us a lot more than they actually do. It's just in our nature, and because of this, we tend to be a little bit vain. Not narcissistic. Again, same deal with antisocial. That is a clinical personality disorder. It means kind of what you think it means, but there's also way more to it. It's not just being vain and self-absorbed, because we are all that to a certain degree. And I'm not saying that some of these people may not actually have, you know, narcissistic personality disorder. But again, that has to be like a clinical diagnosis. But yeah, we're all vain, we're all self-absorbed to some degree, and all of us think that people care so much.
It reminds me of the lady saying, "Oh, my boyfriend was a narcissist." Oh, goodness. No, he wasn't a narcissist. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Much about us more than they actually do. And the internet has inflated that ego amongst us all, right? So people who may want to act or be nonchalant probably think that people are going to look at them and go, oh wow, they're so mysterious, I want to learn more about them. No, that's not how that works. I can assure you, nobody cares about you nearly as much as you think they do. Like that 9 times out of 10, that's not going to happen. I'm not saying it won't. I'm just saying the chances are slim. The only way that that would actually like realistically happen, I feel like, is if you're conventionally attractive. If you're hot, then that makes sense. People are gonna want to go to you if you're super quiet.
True. Looks can change how you are perceived. Same with like status, money, whatever, right? Bother my dose. I will not react to Meat Canyon anymore. Because he has explicitly stated that he does not want this.
Or reserved because you look good. Even then, it's not really so much about your personality, it's about the fact that they look hot, so I want to talk to them. I'm not saying eventually they can't turn into interest of you and your actual personalities and hobbies, but I'm saying initially, like if there's a dude standing in the corner of the room, doesn't talk to anybody, but he's like really good looking, I can assure you people are going to want to go up to him and talk to him just because he looks good. But other than that, no. Like nobody is going to be staring at you thinking like, wow, they're so quiet and nonchalant. I think I want to talk to them, like they're so mysterious. Like again, this is not anime. This is not the anime universe. This is not actually how this happens. That only works in anime when you're the main character, okay? Now, I don't want to make it seem like I'm throwing nonchalant or reserved and quiet and shy people under the bus. I guess I kind of am though. I'm not saying that a person who maybe has these traits cannot realistically make friends or talk to people or isn't an interesting person. That's just how I think about myself, of course, because of my experiences, that's
that's not what you're trying to say. You're just trying to say that they aren't perceived as interesting because they don't really make them interesting, right? They don't really care enough to appear interesting. It doesn't even have to be social anxiety or anything that stops them. They just don't. They don't appear that like that. It just is what it is. You gotta put in some effort.
Kind of what I've been picking up on. I'm just trying to say it's not as fantastical and cool as the media and other people try to portray on the internet. Again, for a lot of people, if we're being—
Yeah, chat, we're not Todoroki. We just aren't. We are not Todoroki. It just is what it is. We're not.
Very realistic and 100%. The shy, quiet person is not really the type of people that other people gravitate towards, you know? They're normally looking for somebody to bring energy and fun to a room. I mean, that always has kind of been the thing, like especially in school, the shy kid that nobody talks to, they sit alone at lunch and stuff like that. Like it's rare that people go to them and think, wow, they must be the life of the party. You normally want to be around the popular people, the fun people, the funny people. And I'd be lying if I said that I didn't wish that I had that personality and that I could be that type of person. Going back to my senior year of high school, there was this one guy in my language arts class. His name was Denzel. He was like one of the chillest dudes you will ever meet. And every single time he entered a classroom, every single time, everyone was like, hey yo, blah, 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 da. That's not what they said, obviously. But I'm just saying, like, he brought the energy. He brought the thing that everybody wants. He was there and like,
yeah, pretty much people gravitate to those that are fun. And if you're not fun, that people usually don't gravitate to you, which is okay. You know, you can't do anything. Problem is that being shy also makes you a target of bullying, which is not fun.
Yeah, okay, now we're pumping, now the party started. And he was one of the few people, like, in that class that actually made me feel welcome, you know, not feel like an outsider. And I desperately wanted that personality. Like, for the longest time, I really wished that I had that personality. And I tried to change. I actually really did. I tried to force myself to be a bit more outgoing, I guess, and more open, and make that my default personality instead of dull, dry, and drab. But it ended up not working, and then I just gave up after a while because I was like, it's not really worth it, like trying to change the entirety of who I am just so people can think I'm cool. If people drift away from me when I'm in my dull, drab mode, then I mean, so be it. They're just not for me, and that's fine. Like, again, I know a lot of people think that the energetic, enthusiastic people are the fun ones, but you can have a dull personality and still be likable.
It's not really, how do I put this? Is it worth it if you're uncomfortable? Is it worth it if you have to discard who you are? Is it worth it if it makes you, like, if acting like that makes you exhausted? Kinda not. I would just say be the person you are instead of, like, acting and, like, just tiring yourself out. Just my opinion.
Moist Critical is a perfect example. I love his videos, millions of other people love his videos, and he is like one of the most dull, drab, monotone YouTubers out there. To be fair though, he's like actually funny and entertaining, so I guess it's not right for me to try to compare myself.
Moist Critical is like, he just talks really dryly, like straight up into the camera. He can be upset, I would say. Like, there are situations where you can clearly see upset. Like, I think when, like, the whole thing with Sneeko went down. But yeah, most of the time he's kind of, like, just, like, yapping, and that's, like, it. He's certainly funny, but he also yaps, like, really dryly. Just, like, straight up, it's monotone, no issue.
Up to him, or, like, you know, to other type of dull people, but I'm just saying, like, he's an example of a person who's not like super animated and wow and energetic. People still enjoy him and his content. But even the sheer fact that I change the way that I talk on camera and I animate myself on camera shows that I still have like that inkling of, I kind of wish I was a bit more approachable, I guess. I don't know. Because like, this is not me. This is another persona. This is my camera persona. This is my internet persona. But the way that I present myself on camera and on the internet, when I try to make jokes and trying to be funny and stuff like that, that in itself is my understanding.
We call that the yapper persona. It's the yap.
That's more of what people like. Because the minute I turn this off, this goes away. And I know a lot of people probably feel the same way as me. I imagine that a lot of people feel like having a boring personality or just being dull and more quiet and reserved seems like an undesirable trait. And I imagine that there's a lot of people who, just like me, try to change that, you know? But honestly, it's one of those things where it's like, you'll find the right people. Again, you're not supposed to be compatible with everybody. If people are looking for other people who are energetic and bubbly like them, then that's fine. You know, you don't have to be friends with everybody. Everybody doesn't have to like you. If people don't like your dull personality, they're just not meant to be around you. That's it. But again, being more dull and quiet and reserved doesn't like make you like an undesirable person or somebody that no one wants to be around. It's just more likely that people who are on the opposite spectrum of that, really fun and bubbly, may not find you as interesting. Again, that's just been
very true though. It's just like, it is what it is. If people don't like you, they just don't like you. Move on. No problem, no issue. Who cares? Just move on. How much did I miss of this? Almost everything.
my experience, where it's like having somebody the polar opposite of me. It's like, you know, I'm trying to match their energy, but then when I don't, it's like I'm just kind of boring and dull. So it really just depends on finding the right person who actually can either reciprocate that energy that you have, or is just cool with that energy that you have, but it does not make you or your traits undesirable. And that's something that I kind of had to tell myself for the longest time, again, trying to change my personality. And I was just like, bro, it's not worth it, man. There is no point in deliberately changing your personality just because it's trendy in the moment. If we all had the same personality, then everything would be boring. You know, we need variety.
That's the funny part though. Walk through the streets. In some areas, not everywhere, but in some areas, walk through the streets, look through the area, and you realize people have adapted similar behaviors, similar styles, similar look. It's like, ugh. We're the adventurers. We're the people who want to try out weird shit. I will not react to Meat Canyon. How often do I have to tell you that? I won't. I was told not to.
And also, all personalities or personas have downsides. Being bright and bubbly kind of makes you the signature joker, you know? The signature energy bringer to a room, the signature party person. Everyone kind of leans on you for that energy, you know? And it can be a little bit draining. So there's downsides to everything, there's upsides to everything, and you just need to be around the right people who are chill with that default personality of yours, whether it be dull and quiet or bubbly and energetic, because some people might actually find that personality annoying too, like the super loud, eccentric type of person. I'm not gonna lie, like there are some people who I have met who are like that. And I'm just like, no, I don't really know if we'll get along, because I'm just more quiet and reserved. Like being loud all the time and just super energetic, it's too much for me. So again,
overstimulated easily. I would, like I said, I can't keep up this like extroverted me up for like 2 to 3 hours IRL, right? On stream, it's again something different. I can do that here pretty well, but IRL, it's like I can only do it for like 2 to 3 hours max, and then I'm like fucking dying because like I get stressed out, I get annoyed easily after that one because like my social battery is running low. Also, I can just couldn't even do this every single day, so I would like go into hiding for like a little bit to recharge. But yeah, I don't have that kind of like, I do not try to be like bubbly when I meet people. I'm like me. That's it. I'm me. That's it. I'm done.
and it depends. Like sometimes you're just not compatible, sometimes it's just not gonna work. And sometimes, once again, you have to change those personas to, you know, reciprocate energy or just socialize in the appropriate environment. So just be whatever seems fit at the time, but there's no need to change your like default personality simply because you think it's not interesting. Don't force yourself to be nonchalant because that's the trend now when you think that people are gonna find you interesting about it. People will find you interesting because they find you interesting, okay? So if that means you're nonchalant, people like you because of that, or that means you're bubbly and energetic, people like you because of that. But don't go around trying to deliberately change yourself just to fit in some personality trend for anybody who may have actually been doing that. Because again, sure, you could just say, oh, this is just internet drama. No one's actually doing that. It's like the internet is actually the best place to actually see or look into the inner thoughts of people in their mind, because it's the one place where people feel comfortable saying stuff that they would never say in person. So even if it may not be completely representative, I have no.
But maybe it would be better if they didn't say what they actually thought in public. What about that? Maybe it would be better. Maybe it would be better if they didn't actually do that. Cause man, some things just don't need to be said. They just don't.
Doubt that some people are probably thinking like, oh, I should be like dark and mysterious and like, you know, I should try to be that type of person. And it's like, no, do what it is that you do on a daily basis. Don't make some glamorized version of a certain personality, because 90% of the time, that's not actually how it's going to be portrayed in real life. But don't like force yourself to be nonchalant, okay? Because I have a feeling that that's not actually what you want. Anyways, that's all for today. Just, again, a rant video because of my own problems and insecurities. Also, I'm trying to fix the weird popping and mouth noises apparently that come through when I talk. I don't know what the problem is. I've been seeing that.
Yeah, it's just like this idea of being nonchalant stems basically just from not knowing what that term actually means, because nonchalant pretty much means a person does not really care. They don't really care. They're nonchalant. They don't care. Very simple. And it's like I said, I've seen plenty of times where somebody says they want somebody nonchalant or they want to be nonchalant, but they describe a person that's far from that. It's just odd. I have two friends in school days and they know when my social battery dies, I just stare at them. That's also true. I just stare like you just killed my firstborn in front of me and fed it to the dogs, straight up. And I don't even mean to. I'm just like, I'm done. I don't want this anymore.
A lot of people are saying they're hearing mouth noises like it's ASMR, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not trying to do that. I think the problem is definitely me. I don't think it's the mic. I think it's me. I think it's the way that I talk. So
yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. Yeah, that was a good yap session. She's good at yapping. Yeah, that was interesting. I just think they just don't want what they just say what they want, but it's not actually what they want. They just twist and change the word. That's pretty much it. That's it. I got a new dose. Instead of sending me the link, you just say it. Wow, congratulations, bro. Have to deal with these deers. You can get my hunting license. So I can shoot you with a gun. Shooting a deer, the rare door. Yeah, and where is that? Where exactly is that? Come on, Herbie, I'm waiting. Where is it? Where? I heard it too. Where is it? I'm waiting. Short horror animation? Wait, you're gonna send me your face? Well, that's rather interesting. Well, then go ahead. By Eden. YouTube. What does that even mean? Dude! From now on, I don't even know what I'm trying to look for. I do not even know what I'm supposed to look for, man. Thank you. That took a while. That was like a really, really long pregnancy. Okay, let's look at this. Can't be that bad. And if it is, well, I'll just kill you. Problem solved. I'll free myself of the deer.
This is going to be a rant entirely.
Silence. Sorry. I heard it too. A horror short animation by Axemen Cartoons featuring Let's Read. Well, let's go. Let's go. By Eden. Let's see what this is. It's a horror short.
Sarah!
Why is that? That is a very long neck. Is that a giraffe? I was lazy, father, and you didn't raise me active. I didn't even raise you. I am not even your father.
Girl heard her mom yell her name from downstairs. So she got up and started to head down.
Sarah?
As she got to the stairs,
why does that sound like that?
Her mom pulled her into her room and said,
I heard it too.
What the fuck is that deer watching? There's a reason you are this fucked up. There's a reason you are this fucked up. That's the reason why you don't get bitches.
Stay in here and don't make a sound.
Sarah skipped leg day. Yeah, but she did an extended neck day, apparently. I'm never letting you recommend anything ever again. No more. Good. But my doses, father. You get a dose narcotics and it's gonna be enough to kill a whale. That's what you get. Just why? Yeah, just why? Just why? Nobody asked for this. That's pretty much the end. Whatever that was, it will not be uploaded. I can assure you that will not be uploaded. I'm good. I'm good. Back to Meat Canyon, it was better. Yeah, but Meat Canyon really hates reactions. That's kinda not what I can do. Because he really, really hates them. I got multiple comments saying he hates it. So yeah, is what it is. Well, I haven't kept up with the H3 situation, so I guess we're gonna do a ref video. It won't bring the views. For real. So yeah, we'll just continue where we left off 11 days ago with the ref video. So I can't be mad at retards. Also, Father, you want to know what happened on the birthday? Yeah, speak. Go ahead. PD. Yay, ref. Stopped where we're gonna continue where I stopped. Anyways. YouTuber ruined her life defending Hassan Piker by Ref Says Desu. We can clearly tell this is about Casey Tron. Yeah, that makes very much sense. I took a gift, okay. That makes very much sense that this is going to be about Casey Tron. Maybe I saw this ref video yesterday. Could be. Necklace, plushie, and chocolate. Okay, good. That's good. Those are good options. But yeah, this is about Casey Tron. Let's be honest. Son is dumbass. Wow, what a spoiler alert. The grass is green. Fork found in kitchen.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So yes, 3 videos in a row about the Ethan Klein lawsuits. I know, I'm obsessed, but so are you guys, because I know you would-
I'm obsessed, so you got very true. I mean, Tectone said it best. We are farming dumbasses. My ex recommended chocolate. Why do you let your ex... Remove your ex from your life. She's a danger.
Enjoy the coverage, and today is going to contain a hilarious update as to what's going on with this entire situation. Now, for the uninitiated and probably gainfully employed who don't know what's going on here, this is a quick summation to give you context. So basically, Ethan Klein came out with this video announcing he's launched 3 lawsuits against content creators who were essentially not reacting to his content nuke on Hassan Piker, where at many points they left the room and let the video keep playing, and most importantly, they very vocally shared their intent behind what they were doing, acting as a market replacement for his video, basically promoting their streams as a replacement for his video. If people wanted to see his video, they could watch their streams instead, and now he's suing them for copyright infringement. And the subjects of these lawsuits are, of course, content creators by the name of Denims, Frogan, and of course, not to be forgotten, Casey Tron. Now, I've said this before, she's kind of the wild card of the 3 Stooges here. She is someone I didn't expect to be involved in a potential lawsuit.
She's, in general, someone that I just don't expect saying anything useful. I don't even know why she's here. I don't even know why she's involved. Why are you here? Why is Casey Tron involved? Before that, the last time I heard of her was during her gaming arc. That was it. Why are you here? You serve 0 purpose. I went to her birthday with the taxi, but was dropped on in the taxi, and I almost dropped the piece of cake given to me. And this time I remembered what will happen if I do, and I saved it. Let's go. Cake, no cakes were harmed. Like, Why is she here? For real, just why is she here? That's the question that I'm asking. Why are you participating?
With Ethan Klein, but I welcome it because she is someone who, well, is very bizarre, right? The only thing she's really known for is smoking weed, crying about incels online.
That she previously, which is, by the way, almost pretty much, I guarantee you, the same audience she built previously before that, all that. It's just very, like, the bizarre thing is just that, like, I don't understand, and I think the vast majority of people don't understand why she's even involved. Like, you're not supposed to be here, yet you are?
And crying about Asmongold, and all of those are kind of interchangeable in their own ways. But in the video that Ethan Klein...
I also remember she literally just like 18 minutes smoked. Straight up. Casey John's saying something useful, cough cough, thank you Casey, it was great. I guess that's the only useful thing you would get out of her. A tiny bit of whipped cream fell. I feel I will keep you in suspense for what happened in the main party. What I feared happened. No, she didn't bring a boyfriend. Father, you are wrong. I didn't even say anything. You had violent sex. Done.
And released, he went over some facts involving Casey Tron and her quote-unquote reaction to his content nuke on Hassan Piker, where curiously, she spent more time taking bong rips than actually providing commentary. This is not an exaggeration. This is a fact. She spent more time.
Yeah, and she was completely lost, by the way. She was completely lost reacting to this. Like, eventually she just got so high that she didn't even know what was going on anymore. You cannot do proper commentary if you are high. I'm sorry. But look at this, almost 19 minutes of smoking and coughing. 19 minutes and almost 16 minutes of yapping. I could do that better. Like, I can guarantee you, if I reacted to like H3H3's content nuke, right? I could have turned that from 2 hours. I think it was 2 hours, 30 minutes, 2 hours, something like that, and like 5 hours. I could have turned that into 5 hours. I can guarantee you.
I'm smoking than actually providing commentary. And this is a little small compilation provided in Ethan's video. Hope you enjoy.
To give you an idea, the majority of her commentary comes down to this.
I don't understand this bit that he's doing.
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
CPM's coming out of Qatar.
What the hell
you
is
kids love
going
anime, right?
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow.
I'm just gonna say it. This is one of the best compilations of 2025. This is peak. This is genuinely peak. Like, not gonna lie, this is the best compilation of 2025. It's just Casey Tron smoking. Straight up. It just is. It's peak. I love it. Thank you, H3H3, for this masterpiece of a compilation.
I've lost the plot.
I feel like you lost the plot before you even started. I think you lost the plot when you entered.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. I know. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you... Look! You think I made this?
So after hearing the fact that Ethan Klein is going to sue her and has pursued legal options, this was Casey Tron's first reaction on Twitter, where she would say, well, I'm suing you too. To an Ethan...
On what basis? Is it better than Hassan chair compilation? Yeah, this is better. This is better, especially towards the end when she almost heckin' dies. Her friends kept poking me and she noticed me being uncomfortable. She kept me with her. Let's go! That's a good sign. That's cute. Protected her little baby deer. Oh, cute.
Ethan Klein parody account. She was so ripped out of her mind she didn't even know that she was arguing with a parody account. This is not Ethan Klein. This is a parody account. And after that, she would launch this post alongside her GoFundMe campaign where she said, Ethan KK Klein is going to sue me for smoking too much weed. He is trying to take away my ability to purchase my medically necessary marijuana products. We cannot let this happen. Donate to my weed fund. She tried to basically describe her GoFundMe campaign as a...
Her GoFundMe is a weed fund. People are giving her money so she can be a more of an addict. But I almost made a trip. Oh, okay.
Weed fund. And people are seriously donating to this nonsense. But also, she calls him KK Klein. I know Jews are really big in the Klan scene, but this is a big joke. Obviously, that's not true. But anyways, you can see the copium and, of course, the GoFundMe, which is about a week into its duration. And as you can see, she's raised $9,000.
9,000? Yeah, you're cooked. KK Klein is crazy. It is. It is. That's wild. Also, 9,000, almost 10,000. Yeah, I'll think about that one, Chief. I think it's Jover.
That is about 9% of her $100,000 goal for her legal defense. Now, this is a very good time for me to share with you guys a really important campaign that I'm also launching. My own sort of GoFundMe campaign where I'm pleading you guys to help me out here. Basically, the cause is, cause I like money. Please go ahead and do a super chat donation on this video. Every single one will help keep me.
Now I'm curious. I'm just curious. Nah. This is crazy. It just keeps going. It just keeps going. Okay, we done. This is crazy. Can you sort those? You cannot, but that's great. 499 is crazy. What a move! What a Chad! What a Chad move! Bro, what a Chad! What Chads? That is crazy. Such a Chad. That is diabolical. Bro was like, yes, give me money. People said, oh, here you go, sir. Give him money. That is wild. That is amazing. That is so good. Wow. That is cool.
Well fed, and as a sort of gratuitous response to your very, very charitable donations, I will leave a heart comment on every single super chat dono. That is coming from the heart, ladies and gentlemen. I am doing the best I can. This is a really important cause. Please support me. Thank you. But anyways, enough with this GoFundMe. She's obviously failing quite hard. She's never going to make $100,000 on this unless Hassan Piker comes through and basically finishes off the goal for her. But then again, if she does finish that off, it's just more money in the pool for Ethan Klein to collect in his lawsuit. But anyways, basically, Casey Tron is doubling and tripling down on everything. She once again promoted the GoFundMe a few days ago, and she shared this tweet saying, "A short rant. I am so tired. My entire existence on Twitch since I started 13 years ago has been incel harassment campaign after incel harassment campaign." Oh.
Incel. Involuntary celibate. What the left made it into. Man, I don't like. How a man that is married that has children cannot be an incel? An incel is somebody who is not in a relationship, who is involuntarily celibate. These words make no sense, and since you use these buzzwords, nobody fucking cares. Nobody takes you serious. That word means nothing. And I don't agree with, does not work anymore. He's not an incel. You're just a weed addict.
Oh, it's the incels. We'll talk more about her obsession with incels later, but anyways, she says, men with much larger audiences than me have sexually harassed, defamed, slandered, swatted my home, cyberstalked, and tried to get me to gay men myself for literally a decade. Through these endeavors, very few of my peers have supported me. I wonder why. Because they don't want to evoke these same hates. It's been extremely isolating. I've always been thrown to the wolves to fend for myself. Is she gonna say, like, I've been thrown to the wolves and now I'm the pack leader? But yeah, you can see she says, people with...
I wanted to say something crazy, but I won't. Yeah, I won't. I wanted to say something absolutely unhinged, but I won't. Never mind.
Larger audiences have attacked her in many ways. I mean, Twitter speaking, she has a larger audience than me, so I guess I'm exempt. And also, I know I'm married, but in her world, I'm probably an incel too. But anyways, on Reddit, there is a viral post sharing her legal defense. Legal scholars are flabbergasted by the genius of what she's saying here. Basically, she's saying, I'm so high, I forgot I made this video, and Ethan Klein is making all this up.
Just because I didn't react to his stupid video, he had to make up that I did and put a video of me smoking weed over his stupid video to get attention. I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck about your video. Like, I don't know. I don't recall reacting to it. I don't believe that
Yeah, because you were so high that you just did not even... you just don't remember it anymore because of how high you were. That's the fucking truth. You gotta be retarded to not see that. Like, you could literally probably ask Twitch. And they could tell you, yo, this is the stream.
I reacted to it. I do not remember. I don't know. I may have been under the influence, but I do not recall reacting to it.
So yeah, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen on the internet, but she's doubled down and trying to, once again, blame the incels with this tweet sharing the related thread saying the incel brigade at it again, trying to villainize me for making a joke.
The incel brigade. A bunch of married men with kids. Some of them have kids. Some of them are in relationships. Some of them, like I said, are married. That makes total sense. The incel brigade. Yeah, totally. That makes total sense.
Why is it so hard to imagine a world where women can be intentionally funny? Remember when Live Save Fails wasn't full of incels? Yeah, me neither. 2 incel mentions in one post. That's got to be a record. But yeah, she's trying to play this off like a joke. First of all, it's not funny. We're not laughing with you. We're laughing at you because
100 women versus accountability. I think accountability might win this one.
You're so addicted to smoking weed that you don't know what's going on. Like, half the time, you have no idea what's going on whatsoever. And I believe that that clip was unironic. I believe that she has no idea what's going on. She doesn't remember what she does. She's completely out of it all the time. And now she's trying to...
Who knows? Maybe that's a wake-up call. Maybe she might actually realize, maybe I need to put down that weed. Because, like, I'm gonna... It's like a rare case where I see somebody that often consumes weed actually looks healthy. She does not look healthy. She does also not look good in any way. Like, physically. I'm just saying that. I don't care. Most people I know, they start weed and they just turn into former shells of themselves. I'm not surprised that that is the case here.
Cope on Twitter and blame incels. It's ridiculous. Now, of course, like I said, calling people incels is a national pastime for Casey Tron. Just keyword search incel on her account. I'll just scroll for a bit. We're only in like March. You get the point. The only thing worse, or
her favorite word is incel. It's crazy. Because she doesn't want to have any she doesn't want to hold any accountability. Yeah, she doesn't want to hold any accountability. I find that very interesting.
Comparatively worse is searching Asmongold. Not just Asmongold, by the way. You can also search Asmon, which is a different set of results, but this is just Asmongold, and you can see a double whammy here, where she quotes Asmongold saying, "Ready for incel tears," referring to Hassan being unbanned on Twitch. Double whammy, but again, just search Asmongold. This is her entire life. Calling people incels and crying about Asmongold and doing that interchangeably. But anyway.
How the fuck, by the way, do you have 100k followers on Twitter and you make posts for like 4 likes? I don't think anybody gives a rat's ass about her. Is that just me? I don't think anybody really cares about her. No, I don't think anybody cares. I think nobody cares. Nobody freaking cares about her. No, nobody.
Anyways, in case you think I'm just a know-nothing who's saying things out of his delusional mind, we have Legal Mindset here, an actual attorney who has weighed in on this situation, providing his thoughts on Casey Tron's brilliant legal defense and what she's up against with this lawsuit.
So copyright focuses on the act of copying and distributing work. So the focus with copyright is, did she copy or distribute work without permission, without consent, without being authorized to do so? And copyright is strict liability, which means mental state is irrelevant. You can do it, you can do it in any mental state, and it doesn't matter. It's strict liability. Did you or did you not do it? So that's one thing. Now, when it comes to damages, like once you've been found liable for this, yes, then there could be a certain amount of maliciousness that factors in there. And certainly the judge might consider that when looking at the damages portion. However, for whether or not you did it, that's strict liability. Hey, did you do it or did you not do it? You did it. Whether or not you were high and did it, or drunk and did it, or forgot that you did it because you were too tired, whatever else, that is not an excuse. And once again, it seems like they are confusing copyright, which is civil in nature, with criminal law in general.
So the coping continues on Twitter. She recently tweeted this out saying,
Well, yeah, being tarded does not save you. Surprise, surprise! Being high does not save you. Surprise, surprise. I'm not surprised. Not even the slightest. No, I'm not.
Don't ever let anyone dull your sparkle, little girls. Huh? Even when it's powerful men who get litigious to evoke support from
incel communities. Because those most certainly exist. Yeah, very much. Her defense is, she is a woman. That's her entire defense. I'm a woman. You can't do shit to me. That is her defense. If that's her defense, she's cooked.
Incel communities that love to humiliate women. This isn't about copyright. Big Mama's going through it. Send your energy with this pic. Embarrassing. First of all, clean your keyboard and your desk. This is disgusting. Why would you post this? I mean, besides the fact you're smoking a joint and looking completely disheveled and clearly showing everyone that you're very, very unbothered by everything that's happening. This is terrible. But also,
like, you can tell that she's straight up an addict. A really bad addict. And people are telling me this stuff is fine and like you can smoke it and nothing happens and like it's totally okay. This does not appear okay. This does not appear okay whatsoever. She looks through with it.
Also, you can see from the post, she shares this link right here from the very respected news source, Spitfire News, where they have an article about Ethan Klein and his war on women. Let's read. If you don't know who Ethan Klein is, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. Klein is the primary host of the extremely popular H3 podcast, which is one of the most watched podcasts.
Motherfucker, what? Bro, what? What the heck? What do you mean by that? Huh? That's, interesting? How does that even work? Ethan Klein doesn't hate women.
On YouTube every week. I say this all the time. Nobody is a bigger glazer than your haters. The haters will glaze you up more than your supporters ever will. You start off by saying he's successful, he's...
Yeah. The glaze is like, I think not even saying that. The glaze is how much of a threat they consider you. That's the glaze. Like they consider you like a threat to human society. Like, thank you that you think that way. I'll take it. I appreciate the boost, I guess, for my ego, but okay.
Very, very popular on YouTube. Like, cool it, all right? You're glazing the man up too much. But they continue on saying, for the past few years, as he is engaged in a never-ending, largely one-sided feud with his former co-host Hassan Piker, the leftist Twitch streamer who has been profiled in the New York Times, Klein has also become the most hated than ever before. Well, this last part is really interesting. More hated than ever before. His numbers are up higher than ever with this podcast. And also, is this what it looks like to be hated? With a brigade of people who don't like him and a very controversial video. This is the response. Is he really more hated than ever? Well, I guess that might be true in some context where, yeah, he's more popular than ever, at least his podcast is. So I guess the more popularity you have, the more haters you have as a total number. But that's a very weird thing to say. And on top of that, like, the one-sided feud with Hassan Piker? Are you joking? Is this serious?
Yes, it is, because it's just a pointless article. That article means nothing. It just doesn't. Like, wow, look at this article. It has like 5 likes. Yeah, people care so much about this article. Nobody cares. And I can tell. Under Casey Torrance' post, there's probably multiple replies ratioing the fuck out of that woman.
But it gets worse, okay? That's saying something because Klein used to happily throw the N-word around, but since October 7th, 2023, interesting date you chose there, Klein has repeatedly escalated allegations of anti-Semitism against Piker for his outspoken stance against Israel and support of Palestinians. Klein is Jewish and has lived in Israel. Wow. You list that like it's some sort of a bad thing. While Piker is a Turkish American who was raised Muslim. Back up. Raised Muslim. Let's kind of extrapolate that, right? Am I raised white? Are people watching this video raised black? Raised Hispanic? What a weird thing to say. Look, dude, Hassan is playing the race card and the victim card hard enough. You don't have to go these extra lengths to do that. But this article is trash.
Raised Muslim. Oh, like, it's not only that, it's like, what's the point of that? Why are you putting that in here? Okay. And? So? Like, are you trying to use Muslim as a shield? I don't give a fuck that he's Muslim. If he's talking shit, he's talking shit. I don't care.
We all know this. Like, journalism right now is in the gutter, and somehow this person went even lower. But anyways, that's the follow-up to what's going on here in the updates on the
What if she just like ChatGPT write me an article about Ethan Klein's hate of women and Hassan Piker and like some other stuff, and like that's what happened, and then she's just like, yep, that's the one. Let's go.
The sterling content creator Casey Tron and her brilliant legal defense. But anyways, that's gonna do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
My view is very simple. First of all, the comment section is incredibly fucking based. Crazy shit. My thoughts are simple. Saying that you were too high and forgot. Saying that this is happening because men hate you is not a defense. And you're gonna find that out the harsh way. You are not supposed to be here. You provided nothing, not even like unproductive, nothing productive to the conversation. And now you want to act like a victim. That doesn't work anymore. Casey John, you might in fact be cooked. And I don't really care. I don't have any sympathy. F around, F out. That's all I can say. Like, comment, and subscribe, and hit the notification bell. And thank you for watching. Crazy. I think I will finish with one more of a chill. Video, I think. You know what? I have something for VTubers. Why not?
If you're a
that could be interesting. Actually, male VTubers. Why not? We could watch that. Yeah, sure. Easy. Since I'm a male VTuber, why not? Sure, let's go. The Male VTuber Problem by Kenisu. Yeah, we could just jump into that. No, what? What do you mean? We'll still have time. This is interesting. This is interesting. We'll jump in. We'll jump in. Well, did I join the wrong time? No. Not male VTubers duck? No. Fine. We'll jump into something else. So you don't be annoying, woman. You just won't be annoying. You're annoying. What? You know that? Like, you know that you're annoying? I've seen this. It's a straw man. Yeah, I just wanted to look at it. You're annoying. I'll watch that off screen. Wait, actually? Yeah, you're annoying. You're so annoying. Then I'm gonna do this one. I'm a dog owner.
dogs.
I'm a dog owner, so we'll do this one. Alrighty. My voice is so fucked, it's crazy. Might actually make this the last one. Dogs. We talking dogs. I'm a dog owner. How we ruin dogs by Big Tug. Well, I'm a dog owner, and there are plenty of reasons how to ruin dogs. There's plenty of ways how to ruin dogs. First of all, there are plenty of dogs that are overbred. What that means is, you breed them so much, they start developing things, conditions, other, like, illnesses. And that can do some tremendous damage. For example, German Shepherds originally didn't have any problems with their hips. And nowadays they more and more do. Because they're overbred. There are other things that are overbred as well. Where like, okay, these dogs will slowly become more and more ill with every new generation of dogs. That's one thing. Then you also breed for like things that selective breeding for things that that just are incredibly harmful to the dog. Weight, size, whatever it is. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Oh yeah, we'll listen.
Dogs. They are the friggin' best, dude. They're always there for us. They love us unconditionally.
Dogs. Dogs.
And their babies are cuter than our babies, which from a survival instinct standpoint doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. But I don't know, dude. I'd much rather hang out with this than that. Evolution be damned. But that's just the thing. We have bred these things to defy the natural order of the world.
I don't think babies are particularly cute, but like 4 or 5-year-olds, when they're like really curious and they want to see the world, they want to like look at shit, right? And like they they approach you, you need to explain a lot of shit, and like, yeah, those are fine. Those are fine. That's like the stage still where kids are cute. And then like for dogs, like dogs are always cute. Dogs are just always cute. Some dogs are just always cute throughout their life. Puppy, teen, adult, they're just always cute.
They used to be a utility, like hunting, farming, protection. And yes, we've made a couple breeds hyper good at those specific jobs, but it's a known fact that when you start playing God, it's pretty hard to shut that valve off. I mean, look at this thing. Look at these weird, shitty abominations. This thing specifically has made God cry. In this video, I'm going to explain how we as humans, as a society, have ruined dogs, and how those dogs have ruined us.
Yeah. Yeah. Some dog breeds also have like breathing issues nowadays. Remember, like for some dogs, remove the tail. It's just crazy shit. It's just wild. Just wild. Pugs something about their skin folds, I think. Yeah, true as well.
And yes, disclaimer, I am an outspoken cat owner, but there's no real bias here. When I was younger, I had a lot of dogs. Cats are a...
Ugh. Cat owner? Silence!
Pretty recent development in my life. So when I'm talking shit about dogs, I'm not just doing it to talk shit. I want the best for these little guys. And I don't know what this is, but it's not the best.
Oh my god, part 1, oh my god, what have we done? Father, why did your reaction streams fall off like the dinosaurs? Well, let's check that, if they actually did. Let's do some numbers here. Let's do some numbers here. You know, since you're saying that, I can easily disprove that. This stream has about 180 views. It had 15 max viewers. It has a watch time of almost 40 hours. It has a like ratio of 12:0. And in comparison to my last stream, reaction stream, this one performed better. Nothing fell off, except maybe your brain. No, F off.
So I just wanted to start this video off strong by taking some of the world's most favorite breeds and talking about how we ruined them pretty horribly. I mean, the term purebred is super misleading. Although it sounds like the dog has perfect genetics and a flawless pedigree, it's pretty much the exact opposite. For instance, number 1, the Golden Retriever. An absolute classic of a family favorite. I challenge you to go to an affluent suburb and not find one of these things wearing a seasonal bandana. They really are some of the best dogs in terms of looks and personality. It's a basic pick, but it's one of the best. You know, except for its horrendous health issues. Horrendous. Over the years, we've been breeding these things to look like the perfect toilet paper commercial dog, but we did that.
Yeah, it's just serious overbreeding. It's just serious overbreeding. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's just crazy. And that's a problem. Health issues are ginormous. Central Asian Shepherds, like my dog, they don't really have that. They don't have that. They're a fairly rare species. They don't have any defects due to breeding. They just don't have that. Like they can, like they're built to be resilient.
Through inbreeding, which is historically a notable blunder. So forcing
the Habsburgers, oh god,
these adorable creatures into banging their mom and sister has led to some horrible symptoms, including but not limited to hyperthyroidism, sudden hair loss, bouts of aggression, their hips pop out, their knees pop out, and last but not least, cancer. A lot of cancer. 60% of these dogs die from cancer.
Why would I get a golden retriever? Why would I do that? Oh my god, that's terrible. That's terrible. Oh my god. Whoa, 60%? Whoa.
I mean, good God, stop making these things. And then we have pugs. I don't even know what we were going for here. This is like a prank that went way too far. I mean, before we haphazardly bred these things to look like steaming piles of malformities, they were kind of normal looking. Taller, with longer legs, longer noses, and like slim builds. But now it just looks like we forced them into pressurized
Bro, that's crazy. That's great. Look at how, like, bro, this does not look healthy. I mean, it's like their face is so flat, and their eyes look like they could pop out at any minute. They're terrible. Are we surprised you have a doggo with a pure breed? That's not it. Also, we got her super cheap, like 600 euros. You would probably throw like 1,500 at those usually. So it was also price reason. We didn't really know what we were getting into when we bought her. Because man, that dog, she's her.
Hands of tennis balls in their formative years, and due to the weird human need to make these things look like squishmallows, their health is in the toilet. First of all, they can't breathe, and if you look at this dog for more than 2 seconds, you'll understand why. It looks like they strictly chase parked cars. And they're also prone to all sorts of types of infections, and they also have a much higher risk of cancer and heart disease. A dog shouldn't have heart disease. That's an old man thing who's been eating hot dogs his whole life. This should not have heart disease. Oh, also, their eyes fall out. Just pop out of their heads every once in a while. Pugs are like IKEA furniture that you had a bunch of leftover pieces after you built it and you just kind of ignored it, and then 4 years later you put a coffee mug on a table and it implodes. That's what a pug is. And then we have cockapoos, a mix of
That's a terrible yet accurate description. Yeah, pugs aren't doing that well. Pugs aren't just doing that well. It is what it is. The poor puggies. It's just so terrible.
Cocker Spaniels and Poodles. Now, growing up, my family was a cockapoo family. I had several of these growing up. Don't know why. My mom just really fucked with them. I didn't have any say in the matter, but they were good dogs. They're super trendy, too. I can't go 5 blocks in my New York City neighborhood without seeing 6 of these things. Or a golden doodle. But I don't like golden doodles. Their heads are too big. They're like horses. Anyway, but I mean, aren't cockapoos the cutest little things, honestly? They're super smart. They're hypoallergenic, and they also are genetically predisposed to have this thing called rage syndrome. They have
Rage syndrome? Never heard of that one before. Might have a different name in German there, so maybe I have actually. I wonder if he'll talk about teacup dogs. Holy fuck. These dogs are that's no longer a dog. You might just get a fucking guinea pig, or a rat, or a mouse. Like, how small do you want a dog even to be?
A thing called rage syndrome. They are genetically predispositioned to have hate in their hearts. Rage syndrome means they will explode in sudden acts of aggression out of literally nowhere. It's usually when they're like slightly falling asleep or dozing off and you rock up trying to get a cute little cuddle and all of a sudden you're missing your eye and half your upper lip. My dog Chip definitely has that, and my mom just refuses to acknowledge it, and she blames me like I did something wrong when my dog snaps at me. Very victim blaming, Jill. And on top of that, they're also prone to joint trouble, ear infections, hereditary eye problems, skin conditions, and metabolism related fuck, I got so close to getting that out. And metabolism related disorders, which is, you know, run of the mill for.
They just have everything. They just have everything. What did we do to dogs? That's no longer cute. This video isn't cute and wholesome. This is sad and terrible. The poor doggos.
For common purebred breeds, but the rage syndrome is crazy. Am I not insane for thinking that? And finally, we have collies, one of the most American dog breeds. It's
Yeah, collies. We had a collie. Dear, she's the one.
Lassie. Everyone loves Lassie. Actually, this dog is not American. It comes from, I think, Northern Ireland. I just really thought this dog was American. I always thought
false information, but yeah, we had one. His name was Flash. Died shortly after we got Luna. So that's terrible. That's sad, but that happened.
These dogs rode the line of the uncanny valley. Like, they're big and fluffy and adorable, but then their face is shaped like a birthday cone, and that cannot be a good thing for nature. And my hunch was correct, because they didn't used to look like that, and now they're genetically predisposed to have epilepsy, hip dysplasia, heart disease, and bone.
Yeah, that's what our had, which is, it might have either been heart disease or epilepsy, which is terrible.
Disorders? Their bones get fucked up? Jesus Christ. So in spirit, we killed Lassie. We as a nation have killed Lassie. Just get a mutt. What are we doing? Stop breeding these things. Get a mutt.
Pay to lose? Crazy. Crazy. No father, she's just being nice. No girl has me ever bought a shirt out of niceness. I don't know about that one. That's crazy, multiple debuffs. They all have multiple debuffs, but yeah, our Flash probably had epilepsy and yeah, that ended. Or heart disease. It's one of the two.
So now that we know that getting a purebred dog can be a kind of a dick move, let's talk about how much of a bad investment it is. It's time to play America's favorite game show, Guess That Obscene Price. I cannot believe how many concepts this segment fits into. Today I've calculated the price of the dog as well as the costs that come with owning such a malformed creature over the course of its depressingly short lifespan. Number 1, we have the French Bulldog, popular amongst retired old ladies.
French Bulldog, $800.
And clout-chasing influencers who thought these dogs just knew how to skateboard. These guys are admittedly kind of cute, but they are genetically predispositioned for diseases such as heat stroke, hip dysplasia, and ulcers. Okay? How much do we think these little medical marvels cost? For a purebred, you're paying $4,000 up front just to own one.
4,000? Holy fuck, 4,000! My dog was fucking cheap as a pureblood. What the fuck?
One of these things. But wait, there's more. With high insurance costs because these things are practically lemons and constant vet bills because of all their issues, you're going to be paying on average $2,000 a year, which over a 10-year lifespan, you're looking at $24,000 just to own this dog. And the only
Bro, that's not worth it. That's not worth it at all. Why would you get such a dog?
number I'm upset about is that 10-year lifespan. Oh my god. Number 2, how about the Afghan Hound? The only dog that's genetically designed to look like it needs to ask.
Mine is like a 12 to 15. That's incredible for such a large size, by the way. It's financially and emotionally bad, exactly.
For the manager. Despite its upsetting appearance, these dogs are expensive. It costs you $2,000 just to get a puppy. But if we've learned anything, it's that the more expensive a puppy is, the closer it is to death. This video is making me so sad. They're predisposed to cataracts and hyperthyroidism, and hyperthyroidism is such a bummer. And with all that entailed, they're going to be spending up to $3,000 a year. It's more fucked up than the Bulldog. And with an average 12-year lifespan, you're going to be spending $39,000.
$39,000 for a dog? My parents bought this house for like almost double that. What the fuck is this?
Just to own this dog. Why would you do that? And that's before any of the grooming fees you have to spend to keep this thing looking like a nightmare version of Julia Roberts. How about a Samoyed? Known for being the cutest goddamn things on earth. I love this dog.
6K. 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 I'm saying 6K.
So much. A high quality Samoyed puppy can cost up to $6,000.
Yes! I had it correctly. I had him correctly.
Which, if you don't know, is a lot of goddamn money. But despite the fact that they're always smiling and look like they're little cloud angels, their bodies are rapidly falling apart. They're prone to corneal dystrophy, autoimmune conditions, and cardiac disorders that can mount to...
Why do all these dogs have debuffs? All these dogs have debuffs. That thing is cheaper here. You're Australian. You have nothing to say here. This little shit, dude. What did we do with the dogs? These just fall apart the day they're born.
$5,000 yearly.
Holy
oh
fuck.
my god. So with the average lifespan of 12 years, you're gonna be paying $66,000. Just
66,000. 66,000 for a dog? Nah, bro. Nah.
You're paying the amount of money you would get for a brand new BMW i4. And instead you're spending that money to keep this thing alive when it clearly just wants to die. But you could probably make that money back just by making an Instagram for one of these things, because everyone likes looking at them. I love looking at them. They make me so happy and they're so cute and loving, but Jesus Christ, they're built to not last. And finally, we have the Tibetan Mastiff, the cutest thing on earth that will tear out your throat with zero hesitation. These guys are actually an ancient dog breed that were bred to protect monks in their temples, which is cool as shit. So I want you guys to do the math on this one. Using everything we've learned so far, every dog has gotten a little bit more expensive. There is a theme, there is a pattern. How much do you think this dog
12K. That's a cute dog. I can see people paying 66K for it. That's still crazy. I'm saying 12K.
cost? $1.9 million.
That's not a dog. That's not a dog. Do they have health issues though?
Well, kinda, actually. There was one dog that sold for $1.9 million because they said it had tiger blood in it. That was kind of a joke. That was a fun one. I just wanted to lighten the mood while I talk about the sad
12, 10K. I'm saying 10K.
This fucking thing I've ever talked about in a video ever. So now that I have talked about...
He doesn't even elaborate. He doesn't even elaborate. He doesn't even elaborate. Wow.
How much we have fucked up dogs as a species, I want to talk about how much dogs have fucked us up. I don't know what's happened in the last 30 years, but we have become way too into pampering our dogs. Why am I still holding the mic like this? We've gotten way too into pampering our dog. I'm all for buying the fancy dog food so it lives longer and putting it in a cute doggy hotel instead of a kennel when you go on a work trip. But besides that, that's the limit. Things get too weird after that. So I have found the most ridiculous dog-themed establishments that I want to make fun of because they are ridiculous. Number one, dog restaurants. Could you...
Dog restaurants? I know a cat cafe. Like, a literal place where there's literal cats running around in that cafe. That's a cool thing.
Be more white, please? I'm not talking about dog-friendly restaurants. I'm talking about restaurants for dogs. Can I think of a bigger waste of time? You don't have to lie and say your Pomeranian's an emotional support animal like you do at Applebee's. No, this place is expecting 6 feet through the door. Literally have a whole dog menu. A whole menu for dogs. And little dog tables for the dogs. Each meal is about $20 for a dog. And they have dishes such as peanut butter pancakes and yak and chicken cheese waffles. What the fuck? Just the most insane white people shit I've ever seen. I don't want to trash on my own people, but get it together, guys. What are we doing? These things used to hunt caribou in packs, and now they're going to brunch. Although the name of the restaurant is
Dog brunch. Yeah, it's just crazy. To me, it's just crazy. It just is. It's really interesting how much we put into dogs. Like I said, dog restaurants, yeah. Cat cafes too. But they're not specifically for cats. You can go there as a person and, like, you know, enjoy a cafe or other drinks while seeing some cute little kitties.
It's called Chateau Le Wouf, which that is cute. Number two, we have all-day dog spas. Not dog groomers, spas. It's a spa for a dog. A full retreat for your dog. I wasn't aware that playing fetch and barking at nothing all day was so fucking stressful. But seeing as we have bred some of these things into anxious balls of existential dread, I can understand why they might need a day off. The dog experience comes with a spa where they get massaged, aka pet by a stranger for money. You can just ask anyone to do that. Everyone loves petting dogs. Why?
You can just do that yourself. You can just do that yourself. Why would you pay that? All of these you could just do yourself. Oh, I'm a professional dog massager. You know, I know how to massage dogs. Cat cafes are for people to play with. Not really. Not really. They just chill there, and everything's designed cat-like. Like, I went to one, and it's like, usually, first of all, those are vegan, by the way, or vegetarian. And they can order drinks and stuff, and like I said, it's like really just like you can chill there. There's a bunch of cats. That's it. Usually they don't like being touched. Usually.
Are you spending money on that? A pool for lounging around, a luxurious exercise walk on insanely fancy grounds, a shampoo bubble bath. Dogs don't like baths. That's not relaxing for a dog. Why are we lying to ourselves? And then they finish the day with some tea and biscuits, some organic dog biscuits, and some stuff called Earl Greyhound tea. Which, once again, that's cute as shit, but it's still ridiculous. There's also dog amusement parks. Like a dog knows what the fuck is going on. Bring your dog to the park. It has no fucking clue that how much money you're spending on this.
I can't bring my dog to a park because my dog doesn't like other dogs. My dog does not like other dogs. That's very simple. Unfortunately. Big girl does not like dogs.
And how much more fun it is. Just throw it a stick. That's all it needs. I also found a dog water park called Dog Splash Bark, which once again, adorable. No fucking way that's profitable. How many people are showing up for that? And finally, we have dog chiropractors. This is not really a location. It's just something I'm really passionate about. Don't bring your fucking dog to a chiropractor. Don't do that. Have you seen these videos where people are bringing their dogs to a douchebag with a fake degree to twist their spine until it snaps? Look how scared this dog is, and it does nothing for the dog. In fact, it can actually really hurt the dog. It can really fuck up the dog if they do it wrong. Stop bringing your dogs to Stop going to chiropractors. I actually have a lot to say about chiropractors and their pseudoscience bullshit. I mean, for one, it's not I mean, the guy who invented it thought if you swallowed some fucking magnets, it would cure cancer. He's a fucking...
I don't know. Some of those actually, like, help if they know what they're doing. I wouldn't say that. Some of those actually know what they're doing. Some of them. Like, for some of them, the dog just has, like, they can't move properly, and then they get brought to a chiropractor, and then it's fixed. For some of them, that works. Not gonna lie, for some of them, it genuinely works. I've seen it.
Lunatic. It's pseudoscience. What was I talking about? Dogs? Right, dogs. The conclusion of this video is you just need to buy a mutt. If you're gonna get a dog, go to a shelter and buy a mutt. They just have so much love to give. They are miles above every other dog in terms of health because they're not fucking inbred to shit. And there's a million of them waiting to be adopted at shelters. I'm gonna put some links down below to help you guys find a shelter, but if you just Google dog...
Get a Central Asian Shepherd, if you can handle one. They are very independent, but they don't come with any health issues. As far as we are aware, they're doing pretty well.
Shelters near me, you're gonna find them. You don't really need me. And if you're on the fence about shopping and not adopting and you really want to palm ski or whatever the fuck, I just implore you to go and visit the shelter and tell me you don't walk out of there with the most amazing, loving creature you've ever seen in your life and not something that is just melting, that is just falling apart because you just wanted to have that perfect look. New videos every Saturday. Sorry about last Saturday. I was sick and I didn't like the video I was making. And there's a lot of reasons why I didn't post last Saturday, but I am sorry. Oh, and thank you guys for 1.2 million. I just hit that yesterday. Thank you so much.
That was a fun watch. That was a really fun watch. Yeah, dogs, we did something terrible to dogs. Like I said, the overbreeding is the main cause for dog issues. And, it just is terrible, and it will get more terrible. Like I said, he didn't bring up the teacup dog, which is interesting, but yeah, there will be more different dog breeds with different health issues and more health issues. It is what it is. It happens. Well, if you don't want your dog to be, for that to happen, right? You should better like, comment, subscribe, and activate the notification bell. Thank you for watching. Father will punish you one day. The reason why I don't punish Sumax is the harsh truth. She does not act up. She does not act out. She actually knows how to behave. While you act like a classic boy. You don't know how to behave. Which is why you act the way you do. Adults have to do adult things is a great sentence. Repeating since Poker missed it. I made a streamer make the Moai statue sound for half a minute. What? Interesting. Very interesting. Didn't even know people could make sounds like this. Very interesting. Well, I do the VTuber video now, and then I'll probably end for today while doing it. The male VTuber one. We'll do it. We'll do it. It's a straw man, but we'll do it. Anyways. We'll do it. I don't care. I want you to adopt your ass and put it back into kindergarten for real. I don't got act out and got punished like 3 times for the meme that is not an argument. But you got punished, but not by me! But not by me! So you didn't get punished! Samex accidentally killed you a couple times. That's it. Nothing more. Anyways, the male VTuber problem by Kenisu. We'll just jump in.
If you're a male VTuber.
Yes, I am. But let me check. Yeah. I think I am. I am in fact a man.
There's a problem. At least that's what some VTubers on Twitter have been implying with.
If you're a male VTuber, there's like a 99.9% chance you have to be put down ASAP. Well, Chad, it's over. I gotta be put down. Bring the annihilation pill.
their recent tweets. And as a male VTuber, I know that historically men in the VTubing space have not had the best reputation in the community, even amongst fans. So why is that the case, and what exactly is the problem with male VTubers that people see?
The case is that when a male VTuber fucks up, it's blown out of proportion. When a female VTuber fucks up, it's like pushed to the sideways. We see that with, for example, sex pests, where this like goes around all male VTubers are sex pests, which is just completely overblown, because when a man does it, it's like a hate crime committed, a cardinal sin, a sin even God wouldn't forgive, straight up. But when a woman does it, it's like, okay, next, move on. That's what it is. My girlfriend is a female VTuber. And she told me the disgusting shit that some female VTubers sexually say to each other, non-consensual, and say about male VTubers is crazy. Crazy. Like literal, like crazy. Crazy. She has seen things that you cannot comprehend. Like one I cannot say the name. But like one VTuber said about a male VTuber, a big male VTuber, that like she wants to use him at like forced breeding. Like I said, I cannot show that. But we just don't care. It's a woman, we don't care.
Seem to have. That's what we'll discuss today, but first, let's get some context on the situation. Due to the demographics of the typical VTubing audience, male VTubers aren't exactly in as much demand as their female counterparts. Though this has
which makes sense, because like you have a lot more dudes watching VTubers than you have like you know, just makes sense. Demographically, it just makes sense.
Exceptions, of course, with a few needy Sanji talent coming to mind immediately, I feel there definitely is a skew of interest towards female creators in the space. However, that's not to say it's easier to be a female VTuber, because
Yes it is. Yes it is. Yes it is. Yes, it absolutely is. It is easier. It just straight up is. Growth-wise, it is easier. Is it easier with the bullshit you have to deal with? Yeah, I'd say so. Male VTubers aren't exactly known for receiving dick in their DMs. I mean, I got a trans person's dick once in my DMs, and a bunch of dead children, but aside from that, seems fine. Seems fine. Most of the time. So yeah, but growth-wise, I disagree. Fully.
At the end of the day, you still have to be entertaining regardless of gender in order to retain.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Still, you have the male VTuber buff is a thing. Let's not deny it. As a woman in a space with a primarily male audience, it's easier to garner an audience. It's just simple. It just makes sense. Another one is, there's like multiple layers to this anyways. Like, you have like say-so, with which like doesn't matter what gender you are, you're just cooked. Neutral, which is like okay. And then you have like, you know, actually entertaining people. And then you have like people that whore themselves out. Kids, if you don't fight, I'll time out both of you. And Deer seems to be the one that actually can get it. I'm not gonna lie, Deer can actually get it today. I haven't slept that much. I have the cardinal desire to demote you so some X can kill you more often.
An audience. Though there are some issues which are unique to male VTubers in regard to how they're perceived by viewers and fellow creators. On the side of the viewers, you have some diehard unicorns who aren't too fond of male VTubers. What's a unicorn, you may ask? Well, it's members of the community who get upset when their favorite female VTuber collaborates with a man, a subject discussed in the
the unicorns.
Video, which you can.
The unicorns. My girlfriend has encountered such a person when she talked about me on her stream, which she very frequently does. It's like the There was this one dude who literally was like trying to search for me, like on his mission, because he was his little feelings were hurt. Because you know he can't date her now.
Find linked in the description below. This distaste of these collaborations can range from I'm simply refusing to watch the collab stream to whatever the fuck is going on in this screenshot. Needless to say, there are viewers.
Wait, I didn't even read that. Give me a second. She was against her will and will never forgive. What? What the fuck? Wait, what? Collabing with somebody is being... Right, rating someone is being... What? Huh?
On in this screenshot. Needless to say, there are viewers who aren't too fond of male VTubers in the space. While some viewers choose just not to watch them, others actively loathe their existence, such as the anti-Hollow Tempest crowd. On the other end, we have a handful of VTubers who aren't too fond of the men in the space, which is who we'll mainly be focusing on today. See, male VTubers as a group have been under fire lately from their fellow creators due to some of them engaging in weird or predatory behaviors toward their female colleagues. While I can't think of any exact examples at the moment, I'm sure it happens and is a legitimate problem given how likewise some fans can also engage in predatory behavior toward...
I'm straight up gonna say it, there's plenty of women who engage in that as well. In fact, I would even argue there's plenty of women who engage in this predatory behavior way more often. Like I said, my girlfriend has encountered diabolical shit. There's some real, actual sex pests. Female sex pests in this space, and people don't care. They look away. Because, you know, they're like one of the girlies, and they're so hot. Like, I don't care if you're a man, a woman, or anything in between. If you are creepy, you are creepy. Nothing changes that. Though when it comes to male VTubers, we get a much harder punishment, a much harder generalization than when it happens with the chick. I find that odd. Or with any other group. Not a fan of it.
Towards female VTubers. But herein lies the problem. You notice how I said some of them earlier? Well, to no surprise to anyone, Twitter seems to lack the nuance to recognize that this isn't a large or even...
Wait, you guys actually hate VTubers based on their gender? I thought it was a joke. Yeah, that actually exists.
Majority of male VTubers who are like this. Thus, a lot of tweets have come out overgeneralizing the problem of male VTubers as if they can't understand how generalizations of a group or demographic can be a bad thing. The most notable of these tweets being the one which compared male VTubers to, and I shit you not, ticks in a pretty disgusting way after someone dared
making a male VTuber support group just at the moment where women express their feelings and experiences is crazy. Y'all need to chill and actually get a bit of reading comprehension. Check this below. After that, you still don't understand, it might be terminal. Not all men. For example, we say, be careful, ticks, they carry Lyme disease. Really, they understand ticks carry Lyme disease. But when 3 women are assaulted by a man... Bro, this is retardation. Fun fact! We can play this game, by the way, Father. Can I use my day offs? I don't care if you come here. You don't have to come here if you don't want to. Huh? Let's do this. Let's play this game with, like, all men, right? You know what all men sounds like? All men are predators. You know what that sounds like? Or all male VTubers are predators. You know what that sounds like? All Muslims are terrorists. What? No way you said that? How terrible. That sounds like all women are child murderers, because fun fact, women mostly die, children mostly die when a woman is around, or when a woman takes care of a child. Does that mean all women? That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Huh. You know, one can play this game as well. You know, black people are, unfortunately, more likely to commit crime. You want to play that game? Go ahead. We can play this game with people like that. We can play this game because the mom is with the kid more. It does not matter. Does not matter. We can play this kid more. For lack of meaning, Muslims commit most of the terroristic acts. That does not matter. Most of the time the kid would be with their mother. Does not matter. Does not matter. You can play that game with black people as well. You can play that shitty game in many parts, in many select parts. Women commit most of the emotional abuse, statistically. You want to play that game? In this case, if you don't like infanticide, you want to play that game? You see, I can play this game all with different groups and different cultures. You wouldn't like that, would you?
To suggest the idea of making a male VTuber support group. Well, I can't seem to understand how someone can engage in the optical nightmare that is comparing men to disease-ridden bugs. I think you can see why it ruffled some feathers. Of course, not every tweet was this bad. Some were more tame, like the one which just called out male VTubers for apparently acting like they were in a harem or romance anime. Or this one which stated male VTubers like to have e-sex with their female viewers. But even these...
Like I said, all these things, the main issue isn't calling it out. The main issue is that when a male VTuber does it, people want to have a genocide. When it's a female VTuber does it, it's like, okay, move on. Like, I can pull up multiple people. Gunpie. Yeah. Elfin. Yeah. Crazy, huh? There's probably more. There's probably more that do weird shit to the reviewers or male colleagues. Let's not deny that. Is it the last video? Yeah, for today, yeah.
Feel far from reasonable, as the fact is, most male VTubers are not in fact predatory or sex pests. But apparently stating that means I'm telling on myself, even though my DMs are drier than sandpaper. Putting
my DMs are people sending me reactions and crypto.
Loneliness aside, overgeneralizations like this are not only annoying but also very harmful. Fellow male VTuber Rad spoke on Twitter about being a male victim of sexual assault, and it made him personally feel unheard by the community when people played into this idea.
This has nothing to do with community. This has nothing to do with the community. Men that were victims of SA are not taken seriously. Oh, how could you be a victim of SA if you got hard? That's the thing they pull. Or I would have enjoyed it, bro. Put the fries in the back. That's what you get as a dude.
That most male VTubers are harmful in this way. To be vulnerable for a moment, as someone who has dealt with SA in my own life, it's frankly disappointing to see people make light of the severity of such claims when talking so broadly about male VTubers as a group. But according to this lovely commenter, who has yet to see a female cross their boundaries, I guess my experience means very little.
Wait a minute. It's not all men plus women aren't so innocent either. Until the day a woman comes into my DMs asking for my... and starts trying to e-sext, I will not agree with you. Sorry, bud. I'm yet to see a woman disregard my boundaries in my DMs. Oh, so since it didn't happen to you, it didn't happen to anybody else. E-sex. They sext, pretty much. Isn't e-sex just always sexting? I just realized, do we even need the term of e-sex? I just realized. Hold up, we don't even need that one. It's just sexting. Huh?
I guess my experience means very little. Regardless, this gets to the heart of this video, which is that male VTubers are somewhat between a rock and a hard place. While I'm not going to generalize like these people and say that the community as a whole is unwelcoming to male VTubers, because I have had mostly positive experiences with my fellow creators in the space, there are undoubtedly a handful of people who make us feel unwelcome when they compare us to things like literal ticks. I mean, like, come on. Thankfully, there were a lot of female creators who came out to show support for male VTubers at the...
Yeah, I mean... there has been a lot of push forward for supporting men in general in the VTubing space, like Kitsu, Squoo-chan, the stuff like that. I don't know, video call. I guess sure, but it could also be a call on the yeah, okay, sure that it's no longer sexting. Fine, you got me. Then that yeah, we could consider that e-sex. Yeah, sure.
This whole kerfuffle became the hot topic of the week. But of course, they received comments calling them pick-me's and attention-seeking for daring to disagree with the notion that generalizations about a group are bad. Now, to look at this from a more charitable perspective to the other side of the argument, I understand how some of them may have not meant every single male VTuber in their tweets. I think it's fair to say
that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. If I say all men, I mean all men. Straight up. It doesn't matter what you mean. These words have meaning. If I say all, I mean all. If I say all plants are green, yes, most plants will be green, but there's also some plants, but that doesn't mean all plants. Like, when I say all plants are green, I'm straight up lying. It's not all plants are green. Words have meaning, I'm sorry.
Say that some of us do make generalizations when we don't really mean it sometimes. But I think it's fair to also assume that when you're—
The thing is, I'm not charitable in these days. When you say all men, all women, all this, all that, if you don't mean all, don't say all. Very simple. Especially since you are essentially putting collective punishment onto individuals. I am not responsible when some dude is weird towards a woman. Other women are not responsible when some chick is weird to them or others. This collective fault bullshit is bullshit. There is no such thing as collective fault. We're all individuals.
Vague posting about an entire group, that some people a part of that group aren't going to take kindly to such harsh comments if you aren't clear. Not to mention the fact that it's kind of hard to be charitable when there are most definitely some VTubers who looked at those tweets and thought, yeah, someone agrees with me that most men in the community are garbage, or whatever awful
I see the flag. I'm not gonna say anything. I see the flag. That clearly looks like the flag, and in this case, it's friendly fire.
They may have. The tweets in general will just come off as passive-aggressive and lack the nuance necessary to have a productive conversation on the actual problems in the VTubing community. While I understand and know for a fact that a lot of female VTubers have had their fair share of bad experiences with men both on the creator and viewer side, we need to understand that—
Wow! You have more bad experience with men? In a community that's like 90% dudes as viewers? I could have not guessed. Wait, does that mean if you're in a community that's mostly women, you will have mostly bad experience with women? Wow, I would have never thought. Shocking, I know. They're like acting like this is such a big deal. Like, yes, that makes sense that you would have more bad experience with men because there are more men. It makes sense. Does it excuse? No, but it makes sense, numbers-wise.
The annoying or harmful few don't tell you much about the entire group, and this sort of generalization about any other group would rightfully be called out, but for some reason some people let it slide on the discussion of men. But I digress. While there is a real and genuine conversation we could be having about bad actors in the community, it's that we're caught up in this generalization issue which gets us nowhere. I'm sure most male VTubers will prefer their spaces clean of predatory and harmful actors as much as the next person, but if you're going to paint them as the enemy, it helps no one and damages a lot of innocent people. That being said, let me know—
No, if anything, it makes it so that male VTubers don't want to interact with female VTubers. Very simple. It's also a reason why I don't want to collab with girls. I'm gonna be honest. That's one of the major reasons. I don't want to interact. Not because I hate women, but because one false interaction, one awkward moment, and I get hung by the neck. Nah, I'm not too into that.
Know what you guys think about male VTubers in the comments. Hate them, love them, or indifferent to their existence. Do you think I'm missing the point, or do you agree with my objectively correct opinion? Jokes aside,
Literally, he didn't say anything wrong. I think went just a little too soft, in my opinion. Another episode of Gender Wars, a classic.
Do feel free to let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. And if you're interested in hearing me,
I think it's just very simple. It's a double standard. The issue isn't as big as people want to make it out to be. In fact, I would argue there's more female sex pests. From my experience and from what I've seen. And when there is a male weirdo, it's usually gets annihilated. When there's a female weird, it's like, yay, let's move on. Doesn't matter. It just is what it is. Yeah, but we gotta move on. We gotta work. Male VTubers are based. Now like, comment, and subscribe. Alright. Subscribe to 1.93. Yes, they did, and they're already on their way to 1.94. Alright, guys. Dude, I'm tired as heck. Those 4 hours of sleep that I got were crazy. Straight up crazy. Wow. Guys, I'm going to end here. Thank you so much for watching today. And, yep, we'll be back tomorrow with the usual stuff. So yeah, have a good day or night. I will see you tomorrow. And yeah, bye-bye. Do not goon or gump. It's really important. You shouldn't do that. But yeah, take care, guys. Nighty-night. Bye-bye.